response came.
No, sir. Remember now, actually, you wasn't in the room, so I apologize. You wasn't in the room when I divulged that the United States, Britain, and Israel had hijacked the Iranian government and overthrown Mossadegh for nationalizing the oil and put the Shah into power.
True, Corey.
Listen.
From Iran
stop. Hey, Samad. There are people from America that don't know American history. So you saying that them and everybody on that dynamic. There's a book called Spy the Lie, and Lie Comes a
I know all the books. Corey. Did somebody shut his mic off or what happened?
Yes, somebody did shut my mic off. If you know all the books, then right?
Yeah.
Okay then. So then that means that you know what I'm about to say there. If you know all the book, and stop. Listen. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me. What I do take contention with that, if we're gonna have a genuine conversation without confirmation, and I could be wrong on some points. Don't get me wrong. The overall gist is that who is and who is not the aggressor. And now, if you're trying to say that the Iranian government was not overthrown by MI6 and I can't even put Mossad at this point there because they really wasn't operational as effectively at that point.
But you threw it in there.
No. Do not interrupt this here. Listen, everybody, hold on. I need to get this point out. Stop. No. You are into purpose of hypnosis, but I'm moving past that. The lie of omission, admission, and influence, and you trying to hide the lie of influence because you're saying you from Iran. That don't mean shit.
Do you want to listen? Or do you want to just rant?
No. Actually, do this here. Shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can rebut after, and that would be more sincere. Now, saying here. So now, when Mossadegh got overthrown because he nationalized the oil and took it away from British Petroleum there, and they put the Shah in power, who was in power before Mossadegh shot over the bow. That being the case there. And so thus, when the revolution happened, and then they consequently overthrew the embassy and had hostages for a little over a year when, the Carter-Reagan dynamic there, the United States government, the Saudi government, and Israel funded Saddam Hussein to go to war with Iran, which was an 8-year war. So the man asked, when did America do it there? And that was the point where the gentleman interrupted.
So after they held 52 Americans.
After they had also supplied Saddam Hussein with chemical weapons, but the aggressor was America, because you want to run past that they overthrew the democratically elected Mossadegh.
Okay, you done? Thank you, Corey. I think everybody has heard me say this before. I know Matt has, I know Pepe has, I know probably other people have. First of all, Mossadegh was a prime minister appointed by the Shah. He was not democratically elected. He was appointed. Okay, that's it. So it wasn't an overthrow of anyone. And Mossadegh was an agent of the British. He wasn't against the British. And everything Mossadegh did destroyed the Iranian economy, and it forced Iran to sign a worse deal with the British after Mossadegh was gone. So those are the facts.
Hold on.
But of course, yes, you want to jump in?
No. I want you to clarify two things. Did you hear me say that that the Shah was in? I just want you to understand.
Yes, I heard you.
Okay, hold on. Samad,
you listen.
What we agree on, when you're saying that he was in harmony with the British government, I am agreeing with you on that point and dynamic. But Mossadegh was, yes, because the Shah was in power before Mossadegh. So yes, and they took the Shah out of power, put Mossadegh in power, but
No,
yet
that's not what happened. That's not how it works. The Mossadegh was appointed, okay? He wasn't a democratically elected. Nobody was removed and put in place. They had a
we got
constitution.
semantics. We're saying the same
No, it's not
thing.
semantics. It's the law.
Oh, hold on.
They have a
Listen,
constitution.
Sir,
It's written. You can go Google it. It's 1906 Constitution of Iran. Go Google it. Okay, Google it. And it'll tell you that the Prime Minister is appointed by the Shah and it's approved by the Parliament.
Listen
Just
to
the way,
where we
the
agree
Secretary
and
of State
disagree.
is a
Listen to
chosen.
where
It's not about disagreeing. I don't know why we're disagreeing. These are just facts. Okay.
they're not. Listen, they are a manipulation of numbers
No,
and
they're not
statistics.
manipulation of numbers or
Yes, they
statistics.
are.
You're the one that's
Listen to what-
manipulating it. Okay, if somebody is elected to an office that's totally different than another person being appointed, the president of the United States is elected. Secretary of State Rubio is appointed. He's approved by Congress. Okay, changing Secretary of State is not a revolution. It's not a coup d'état. Okay, these are the facts. But this is
You
the
said
lie.
that Mossadegh was in harmony with the British government. Did I mishear that?
That's not the point.
That is the point.
No, they're not. You said that he
Let's
was
try this here. Was the Shah in power before Mossadegh?
The Shah was in power the whole time because he was the Shah.
So we are saying, I'm talking about Shah, the president. Pardon my enunciation.
The king, the Shah, was in power the whole time.
Hold on now. We have to, listen, for the audience that is not as astute, we have to not run past that. So the Shah was in power, Mossadegh was in power, then the Shah was back in power. Is that a correct sequence?
The Shah was in power the whole time. Okay?
You're not understand what I'm asking.
No, I understand what you're saying.
In chronological order.
In chronological order, the Shah
Was the Shah in power before
the whole
Mossadegh?
time. He was in power the whole time.
Okay, then. So then that means that, if he was in power the whole time, right? The Shah came in power at a certain point, correct?
Uh-huh.
And then the Shah came back into power, correct?
No, he didn't go anywhere.
Oh
He was
my
in power
God,
the whole
bro!
time.
Listen to what you're saying.
Listen to what you're saying. Yeah, I want you to listen to what I'm saying, but you don't seem to want to.
Listen to what you just described. If the Shah was in power the whole time, when was Mossadegh in power?
Mossadegh was 1951 to 1953.
Stop right there. Before 1951 and after, and from before 1950 and then 1954, who was in power?
The Shah was in power. The
That's
whole
what I
time the Shah was
described,
in power.
Sir, that's
Look,
what I did.
no, that's not what you described.
No. We just established that there's a 4-year period where Mossadegh was in power.
He wasn't in power in a way that the Shah wasn't.
No, oh my God. Listen
Do you
to
not
what you...
understand that? You're trying to make it seem like one person.
Listen to
replaced the
what
other
you
person.
just said.
No,
How
you're
could the
not
Shah
listening.
ever
You're
be
not
in
listening.
power and muted me? There's some confirmation. I keep
Because
getting
you're not
muted.
listening, Corey.
You're not listening. You're not listening. We have just established the chronological.
Bro, if you can't say established instead of established, I don't know why you're up here trying to give people.
Well, listen, I don't know why you're trying to spin things. Power or he was not in power, the president, but you in power means that you are the top person in charge there. And what I stated was that Mossadegh was in power, put in power after they overthrew the Shah, and when Mossadegh nationalized the oil, they overthrew his behind again and put the Shah back in power.
You cannot overthrow someone. Listen, Corey. Listen.
No.
Please,
It's not no listen here. listening
cannot
and
overthrow.
you're
Shut
not
up.
being...
Corey, shut up.
Nigga,
You cannot overthrow someone who appointed you. And don't nigga me, I'm not your nigga.
I see confirmation bias. Whatever mod is muting me, why y'all muting? Why y'all not letting the conversation free flowing?
Because you don't let other people speak.
No, that's not true. Listen, I just asked we just said, we agreed that
We didn't
from 51 to 53, most of that was in power.
He was appointed prime minister. The Shah, you're saying he was in power and the Shah wasn't in power. You just said he overthrew him. And what I'm telling you is, you cannot overthrow someone who appointed you. Because that's not an
actually,
overthrow.
you're misrepresenting the words that I said. Because in that dynamic, we agreed that Mossadegh, also a puppet, was in harmony with the British government. Remember, I didn't even bring Mossad in. I said they didn't even have the strength at that time. I literally said that it was the British, and the CIA.
Oh my God.
That's literally what I said there.
You're contradicting.
No. You're contradicting yourself. And when Mossadegh nationalized British Petroleum, BP oil, they changed the name from British Petroleum because of the stigma of openly acknowledging
about the name
that the citizens of Iran did. They are openly acknowledging that national
You're not making any sense.
did Mossadegh nationalize the oil? Did Mossadegh nationalize the Iranian oil and took it off of the British Petroleum and said that now you're lying. Everybody research it.
Yeah, research it.
Mossadegh nationalized the oil, and that's when the same people that put him in power and took the Shah out of power put the Shah back into power.
That is a lie, Corey. The parliament.
Listen, the man is steady.
Corey, be quiet, let me speak. Okay, the parliament nationalized oil. Mossadegh was a member of parliament. And they nationalized oil. In fact, Mossadegh was against the nationalization of oil initially. He wanted the continuation of the previous agreement. Okay, by his own words in his first speech, when the 14th was put together, Mossadegh was against the nationalization of oil. But the movement didn't come from Mossadegh. He jumped onto the movement at the end. Okay? So Mossadegh, you won't let go, Corey. Even if they mute your mic, you won't give up.
Muted me.
Don't mean nothing, right? Jesus. Don't mean nothing.
So it's Coco mute me. It's Coco that's muting me. I double talking. You're steady double talking. I asked we've acknowledged. Man, you cannot erase the history. Mossadegh nationalized the oil.
No, he did not.
You a lie. And then it doesn't matter. Listen, everybody can research.
My story is okay. You're talking about your reference history. I'm an Iranian. What is your reference? I just want to know that. Well, what is your citation?
Listen, let me tell you what I told Saman. It don't mean a damn thing. You can ask 1,000 Americans about American history, and you're gonna be hard pressed how many Americans really know American history. But now, I would ask y'all, as I asked the audience, when Mossadegh was in power for one term, and he got outed, and the Shah came back into power, whatever the conflict with the Shah was, whatever, they put his behind back into power, but he did nationalize in fact, the Iranian nuclear program was given to them by the West. They didn't have a nuclear program before that. That shows how much of a puppet regime it was.
Your brain is a puppet of the leftists. That's where your brain.
They did not have a nuclear program before it was given to them by the West. That's how much you cannot negate the puppeteering going on in Iran. You don't want to say it was most of that. You don't want to say it was the show, but you cannot deny that the Iranian government was hijacked into 1979. And the ultimate gist of my point is that it was no outside forces that happened in 79. It was only the Iranian youth led by the Iranian elders in the terms of Khomeini, and whatever the Iranian people's problems and concerns with their government is an internal issue that should be handled by the Iranian people. And for y'all to say equivalent to tell American citizens to support Russia, I'm gonna land on this point, Samar. I'm landing on this point. Would be the equivalent to telling American citizens to support Russia or China to invade and overthrow the American government. And that hypocrisy that y'all and you white people, if you were saying that Russia or China should invade America and we should side with them as opposed to the American government, then you're a hypocrite as well. This is the cognitive dissonance that they want us to accept, and we reject it.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for speaking to Iranians about our own country and our own history. I'm Iranian. Azin is our Iranian. There are a bunch of other Iranians around. We're all saying everything you said is bullshit, okay? Because we grew up listening to these lies, being brainwashed by these lies. Yeah, that's how we got into this hellhole in the first place. Jeez. Any other questions on the...
Roger is Iranian, Professor Morandi is Iranian, and we see the protest of
Morandi is born in America. He's born in America. He's
which that means that...
I thought you landed, bro. You landed, okay?
I thought you landed.
Shut up for 5 minutes. Shut up for 5 minutes. Let's hear from other people.
I thought you landed. I apologize. There's other Iranians that disagreed. There was Iranians protesting in favor, and there was Iranians protesting with grievances of their government.
Yeah, because
and those favor of their government outweighed the same way.
Those who protest and don't get shot at, okay? Those are the millions of people who go out and protest and they get killed by the tens of thousands. You're ignoring those people.
Coco, why you keep muting me? Man, Saman, to your point, we just had no king protest here in America, and I am one. When it comes to domestic policies, I'm in favor of Trump. When it comes to foreign policies, and I guess this is universal that I'm thinking about it with all. But now you cannot tell somebody like me about somebody. Didn't Donald Trump just admit that they sent weapons to the opposition? Now, I don't think
those
it was
are the
Donald Trump.
Kurds. Those are the Kurds who
doesn't matter. There was a third-party transfer.
Protesters.
It didn't matter. But I don't even think that was Donald Trump directly there. Donald Trump just took the credit for it there. And Donald Trump first term, after this man been compromised here out of the blue, this man get over 30 fucking federal cases in multiple states, multiple assassination attempts, and then we want to ignore how many United States presidents have been assassinated and how much we only...
Well, according to your logic, it's okay because of what happened to Mossadegh.
I am saying that Donald Trump came into the race for the American benefit there. He came off the muscle. He told NATO to their teeth. Y'all full of shit. Y'all sitting up here relying on us as Americans to provide the soldiers, the money, and the damn technology, and y'all ain't chipping in a goddamn thing. He said that first term. So
he didn't say that. He said that the Iranian people were brave and they were protesting.
I said NATO. I didn't even say Iran. He he told NATO
Oh
that.
yeah, NATO's.
He told NATO that they're full of shit, you know.
Yes.
And then, so my point is that espionage and manipulation and betrayal is a thing that we deal with. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna recommend another book, Economic Hitman by John Perkins. There's another book to go and look up and research. Donald Trump is trying to do what's best for the American people. He not being a seasoned politician, though he's been working with them, now that he's actually and behind the scenes there, he didn't know that how much he was up against, how much he was hamstrung, and how he had the 5 cabinet members first term. He got the second term stolen from him, and he's back in here a third term, and he got to do what he got to do and navigate different things there. But the state of Israel is an enemy to the state of America.
Well, ironically, Simon, I can read your profile, Simon. You got a protesting peace. Is it fair to say that that's what it's written in your profile? Protesting peacefully? Is that what you're promoting?
Yeah, I put in my approach. I think I said march in peace on that.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So is that what your position is when it comes to protests?
Yeah, of course. I think the reason why I put that was because at the time, this was before the events of the last couple of months. I think a lot of people were wondering what they should do, and obviously the first step is to protest peacefully.
Fair enough.
Because we didn't want, right, and that's what happened. The people marched in peace in January, and that started everything. So that was the message.
Yeah, but how do you justify the killing of over 760 police officers in those days? Apparently, the government says that almost 760, law enforcement officers also been killed during those so-called protests.
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, a lot of people who were killed by the government in the protest, and then the government said that no, these people, he was actually a protester. So that's how they get their numbers. They take people who were actually protesting. I don't know, but what happened is the police officers. Yeah, of course, I'm sad that people are with the government and they're shooting at their own citizens. Why are you talking about 50,000 people?
Dollars on people? Is that what it is? Dollars?
40, 50,000 people.
Where did you get this number from, someone? International?
No, I got it from the kids who were inside. They worked at the hospitals. Do you want to let me finish, Soren?
Okay, finish off your
Thank you. You think you're so smart. Okay, they counted the bodies. They counted the bodies in the hospital.
Do you know what the source means, Simon? Do you understand what?
Well, maybe, stupid ass. If the country was free, we could have. Maybe if the internet was not cut off, you stupid ass. Maybe if the internet was not cut off, we could have sources.
Do you have any?
Do you have sources? Is your source the Islamic Republic?
Of 3,000.
Yeah, you do. Well, if they were honest about their sources, then why don't they turn on the fucking internet? Why don't they turn on the internet?
Listen, do you have any?
Why don't they turn on the internet, Soren? Why don't they turn on the internet, Soren?
Are you talking about Israel, Simon? Where you can get 5 years in
Why
jail?
did they turn off the internet?
Are y'all talking about?
source of?
Are y'all talking about?
International. Okay, what is your reference?
No.
Sorry. You said that Iran international brainwash. Okay. That number, where it come from? All of the information that Corey talked about. Which information? Okay, what is your reference?
Just to go on, give me a source. Like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch.
Okay, so you want to give me the source. 700 you talked about.
You just
Which
said-
source?
You just claimed 45,000 people were killed in those 2 days. Give me the damn source.
Donald Trump is my source.
You don't
Donald
have
Trump is my
it. You know
source.
why you don't have it?
You
Because
tell
that's the
me
Israeli
what is your source when
Where
it was living in Iran, when I was observing everything?
Israel will give you 5 years in
Instead of the
jail
people living
if
there.
you send out any information about the war that's going on. So when y'all talking about the internet, who are y'all referring to?
Obsessed with Israel.
Israel will give you facts. I'm not. Listen, I'm giving facts.
Nobody
They have
mentioned Israel.
made a law.
Nobody mentioned Israel.
When you
We're
mention
talking about
5
Iraq,
years in jail.
and all of a sudden Israel comes into play.
Yeah, that's completely different than like blanket shutting down the entire fucking internet in the entire country. Like, wait for it.
Yeah, the source is that they counted bodies.
Put this, like,
Yeah, why don't you put your source, Soren? Yeah, you, Soren, you put your source. Why don't you put your source?
All right. So, like, I already have a headache.
Where's your
I've only
source?
been here for 3 minutes. So,
Thank
we're gonna
God,
solve
Vikings.
this. So we have Amnesty International, we have Human Rights Watch. They posted the source: United Nations International Offices, a variety from Reuters.
please put a link on instead of
Dude, no. Here's
the source, dude.
hey, Soren, you need to shut the fuck up, because quite frankly, we actually know who you are and what
Did
you're
you
talking
have
about.
any source?
I did it,
It's a
but
yes.
the guy just listed the sources.
No,
So
just
you can use that Cricket wireless that you have in your hand and go ahead and log into Safari or whatever it is that you have, Google or whatnot, and look this up, because those sources came out. We're aware that protesters were killed in the street, they were abducted, they were jailed, they were tortured. We have that. This is part of the IRGC. It's been going on for 50 fucking years. It's not fucking new. It's not fucking rocket science. You don't need a plethora of other people to go ahead and do this. If your argument is the exact number, it may not be there, you're right. We don't have the exact numbers. We do know that it's a lot. We do know that it's several thousand. It may approach several, maybe 50,000, may approach 10,000. But we do know that it's several thousands of individuals. So it's not that fucking hard to believe. Considering that the IRGC, when Trump called his, at 8 o'clock, I'm going to start bombing the fuck out of Iran, the IRGC said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do hands across Iran, and we're going to shield all of our military assets with human shields. So, quite clearly, the IRGC really doesn't give a fuck about human life, protest, or the actual civilian population. So, probably pick a better track to, make your argument on. Fuck, I'm 3 Guinnesses in, and even I can pick you apart. It's really sad, dude. Come better.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to share with you guys about the news is, for me, the most important point is that the weapons that were intended to get to the protesters so they could continue their revolution, they were supposed to be sent using the Kurds, and the Kurds kept the weapons for themselves. And I think that's the most important thing that we should keep in mind, and that's why everything has been delayed, because obviously you don't send weapons because, you just care about, a short-term situation. You send weapons because you're trying to help people have a revolution and get, solve the problem forever. And so if that track didn't work, obviously they're going to try a different route, and they're going to try to get some other people to help them get those weapons to those protesters. And I think that takes time. And so the whole plan where Trump said, hey, we're going to do this military operation, and at the end, you guys can take your country back, I think this threw a monkey wrench into the plans. And so Trump came out, he kept saying, we're ahead of schedule, we've done everything we need to do, we're going to head out of there pretty soon. And I think that was a signal that, hey, we're ahead of schedule, but something else is missing. And later on, he mentioned the Kurds, and I think that's what was missing, is that they didn't have enough support for the people to do their revolution. So that's the one thing I wanted to share with you guys, because, I think a lot of people are confused about why this sort of ceasefire thing. And I think, everything would have been solved. The Strait of Hormuz would have been opened once the revolution got going, And I think Trump even pointed to that like a week ago. He said, when everybody's free, that everything will open naturally. And I think that's what was the plan. I don't think they ever intended to force the Strait of Hormuz open. I think that was their, secret sort of ace in the hole, was that once the revolution happened, that they wouldn't even have to force the Strait of Hormuz open. So, these things are difficult, and I think Matt and other people were here like probably a month ago when we discussed, what would happen, and we probably talked about these ethnic groups, and I think a bunch of us came up and said these groups were not to be trusted, and now you're seeing that we were right. These Kurdish groups are not to be trusted. Their leaders actually, one of them met with the Islamic Republic just like a month ago.
But I understand the Kurds actually have been allies to the U.S. in the past. They have helped us. They have provided intelligence. They currently are doing that. So saying that they can't be trusted is kind of like, and I'm going to call bullshit on you on this part, because quite frankly, the fact that we have multiple players, like we have the Sorens, which I would have put, like, I'm going to akin Soren as Turkey. Just like some fucking twat waffle that wants to fuck up relationships all throughout the Middle East. And then I'm going to put you, I'm not going to put you as a representative of Israel, but I'm going to put you at like that kind of propagandist part. Like, you understand that the majority of the Middle East is like desperately asking for economic prosperity, and they are trying to end literally the massive amounts of bloodshed that has been going on for 50 years. They're trying to end terrorist attacks. They're trying to do this all across the board. The Abraham Accords were a great step. They have cemented ties with Israel. Everybody is working together in the vast majority of the Middle East basin. The only issue that stands in the way, quite literally, is Turkey, Pakistan, Yemen, Syria, and of course, fucking Iran. Now, if Iran falls, now we have a kind of different quagmire. I think
now Viking. Now I want to ask you.
I'm talking to Viking here.
Well, yeah. You're talking to Viking. I wanna.
Let's not get off topic. Let me just talk to Viking.
You both can wait for a second. Let me finish, and then you guys can do whatever it is you're going to do. But understand that, like, geopolitics in the Middle East is very vastly kind of difficult. Even on that's an understatement. It's damn near impossible. So the measures that we actually have succeeded with right now are astronomical. This is a monumental achievement that we have the majority of Middle East countries unifying, rallying, and saying, hey, we want to work together. We want this kind of opportunities that the U.S. is providing, that Israel, that all of us, like Dubai, UAE, these guys are all like at the fucking front of the table. What doesn't need to happen is Israel to try to create, like, domestically Israeli politics. Nothing against any Jews, but sometimes Israel fucking steps on their own balls and squeals like a pig, because if you fuck this up, there is absolutely no reason, and there is somebody like me who actually stands and says, hey, Israel, you're our ally, we'll honor that, we'll commit to that. But if you fuck this up, I'm going to be pissed off about it. And I'm not going to stop these guys from saying, what, no more fucking Israel ties. This needs to come to peace. Iran needs to reach its full potential, and it does need to exist alongside Israel. And with Iran actually coming into the economic fold and allowing them to have prosperity, Yemen will join, Syria will go, and Turkey will have to sit there like the insolent child that it is and fucking pout, sticking its thumb up its own ass and trying to figure out what they need to do next, because either they're going to be part of NATO or they're going to be the twat waffles that they are, like saying, hey, we're NATO, we like America, but we're going to buy Russian defense systems. So, again, like what you guys are saying is true to a certain extent, but don't act like Israel is doing the omnipotent thing, because Israel has stepped on their own dick in the past.
Well, now,
don't tell me I'm wrong.
Well, the nuance.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on.
I'm saying, I want y'all to go back no
somebody.
fourth on it. Now you hold on. We heard you. Listen.
No, I was in the middle of my statement, and Viking jumped in. Corey, just
listen,
let
sir.
me
You
finish.
just got through speaking before him.
No, I was in the middle of my statement.
It's not going to take me 20 seconds. Now, the nuance, Viking, I want to ask you about when it comes to the sources there, in terms of acknowledgement, seeing that Trump just acknowledged, and I think Trump took credit for it.
Corey, you're going to go off topic. Let me finish my statement.
Topic.
Corey, just hold on, man. Just hold on. Let me finish my comment about the Kurds. Okay? Jesus.
It isn't.
Look, Viking, I agree with pretty much everything you said, but with let me finish, Corey. Let me just finish. Okay? But with respect to Iran, the Kurds were not able to be trusted. And that's out of Trump's own mouth. He said that the weapons were intended for the protesters, and that the Kurds kept them. Okay, so with respect to Iran, they are not to be trusted. And in all the other countries, I think they expected to have their own state, and they didn't get it, and now they're backstabbing the United States. So I'll end there. We can move on.
Viking, before you... I don't know what... How can we have a sincere conversation and stifle disagreement in the same breath? That means that your position is not strong. How can you have sincere conversation, keep mutiny? It's okay to disagree. Viking, particular different, okay, now, when you called out, you know what I'm saying, the red flag that you called out, in your sourcing, is it true or is it not true that during the protest, now, roughly 3,000, give or take, but in that 3,000, at least a third of that is police officers, firefighters, and ambulance, which then, in the same breath, credit was given by Mossad agents and the CIA about fomenting the unrest. Even you will remember that because his name escaped me, when they devalued the Iranian currency to create the unrest. And one of the nuances that they leave out is that there were political and military personnel that was willing to defect. However, Israel on day one killed those persons, and thus the hardliners then was able to rise up into position. And this is why we are at this particular stage where we are at now in the conflict. And this is my question to you, Viking. Is that a fair assessment and analysis, or is that a reach?
Let me answer your question with respect to
Wait, hold on. Like, he asked me a question, so just wait, hold on. So, you have to look up, fuck, what were there? Ahmed Champir, or whatever his fucking last name is. Then you had Rouhani, and then you had Rayal, who, these guys were the leaders of Iran back at some point, and they had control over this. They printed off massive amounts of Iranian currency, which obviously devalued their own currency. They devalued their own. So their inflationary period rose up. So yes, the U.S. had economic sanctions. That was a major external factor, but they also didn't help themselves by literally printing off paper money that had no value behind it. They had no assets. They weren't able to trade any assets. Nobody was able to trade with it. And I mean, I'm kind of lost in the rest of your question, so maybe I missed it. Maybe somebody else has a better answer.
That those who was dependent on once they assassinated, say, Khomeini and a few other particular figures there, they had personnel inside the military. There was personnel inside the military and politics that was willing to cooperate with the West, but Israel assassinated those persons the same way that there was Hamas personnel willing to negotiate and Israel assassinated them. And that conundrum was caused by Israel bucking the American interests versus their own. And but the highlight of my question is that this could have been over with had not Israel assassinated particular key personnel that was willing to cooperate and negotiate.
I mean, that's a conspiracy theory from, like, I mean, I get your point, like, would Israel, like, you know, use a pager and blow somebody's nuts off? I never thought I would see it in my lifetime. I thought it was some James Bond shit. Could it be? Yes. I mean, I'm not going to put it, like, say no. I mean, I've seen a lot in my lifetime, so the answer to your question is emphatically, like, I don't know. I don't have the answer. I do not know if Mossad secretly went into Iran, found all of U.S. assets, and then decided to eliminate them so that he...
Remember, Trump recently said he didn't want to divulge the name of who he was negotiating with. They wanted to try to make it like he was playing crazy. You know, propaganda go both sides where Iran said he negotiated with himself. No, clearly Trump was negotiating with somebody where we had a tentative ceasefire, but when he said they might be assassinated, naturally we would think that he referred to the Iranians.
No, that assassination could come from the IRGC. It could come from one of
We
the
would think that, and it could come from Israel.
It could come from Israel. It could come from France. Who the fuck?
But that's my main point,
China.
is that Israel is undermining America. That's what I'm really hitting
So
at.
so you had confirmation of this. So it couldn't have been like China undermining us, because, you know, China interferes with our elections at the most. They spend the most money trying to lobbying us. They steal the most IP from us. They, like, invest the most in their...
But China is also hurting from the Strait of Hormuz being closed because the economics is also the economic component. They can still get their oil.
That's fine, but again...
Israel has been undermining us left, right, and center, like when Trump was negotiating with Hamas.
So has China, so has the EU, so has the UN, basically.
Oh,
but the US determines...
Fair enough. So we can put those other people on the table. We cannot take Israel off the table.
Well, we can. I just told you could put them on the table. I really don't care. I just put everybody on the table. Like, Israel is not... So 15 million people are really not having the power. Like, what is it? 7 subs, a couple nuclear missiles.
10 million people. Israel has a population of 10 million.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for correcting me. So 10 million people, what is it? 7 subs, how big is their fleet? Like what, 20, 30 ships? They're really combat efficient out there.
More than 100 nuclear missiles.
Yeah, that's nothing. And when I look at it, and, you know, looking at the IDF, their ability to transit across and reach out and touch somebody, yeah, they don't really have the massive capabilities to be that dominant player. Would I think like Russia? Yeah, Russia could be on the table.
Well, ever since the USS Liberty, you know, Israel's loyalty is not trustworthy, and they have infiltrated our government. And we can never forget them intentionally knowing that there was a U.S. Navy ship when they attacked the USS Liberty, and now, by that dynamic, Israel is an enemy to America.
So I'm going to say this to you, and I'm going to give you a modern context, since people don't know necessarily about the USS Liberty. Well, I appreciate your animosity with it, and yes, as a former squid man, I would be upset with it. I am still upset with it. I don't hold a grudge necessarily against Israel. I hold a grudge against the politics of the day and the people that were involved.
Like your submarines?
But I'm going to say this. When Americans were kidnapped on October 7th, and they were raped, murdered, and we still had American hostages, whether they were Jewish or not, because people forget this, they were actually Americans. They had a blue and gold passport. But because they said, hey, I'm a Jew in America, I guess apparently they don't count anymore. But I look at all Americans. If you're touched by a hostile nation for a political or some other fucking gain, I really want to destroy you. I don't give a shit about your family. I don't care about kids. I don't care about schools, daycares. I will literally want to, like, go after your nation until every one of those Americans is returned. And if you kill one, and you rape one, and then you fucking put her on video, now I'm going, I don't really give a shit about your grandmother, your Aunt Louise. I don't give a flying fuck because you touched an American. Period. End of story. So for me, Israel, not Joe Biden, got American hostages back. So yes, they did do the Liberty. Yes, it was shitty. Yes, it was fucking brutal. 168 sailors wounded, 21 dead. I have issues with that. However, they also brought home Americans, civilians who went to a fucking concert to get high, fuck their brains out, drink and listen to shitty fucking Taylor Swift songs. And they didn't deserve to be fucking shot at, raped in the street, or used as propaganda for the time frames that they were. And I don't really give a fuck. I'm just glad those Americans, those that were alive, were brought home. And I'm glad, IDF put a lot of those motherfuckers down into the ground. I don't really care. They don't matter to me because you touched an American.
Yeah, you keep talking about American, but you forgot there are so many Americans with Palestinian descent who were murdered by fascist apartheid regime of Israel, which you seem to defend, but you don't care about those Americans because they're
So what
Palestinian
Palestinian
Americans.
American was killed?
Oh, I can give you the names. Shirin Abu Bakr. Shirin Abu. Do you know
Put it
the
in
name?
the chat.
Shirin Abu Bakr.
Put it in the chat.
Well, okay. Right now, it's called Shirin, as in SH.
Dude, I'm not gonna look. You put it in the chat, put the link in there, and give me that so I can verify that they were
And
American.
once you find out about that, then would you need to condemn that action of this?
Of course I fucking would, because I get fucking.
So you
first
want me
off,
to educate you on that? Then I'm happy to educate you on that topic.
you're fucking like on
No,
autistic.
can you
like,
just
fucking
please
speed.
refrain from using profanity, Grandpa, please?
Listen, this grandpa can bend you over and make you are.
Hey, no. Let's not do that. So uninvited. Where y'all disagreeing at?
Kamakaki, I got you too. Like you know that.
Hey, so
I was there.
No, Viking. He's having a misunderstanding on zealots there. Soren, Viking is a zealot there. So when he thinking American, he only seeing the flag there. So now, the different components of the different ethnicities inside of America, you have to move past that particular dynamic there because military folks are conditioned in that manner there. And I'm saying this as a pro-black Muslim in America, and my little brother being in the second Desert Storm, I know what I'm looking at when I hear the particular mindset. So, just try to find a medium on the wrong that the country do in the name of the citizens versus how the individual
Here's
are.
the thing. It's not a military mindset. It's an American mindset. Like, I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care what your sky daddy is. I'm not Christian. I'm not fucking anything. I don't believe there's a God. When you die, I believe you turn into dirt. Like, that's literally the extent of it. I don't give a fuck about religion. I don't give a fuck about your morality. All I care is whether or not you're an American.
Okay.
And
Shireen was American. Shireen was American.
And the military drilled that into you to condition it.
No, the military didn't drill it into me. My father did.
But why
Because
did
he
you
actually
know
said,
about those Americans?
dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, you can go back down. I can help you with that. I'm pretty sure I can.
So
give
do you know about the Americans with
So we
Palestinian
can
descent?
we can
Did you
No, Soren. Let's slow walk it, bro. I get you, but just let's try to understand each other's vantage point.
Corey, don't you think it's better for people like Viking to exist, that people they identify with all people in America as a collective, as a part of a nation?
What that you heard what I said that my little brother, you know what I'm saying, when he was in the second Desert Storm there, that's why he told me two things. 4 years ago I found out that he got hit with an IED in Iraq and woke up in Germany. And so he went into the military, he went into the Marines in 05 and he did 10 years there. So and he told me a second point. He told me a story about he shot what he thought was a pregnant woman, but this is at the time where ISIS was doing that nonsense there, where they was strapping bombs on people, children and women. And you have the human compassion, but hey, he had to go ahead and pull that damn trigger. I don't know, whatever they call Overwatch or whatever that, I don't know, that formation. And so, effects, you know, and I trained and raised my little brother. And so that affected us as a collective. And then, so when he was maybe 3 years ago working at the post office, he told one of his coworkers, hey, we ain't gonna talk about that because we're not gonna agree. Coworker asked me, he said, why? Because you're gonna say some shit and I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. And literally, before he quit, he slapped this father and quit. So the trauma, PTSD, though it doesn't get recognized domestically, militarily, it's still real either way. The trauma is real. We can't dismiss it. So it is a quagmire, but we got to figure out to get through it there. And politicians fuck up. My issue is that the politicians, they lied to us about weapons of mass destruction. My little brother was there for that. That's why I'm not riding with this current shit here, because the same forces behind the scenes is pushing the same storyline, exploiting the patriotism. That's what I got to beef with.
Well, I found a website that actually tracked the American citizens with Palestinian descent who were murdered by Israel. It's a very long list, Waikik. A very long list. And
I'm sure. Who created the list? First, let's start there.
You didn't even look into
Okay.
it.
No,
Just
I'm
look
asking
into
you,
it first.
Dude,
For
I
God's
asked you a
sake.
simple question. Who created the
Do
list?
you want me to digest the food for you? At least look it up. I understand that you might be a little bit old, but look it up.
Okay, so this old man was over in your area sending all of you Somali butt pirates out into the water and let you go see like Davy Jones firsthand. I taught you how the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Do you want to look it up?
And you know what? And for this part here, it's amazing that you, Edward, hold on. It's amazing that you want to fight me on a stage, but you are not in Iran fighting. I kidded up.
You don't even know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, wait.
Iran. It's called Iran.
I don't give a shit. I'll call it donkey.
No,
I don't
it's
give
not
a fuck
Iran.
what it is. I don't give a shit. You
Because
mistake
you're
me for
fucking
somebody who
illiterate.
cares.
You have no
Iran.
education, do
Because
you?
you know why?
Sorry, are you an Egyptian?
You don't have any
You guys
culture.
won.
That's the problem.
You
No, sorry, it's
won
Persian.
and then cried.
And cry all the time, and then sit there and act like you're like making something happen, and it's really not. You're crying from like fucking Egypt, Germany, or Canada. So yes, I'm gonna call the country Iran because the women have bigger balls than the men do, apparently, because you can't even stand there or fight.
How do you?
I've heard the women on this app. They actually fucking back up what they're saying.
You can't buy.
But you know what? I can hear the fear in your voice. I can hear that fucking little patronizing fucking that carries through. I can hear all this shit while you're talking from fucking Skynet or what got going on.
You are a boomer.
I'm a boomer. I'm not a boomer, dude. I can go back and fight right now. I'll tell you what. I'll go back there. I'll put your grandpa down.
Your time
I
is
have no
up.
problem with it. Other school, I don't really care. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm not that nice guy. I am literally Edward, stop. I am American first. I believe in all Americans. I will support every American regardless of their race. I don't give a flying fuck about their color. I don't give a fuck about their religion. I don't give a fuck about what ethnicity they're from. All I care about is that they're Americans. And when you fucking camel cum dumpsters fucking want to sit there and kill them because you think somehow or another it makes a statement, and then you think I'm the bad guy for reprising on that, like 241 Marines, 613, and you don't actually acknowledge the mothers and the wives and the children who had to grow up without those people. Now all of a sudden, I'm your worst nightmare because I'm the guy that will bury you.
You can find the name of those innocent American citizens who were murdered and butchered by this Israeli regime since 2000.
You know what? I know that Iran has killed a lot more than any Israeli has in the entire history since Israel has existed.
You don't care about.
You know what? I do care. You know what? Yeah, and you know what? And the president pinned a medal to my fucking chest for fucking sinking your family down.
Redneck.
Right, you're right. I'm racist. You know what? Hats off to America. Hats off. I am racist for Americans. Everybody else is second place to me.
You only care about white Americans.
No, I care about all Americans.
Why don't you look into the website? Just look it up. The whole Palestinian defense happen to have a different name than yours.
Great. So they live in Palestine, but you're saying they have an American relative, and now you're.
That regime of Israel.
You know what? I kind of hope Israel fucking mows you down. I'm good with it. I'm okay with it. I don't really give a fuck. I'm not ashamed. I'll sleep really well tonight. I promise you that. I'll sleep fucking magically tonight. And you know what? I know your fucking cousins will go to hell. I know your cousins will go to the grave. I know you guys will fucking sit there and still butt fuck each other in the dark because you're all afraid and you'll cuddle up. I know you'll go nut to butt. And I know you fucking guys are just full of shit. And no one gives a fuck about your fucking jihad, your fucking pedophile god, none of your fucking regime antics. No one gives a flying fuck about it because you know what? Stop acting like I'm racist when I actually will fucking protect black Americans. And when you come to my country, you sit there and treat black Americans as if they were fucking dogs. I see how you treat them. And then you get pissed off at them. You build gas stations in fucking black communities and then act as if the fucking criminals. When you got a handout, you got welfare, you got business opportunities and all of that shit, and then you fucking will stand in front of them and claim, oh no, I'm not black, but when it suits your purpose, you'll jump on the shoulders of black Americans in a fucking heartbeat. So spare me your fucking racist bullshit, because frankly, I would put a warhead on your forehead and I don't give a fuck. I would hit that red dot and blow it out the back of your fucking head.
Corey, you want to talk about how the Muslims, the Arab Muslims, treat the Nation of Islam and Black Muslim?
I think Viking just already spoke to that point there. Ain't no need me to do no follow-up on that there. Shit, if you didn't understand it, then that means you know the history.
Fuck that Arab slave trade. You know, you would come over here and talk about reparations like white Americans owe? Maybe, possibly. That's a discussion. But you know what? The fact that you guys sat there and tortured, neutered, fucking cut off balls, severed genitalia, fucking torture them, and fucking murder them in mass, and then you sit there and go, oh, well, we're people of color too. Let me jump on that back. And he's just, you expect black Americans to sit there and side with you? Fuck, if I was black American, I can guarantee you I'd be pissed off more than I am at you fucking guys. I'd fucking murder you all the way. I'd be going Trump. Don't fucking pause. Bomb the fuck out of them until they fucking capitulate and cry. And there's only women and old men fucking crying and weeping for their sons.
Matter of fact, shit, I was trying to be with. So, you know, last year, there were a group of, I guess you would say, volunteers or whatnot that went to Palestine. You know, in the name of a humanitarian mission there. And, you know, a few black Americans, and guess what? There was some black Americans led by a Palestinian woman, and there was a black American that pointed out that they was being treated racist. And the woman that led them had the nerve to say, why would you bring that up and these people in the middle of a genocide? How the fuck do you have the opportunity to be fucking racist in the middle of a job? Now, sympathy for suffering of humanity, that's one thing. But it's not reciprocated, a whole nother dynamic there. But those Palestinians, there was racist towards black that's coming over there to bring their ass food and water. You want us to ignore it? You got us fucked up. This ain't that.
As my favorite Clubhouse personality says, my. Hats off to him.
Want my Hormuz Strait opened. Why is it not open?
Get your tough ass over there and open it then.
I voted for a tough ass. No, I didn't vote for him.
Okay. So in other words, then you like the damn Saudi, where then you ain't got no real balls of your own. You think your money gonna make you tough, and you gonna
nigga, my money makes me tough.
Okay, well goddamn, we'll use your money to get over there.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. My money makes me tough, motherfucker. I earn it.
Well, goddamn it, you need to get some more money. You need to get some more money.
Why
you ain't got enough money to get it open. That's why.
So that's what it comes down to.
That's what it comes down
Why
to.
isn't my Hormuz straight open?
Because you ain't got enough money nor nuts to get it open.
Gildas, I'll tell you what, for $1 US, I will personally go over there and open the strait for you. But you can't complain about how I do it or who I lay to waste.
Let me tell you something.
That's a loser bet there, Viking.
Let me tell you something about Buddy Viking. I would love to carpet bomb.
Listen, Viking, you cannot trust a man that ain't got the nuts to defend his own family. This nigga ain't got the nuts to defend his own family, and you think you can trust him?
Why do you speak when I start talking?
You're right. I apologize.
It's all good, brother. You know, I know how it is on the clubhouse streets. I just want to make a statement. I want that mullah out of there. I want that Hormuz Strait open. And I want to do it for $2.99 a gallon. Nigga, you see where I'm coming from?
Do it from your comfort of your own home.
I want to do it for $2.99 a gallon.
I paid $2.92 today. Gildas.
I go to work. I pay my good taxes. They take about 28% of my $200,000 a year.
How much did you pay today, Gildas?
Man, I paid $6.59.
I paid $2.92.
I paid $6.59.
West Texas, baby. Oh yeah.
Get your ass off that West Coast here if that's what you pay.
Get the fuck out of California. You paid all that taxes.
Nah, man, it ain't that easy. You know, I'm trying to move elsewhere, but I like the coast. I like to see the ocean. And there's America.
There's oceans in Texas.
If I want to pay for it.
Yeah.
There's oceans in Texas.
On the count of Newsom.
You know I don't like Newsom.
Yeah, I know.
I hate that motherfucker too.
Half of it is on account of.
But look, something's gonna have to give, man. You can't tell me you're gonna break up the civilization.
Literally half of it.
Get into a 10-point plan based on Iran's ideals.
Hey, Viking, you know what? I got a question with you about that there, right? I have the mindset that Trump, I believe that Israel tried to kill Trump and extorted him with all these cases there. And a part of his strategic maneuvering is that some way he's kind of trying to fall back and let Iran go ahead and give some clapback to Trump. Is that feasible or is that reaching?
I think it's a bit reaching, my friend. I think it's a little bit reaching. I mean, Trump's kind of different. He really doesn't give a fuck. I mean, basically, he says things like, my button works. He's about nuclear weapons to North Korea, who's threatening. So, like, for Israel, I don't know if I can't call him the cuck because he kind of uses them. And right now, I think Trump is actually playing Israel, but the Israelis, they think that Trump is in alignment with them. But I think Trump is just like, I want peace and I want economic prosperity in the Middle East and I want this shit done. That's my overall opinion.
I think the Iranians tried to kill fucking Trump twice. He almost got fucking murdered by a fucking Trinity lover, and he came back in a second time. The first time he came in and tried to negotiate and do the fucking presidential shit, and then the second time when he won, he said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna fix all this shit, and I don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna go down in history as being the man who toppled fucking Venezuela.
Remember now,
He's going to.
Y'all forgetting American history. Y'all forgetting American history. Trump fathered a gangster. And I seen a interview with one of the mafia cats there, right? Trump was building, I don't remember whatever he was building, $20 million, right? And, the mob and the unions, they padded the bill with $2 million. And this dude described it. Trump looked at it. The numbers. He didn't say nothing. But them people went to jail. They knew that they was playing with hot water, but whatever their code is, they went on ahead and had to go to jail for whatever criminal
extortion, whatever it was there. But, you know, a wise man can play dumb. A dumb man cannot play to be wise. And Trump is wiser than we're giving him credit for. I disagree with him mocking Biden when he was going through his whatever, stage eventually, you know what I'm saying? But push that to the side there. You know, Trump is wiser than people give him credit for, but at the same time, you know, as a man,
What up, niggas and wiggers?
you know, when I think Netanyahu was playing games with Trump, and Trump was, figured out that hey, he had to maneuver because they put this man up under 30 or 34 cases there in multiple states there. I think the second election was stolen from that man, and first election when he saying bring industry back to America, and when everything we got saying made in China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Mexico, and this and then the third, Trump was on to something. His strategy
Ain't cut out trade with them too with the trade wars.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we ain't got manufacturing in America, and that's not his fault. That happened up under the Nixon administration there to source out American jobs there. So I think Trump intentions is for America, but he didn't realize once he's into politics, it's not the same when you're outside and you sponsor.
Because there's a whole lot of extra other shit within the decision making that he got to deal with when it comes to even passing laws and doing shit. It's a whole, he looked at it from the business side, but it's still all the logistical shit that I think got to deal with, all the day-to-day shit that I think got to deal with. See what I'm saying? So, yeah. Because like I be telling people, like people act like the world was just fucked up when Trump became the president. Niggas act like America was on the up and up. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like we just, like everything is just his fault. I said, well, the Clinton administration, Bush administration, Obama administration, Biden administration, those last 5 administrations, from what I witnessed from president, from the perspective of the presidents, them niggas ain't did shit for nobody, not for black folk, not for white folk, not for nobody, because everybody went through the recession.
That's smoke detectors, wow.
Yeah, I ain't gonna change that. Big old start work. But look, everybody went through the recession, black and white people. Everybody lost their homes during that time.
And who was responsible for COVID? They want us to focus on China. Israel.
I blame Israel, Obama, and
false flag is one of their specialties there.
I blame Fauci, Obama, Bill Gates, and the World Health Organization.
Be careful on the blaming Israel for COVID, because Israel did something really stupid. They signed an agreement with Pfizer to have them be the primary source for all of their vaccines for 10 years. And that is the first time that has ever occurred in history with a pharmaceutical company to be the sole provider for a nation. And Israel is actually feeling those effects. It was a stupid decision, but I don't honestly think that they could be blamed for COVID.
Are you saying that Israel? Hold on, let me ask a question. Are you saying
Pfizer?
Hold on, wait, Viking. Are you saying that Israel forced the vaccines on their population also?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, they signed a contract saying yes, forced vaccine mandates as well as one type of vaccine. So they, in essence, took the wrong path. They made a massive fuck up.
Whoa, okay, I got new information there. I got to analyze that.
100%. I was just about to say, bro, that's some new shit that I ain't never heard. I gotta look into.
So I'm Israeli, and I can tell you 100% of the population is vaccinated.
Guys, I want to say something about the topic. None of that happened. Iran broke the ceasefire, and the reason for that is that they said as long as Israel is attacking Lebanon, we're not gonna stop because the Hezbollah terrorist group is founded by this regime in Iran. So there will be no ceasefire, and they have given you 10 ridiculous, points that can be.
Sir,
Yeah.
I got the answer. Albert Bulla.
name?
Albert Bulla. I'm going to give you the answer about Pfizer. Albert was the CEO of Pfizer who took over. It's of Jewish ancestry. So there's your fucking answer why. It's not a secret conspiracy. It just happens to be a fucking Jew who worked out a deal with Israel to fucking be the one to provide pharmaceuticals to Israel.
No, because Moderna had issues with Moderna.
Albert Bulla, Rafi, is a Jew. I'm not saying it's bad or conspiratorial. I'm explaining that, Rafi. I'm saying that it's no different than if, a African country
No, sir.
by a fucking Chinese guy and Ghana took over the
There
company.
were 3 major companies. There was Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, who had vaccines that were approved by the FDA, Health Canada, and the European nations.
There are Jews.
And what Brad was talking about is that Pfizer is the single company providing pharmaceuticals and has a fucking agreement with Israel to be the sole provider of pharmaceuticals in Israel.
Yeah,
it's
but
not
they
a fucking conspiracy or that. I'm not being anti-Semitic, you know I'm not. I'm just saying it's no different than it's simply saying like if Pfizer did a sole agreement with the Guyanese government, and then we find out the guy who's running the company that took over is from fucking Ghana, we'd all be like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. Worked out a fucking deal with Ghana to sell pharmaceuticals there.
I'm not arguing that fact, but they forced their population to take that vaccine.
Yeah, Rafi, my point.
Who's the majority shareholder in Pfizer? I bet BlackRock.
But Rafi, my point wasn't that. It was that Israel was the first nation to ascribe and sign a contract with one provider and not allow, what its normal stance was to allow any pharmaceutical company or any medical device company to provide care to its people. It literally locked itself into Pfizer, and they're the first.
They got a really good deal, seeing how the CEO who just took over the company was his.
It has nothing to do with that. If I take fucking gajillion dollars off of it, it's like untold amount of money that's actually going to come fostering through. So, I mean, in between GLP-1, specialty meds, fucking gene and cell therapeutics, and then, of course, the COVID vaccine, the pharmaceutical companies ended up with, like, Pfizer got a sweetheart deal from Israel. And I understand why Israel did it, because they were going based off of the data that they had, the fear-mongering that was going on in the population, and the global response. It just was a shitty deal. They made a mistake. That's all I was saying.
And they did a deal with a guy who just took over a company who happens to be a Jewish ancestry.
Another nuance. It is unfair. Even among every society have disagreements there. And so, in the Jewish community, they have internal differences. To blanket all of the Jews with one paintbrush is unfair.
Oh no, I'm Jewish. I was doing that. I was explaining it away in the sense of it's a Jewish guy who took over the company. Then they did a fucking sweet deal with fucking Israel, and it just happens to turn out that he's Jewish. That kind of shit happens all the time. Rafi would agree.
Yes, but again, Pfizer, if you look statistically, the reverse effects after people started to get Modernas, I remember at the beginning people were getting the Modernas, the Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, they're fucking people up.
They were getting a lot of negative effects on the people themselves. Pfizer had the best results.
Yeah.
General, if you look statistically, if you go down the rabbit hole or whatever you want to call it, Pfizer was the safest one out of all of them.
Rafi, before I search it on ChatGPT, I'm going to bet that BlackRock's majority shareholder.
I know,
That's fucking very fucking fake, baby.
Listen, they have everything, but I'm just saying.
I guarantee it's BlackRock's 40% shareholder, and then it's 25% Vanguard, and then 15% State Street. In BlackRock's majority shareholder in Vanguard, and Vanguard's majority shareholder in State Street is Russian nesting dolls.
I'm just saying.
25 trillion in holding, baby.
When people were getting the vaccines, when they were coming out in limited amounts, and people were like waiting in line, I remember people were avoiding the Johnson & Johnson one because it had like the worst effects. And not too many people were happy with Moderna. I remember Pfizer was like that number one. If we have to get ourselves injected, we're screaming that they want Pfizer. I remember people were always saying like Pfizer was the best one to get injected with out of all this shit that they were injecting. I'm not saying that Pfizer is good either, but Pfizer had the best results out of all that.
Wait, so you got vaccinated?
Me? Myself?
Yeah, you fucking sheep. You got vaccinated?
Did I say that I got vaccinated?
So no, at the time when Israel made the deal, I'm not going to deep dive into it because I had my own problem with the stats back then, and we realized that there's errors with the stats. But the stats did highlight Pfizer being the lead on that, and that's why they also came under fire. Part and parcel of why there's a broad focus on PBMs. Some of you who know me for a long time know that I talk about PBMs occasionally. But that's why Pfizer is actually the one that's like creating that catalyst and their entities and connections with CVS.
Right. Did you guys hear me or no?
No, I was talking.
Oh, dude, I was fucking laughing. Oh my god. Rafi, the top 3 shareholders of Pfizer, Vanguard Group holds 541 million shares. BlackRock is 358 million shares, and State Street Corporation with 300 million shares.
That don't sound right. Are you? Listen, by that dynamic, so there is a school of thought that separate the Zionists from the Jewish community, in that one is trying to have a hostile takeover. And inside of America, maybe a year or two ago, the United States politicians made a law to equate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism one and the same, which is totally wrong.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Zionism is the right of the Jewish people to exist in their indigenous homeland.
That's not necessarily true. Like, Corey, do you believe that all religions have Zionism, or at least the principles and the pillars?
Mecca, Jerusalem,
I'm asking Corey.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let's qualify it. When you saying Zionism, could you then describe what is the right?
Okay, so the expansion of the religion to include all people who don't believe, to force contrition, to expand their belief, their territory, and their hold, as well as their sway into the governance systems that exist around the world based on their religion ideology.
No.
You don't believe that?
On the component of force. Zionism, as I understand it, is a nationalist, a secular nationalist political movement. And so the religious, one other component. The religious aspect on all religions is that you cannot force belief, but you can only compel or cajole it, but not force it.
Okay,
that's the distinction.
So, I'm going to highlight a couple. So Islam does have Zionism in it. The system, the Indians, they have Zionism in their approach. The Chinese in Buddhism has Zionistic approaches. The Japanese, when you had like the samurai and Bushido, that code actually exists under Zionism. They all believed in expansion and adherence to them. And they did it under force, and they did it under power.
But are you calling it Zionism? Because it wasn't Zionism when the...
He tried to describe the principle.
No, he's not what I'm saying.
Principle of Zionism.
That's what I mean.
The principle. And so now, from the Nation of Islam, right? I'm going to address his particular...
I mean, I would throw Christianity in there, right? You would throw that.
I'm giving a live example, meaning I'm literally active, a part of a movement. And we have it in writing. The Final Call newspaper, formerly Muhammad Speaks. We state that a component of reparations is that the United States government should give us 8 to 10 states with an outlet to the sea so we can do international business and trade, and we can have our own jurisdiction, and a referendum should be also allowed for the black people that disagree. They don't have to come. So there's 3 countries on this continent. It can be 4. But to force it in a manner, because in the Quran it says that there's no compulsion in religion. And so we believe and practice that the actions to be the influence, in Indonesia being the largest Muslim country, is a component of proof of concept. But to force it, we don't agree with that, because then we can have hypocrisy in the ranks.
Okay, Corey, but you have hypocrisy in the ranks. You have it occurring in Europe. You have it occurring in the West. You have it occurring over in Asia and in a variety of islands outside of Indonesia. You have it occurring in the Philippines. So if we're aware that currently, despite these nationalities or these nations, their laws, their culture, and all of a sudden now you're saying this must be the way and this is what we demand, you now are using, guess what, force. And if you are using other tactics outside of just like protest or speaking on a street corner with the Quran, and in fact we can highlight cases of this, you're using force or determinants of that, okay, that's Zionism. Nobody's willing to accept it. And like, here, I'll give you one better. Christians did the fucking absolute on the pillars. Christians absolutely use Zionism. They scrubbed the Indian out of people and beat them with a Bible. Like I'm aware of this shit. Like they did it in Africa, like massive amounts. Like don't give a pause. I believe all religions.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So basically, y'all saying
Like the real true Islam, there's actually compulsion.
so Zionism is a practice. I'm asking. I'm saying so. Zionism is the practice of like forcing a type of religion or way of life on the people.
That's my point.
But they put it in the form of different religions, the same thing. I'm asking. I don't know. That's all.
What I'm trying to say is,
Yeah, but Brad,
stop talking rich.
I was just saying
Stop,
the real
stop
true
for a second.
Islam.
Like you can go right after me.
Okay, now
So what I'm saying is the pillars of Zionism. What makes Zionism Zionism, right? The right to exist, the right to force their mandate, the right to do everything that everybody hates, that everybody attributes to Zionism, has occurred in both Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Bushido, fucking space, fucking planets. You know what I mean? So like, just take the word Zionism, remove it from the Israelis, and just say, hey, under Zionism, have these actions occurred other religions? And when you reach the answer yes, then you realize, well, fuck, every religion does Zionism.
Is the
No. Sure. Hold on. Let the brother fuck. I think he had a disagreement.
Oh yeah, I said like the real true Islam actually believes in compulsion, but not the fake.
Okay. Oh, okay. So then that was sarcasm. Okay.
It wasn't sarcasm.
Well. Okay. Well, now
Maybe facetious.
Oh, okay, facetious then. Okay, no problem. No emotions about it. Now, to the brother Red's point there, here's the distinction here. The very, very first people to be called anti-Semitic were Jewish people. There was no other groups, no other races. The actual, as a matter of fact, the 1890, give or take, in that era, over in Germany and whatnot there. So, you know, when you go look at the Bolshevik revolution and so forth there. And so we could even go as far as in there was terrorist attacks by Zionists against Jewish people in Iraq and Iran and other places to force them to go ahead and, capitulate and migrate to Israel to create the state of Zionism. So now the practice, and on down to the brother Vikings point there, the concept is one thing. The practice of execution is a whole nother category there. And so then by that dynamic, I'm going to agree that, and we call it nationalism. That's what we call it. And Zionism is a nationalist movement. Yet they hide behind the cloak of religion. Thus, now we come to the point
No, we admit that we're nationalists. Aren't you a nationalist? Don't you love your country?
And no more. You can disagree with me right after that.
I'm not. We're just conversating.
I know. Listen, I'm about to land. Listen, we're making the same point.
No, just let him talk, and then you can go after him.
And by the way, Israel attacked Iran synagogue yesterday in Tehran. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah,
They destroyed a synagogue in Tehran.
Yes. Well, hey, listen, it's wartime. Things gonna happen that we not gonna like. That we're gonna shed tears and we're gonna smile both ways. But the point that I'm trying to highlight is that, nationalism is a legitimate right and concern. And then how we come about getting to that point is the distinction and theocracy versus democracy there. When you're claiming a religious identity in the name of Judaism and Zionism is secular, if the methodology comes a conflict on how you come about it. And in America, separation of church and state, where the government is to respect all religions, this is a conundrum that we are in, and we're trying to find a solution for peace for everybody. That's the point I want to highlight.
So what's the conundrum, Corey? Can I respond to Corey?
Sure, Shai. I'll go after you.
Thank you. So it's not that big of a conundrum, and as somebody who lives in Israel and lives amongst the religious people and non-religious people, it's not really that honestly a big deal, right? As a matter of fact, you might like it a lot worse if it were a more of a religious movement than a secular movement, because the secular people are willing to say we are willing to deal with within certain secular frameworks than some of the religious people, or depending on the zealousness of them. But you can see, Corey, if you look up the history of Saladin, who I'm sure you're familiar with, in the 1100s, when he fought the Christians and into the Crusades, you see that according to what I looked up, 300 rabbis and 200 Jewish families moved to the land of Israel, right? Focusing mostly in Jerusalem because he allowed them to live in Jerusalem. And you see that they were using the laws of those Jews then, mostly from North Africa and Yemen and places like this, to purchase land. And you see subsequently over the course of approximately up until the 1800s, those same Jews who had then become a part of the Ottoman Empire also using what laws that were available to them to purchase land. And also when the Ashkenazi Jews moved into the land, into the area, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire refused to sell them land, who was helping them to buy land? It was the Sephardic Jews, right? These religious Jews, they didn't know what secularism was. They knew that Herzl was a Jew, and they also had particularist interest in building space because they were dhimmis under the Muslims. They were in segregation under the Christians. They had been killed by the pogroms, and all of this comported into what we call today Zionism, but the same been amongst Jews for approximately 1,000 years since their Jerusalem. Why? Because they were tired of being beaten up by the Muslims and the Christians over the course of 2,000 years. So this is nothing new. It's just something that has a name to it that people don't particularly like because they don't like the feel of it because they believe that it was just the white Jews that were doing it. But if we actually look at the history, we see all of these North African, Yemenite, Uzbeki, Persian Jews flocking to the land by themselves. And yeah, they're made of some of what you said. I guess this conspiracy that the Ashkenazis went to like Iraq or something like this and encouraged them to move to Israel. But there had already been Iraqi Jews in Israel. They'd already been there, right? The person on the King David Hotel was an Egyptian Jew. He left Egypt before the state, before these quote-unquote false flags that people would try to bring up. He brought all of his money from Egypt to Jerusalem and built the biggest hotel in the state. Or it would have been the state, right? It was in the Mandate of Palestine. Why? Because he was a Zionist. He was fully ingrained in the project. In the 1920s, as a matter of fact, I think it was 1920. Uzbeki Jews, you can look it up. Jews from Uzbekistan moved to Jerusalem, built what they call the Uzbeki Quarter, or the Bukharian Quarter. The Bukharian Quarter. Why? Because they were Zionists. They heard that Jews were moving back to Israel, and they packed up all their gold and all their diamonds, because that's what Uzbekis were in the trade for, and their spices. They moved to Jerusalem, bought up a bunch of land to build a neighborhood, and they built it. The same way with the Yemenis who left Yemen. They left Yemen. Why? Because of the orphans decree, where in Yemen they would behead Jewish men after they had children and raise their children as Muslims, and then take their wives as their concubines. So that's why you had in the 1800s a large flock of Yemenite Jews already living there. So it's nothing new. They did it because of protection, because of nationalism, because they wanted to be with their other Jewish people.
Elmo, what's your disagreement, sir?
No disagreement, brother. So you love your country, don't you? Corey?
I love my people, and we are a nation within a nation. I do root for America, but I do acknowledge that we are the children of slaves, and we are contending with fairness with the slave.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So if you're a nation within a nation, who's the president of the nation within the nation?
Currently, Donald J. Trump.
So he's the president of your nation?
I'm finna throw you an alley-hoop. Personally...
Wait, so do you love your country?
I apologize. That's a basketball term.
I accept your apology.
Normally, he voted for Trump. That's what he said.
Listen.
I asked you a yes or no. Corey, hang on. Corey, I asked you a yes or no. Do you love your country?
Listen.
No. Yes or no. Do you love your country? Go ahead.
Less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Do not lead the witness. Okay. I'm finna answer your question.
No, not leading. I asked you if you love.
That's a leading question.
Not at all. Oh, no, it's a yes or no. It's black and white. Black and white. Either you love it or you don't. Now,
I'm asking you to give me 10 seconds patience.
Okay, I'm going to give you 10. Go, because apparently yes or no.
Number one, the Carter Commission report says that there are two Americas, one black, one white. That being said Donald J. Trump, I personally am propagated amongst my people. I see him as an Abraham Lincoln.
Claiming my time. That was your 10 seconds.
Figure. I claim him as an Abraham Lincoln figure.
I guess you don't know if you love your country.
Expression.
That's okay, Corey. Corey, that's okay.
You got it.
I just asked you a yes or no, so you don't know if you love your country or not. But I think most Americans love their country. So out of curiosity, do Jews also have a right to a country or not so much? Are we the only people that don't deserve? Does everybody deserve a country?
Whoa. Now you see why I qualify.
Red.
Please, Brother Red.
How about the question? Because you have a lot of information.
Please.
Corey,
hey, listen. No. Hold on.
About Zionism.
We got a problem. Hold on.
Corey, no, you hold on. I was talking. You already had your...
Norman, be intellectually honest and stop being intellectually dishonest. Stop being a bad, interlocutor.
He's saying that it's a country within a country, but currently they don't have a president for their country within a country. So he supports the of the country, and he also believes in his country within a country.
We were having such a great conversation.
So don't use
The gentlemen in the room were just so wonderful. I was just giving flowers to everybody.
you're wonderful.
That was doing such a wonderful. It was just wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Why interrupting?
So all I'm asking is it for continue to have that dialogue.
Yeah, I was just asking Norman to be
peaceful flow, if it's possible.
Norman's being
So
acceptable.
I'm gonna. So if thank you. Please, Rich. I don't need extra though, right? But you're. Thank you. All right. Now Elnormo's gone. I wanted Elnormo to be able to get his time out and just get out, and then we can have a response.
Let's all condemn the Israelis for attacking a synagogue in Tehran 2 days ago. That was an anti-Semite attack by the Zionist regime against the synagogue.
Your article already debunks your own bullshit, so
It's
like
not bullshit.
it literally cites in the article.
And the Jews don't build their own country.
Israel that says that.
And the world going for you, Soren.
Corey, I want to go back to what Norm was saying to you because Soren wants to like highlight some fucking bullshit.
Thank you.
So Corey, I want.
Because you think Soren's been getting paid.
Abby, can you hold up a second, please? Thank you. So, Corey, I understand we have our issues at home in the U.S. I know it. I recognize it. I see it. I know the history. I know a lot. We have a lot to work through. It's only been 100 years. I get it. We're going to have to go through probably another 100 until we kind of find some quasi peace where, you know what, everybody's over this and we can kind of move forward. I get that. But I can tell you this. If somebody else came to your house and you said, Brett, I need your help, I need to defend it, I can promise you I would stand shoulder to shoulder and I would make their mothers cry with what I did to those men that came to affect you. This nation has its problems. Absolutely. There's corruption. We all struggle. We have first world problems. We have third world problems in some parts. I get it. But however, when it comes to other nations, I absolutely do not care. You can call me a racist. You can call me a nationalist. I don't really care, but I care for all of my Americans. Absolutely. I do not give a shit about skin color. I don't give a shit about any of that. All I care about is, are you an American or otherwise? And if you're otherwise, if you're someone like a Soren who just wants to like, oh, you guys need to, you guys all need to die, I'm going to go and say, you know what? Corey deserves to live. I'm going to put my ass on the line, and I'm going to go send Soren to go meet whatever sky daddy he believes in, and however many goat virgins he wants to have, he's going to go visit that, because I'll be damned if anybody is going to take one fucking hair from your head and fucking claim victory, because that will never happen under my watch while I'm alive. And I expect the same way as you, and I know this is true because when I came down visiting Texas in Hill Country and it flooded out and there was this massive flood and all these camps and all these people were missing and these children, you know what happened? There was black, there was white, there was Asian, there was a shit ton of Americans down there poking through mud, sifting through heat, getting bit by bugs, fucking racing to try to find and rescue people. And I know one thing about Americans, we will absolutely bond together if something happens to us outside of this. We have our problems, we have our internal fights, but God forbid anybody else just interferes with that. I swear we will put more than a boot up your ass.
Right. Oh, can I just say something to Corey real fast? I agree with the sentiment in the sense that I'm a huge Zionist, and I know that a lot of the Jews are going to get mad at me about what I'm about to say. But if it came down between a war between the United States and Israel was in the wrong, and say they were like, you know, like Hamas, I'm saying, like, if that were to happen, I'd be rooting for the United States to carpet bomb fucking Tel Aviv. Like, I can't fucking stand when I hear Americans that are like, oh, I support the United States and Israel, but well, who do you support more? Well, I support Israel more. It's like, well, go fucking live in Israel. Like, go up your U.S. citizenship, go be an Israeli citizen, and go fuck yourself. You know, like, if you're gonna be an American, then support America.
Right.
And to what Viking said, like my little brother right now, he stays in North Carolina, and maybe a year or so ago, you know, I don't believe the United States will be invaded. I mean, that's suicide mission off the muscle to even consider, crossing that ocean and invade.
What do you mean by invade, Corey? What's your thought about what's invading to you?
Except for invade.
Yeah, but what do you mean by invade? Like, how do you? What's an invasion?
Another country,
right,
is gonna cross the waters,
right,
and put their boot on this soil.
Right. Do you think that hasn't happened?
Hold on.
I'm just curious. No, I don't. Like, what do you mean? Like a big troop, like a boat full of people, or like one or two? No. Explain the invasion.
No.
No. What's an invasion, babe?
You wait till I finish you ask your question
I
after.
asked my question.
Well, hold your question, and you can ask that later. I asked. It doesn't matter. I'm not finna answer your question and interrupt my train of thought.
So
hold your goddamn. Shut the fuck up and hold your thought and ask your question later. Goddamn, I just did that. Wait for your fucking answer. I'm not finna answer your fucking question. As I was fucking saying. Now, my little brother, we had this conversation and he gave me a few different pointers about military states. Him being in North Carolina, and we from Chicago.
Abby Pizza.
And so now, and he gave me a little rundown about it there. He did 10 years in the Marines already, and I've seen the veteran PTSD crash out. That's why I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say that, It is a paradox how we have to deal with this here. There are politicians that are full of shit, and there are politicians that is trying to figure out what they can best do on the situation. And that dynamic exists in every freaking country. In every fucking country.
So what's an invasion,
now,
Corey?
My point is that to the brother Vikings' point about that is that when I say that I see Donald Trump as an Abraham Lincoln type figure, that is that Abraham Lincoln and Donald Trump both acknowledge the paradox of we're here. Fuck how we got here. This is where we are at. And we acknowledge that there are some things that was wrong and how we get to resolve it. Okay, that's a process.
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the show?
Young lady, your question is not important.
The slaves got freed.
Your question is not important.
How was the show, Mrs. Lincoln?
Listen here.
That's
a relevant interjection. No, that is because Abraham Lincoln there were 5 states allowed to keep their slaves if they sided with the Union. To his point, that there's some relevant interjection there. But in the whole encompass there, Lincoln also the 40 acres and a mule by executive order. And also in that same process.
Yeah, but he was different about slaves. He didn't really care.
No,
it was all about beating the Confederacy.
Oh,
Sorry.
Because he's going to keep interrupting Corey.
Yeah, I really, Rich, please.
Can I say one joke real quick?
Rich, you gotta just
Alan was a lot.
But the whole point is that we have disagreements there, and a hidden component is that just because you're the president, as Abraham Lincoln bear witness, and you're trying to resolve it, when I mentioned earlier, is it right with me? I don't want to butcher his name. The Israeli Prime Minister that got assassinated.
It's not going to be.
Yes, sir. That brother. that got assassinated for trying to resolve the conflict there. There are always these hidden components that are the true radicals that is just dogmatic and not respecting the collective. We have to, in every dynamic, we deal with this here. And so, that being said there, there is still a process where, like Viking said there, there's an acknowledgement. You're not finna bring your ass over here from China to America the same way I'm not finna let your ass come from Mecca and you thinking, my Muslim brother, fuck you, my grandma, my granddad Christian. You're not finna play that card with us.
But so, Corey, they're on our soil. They've come over.
Did you hear what
so
I just
when
said?
I asked you what an invasion was, they're
from,
on our soil, babe. They've already attacked
Mecca
our soil.
And finna sit up here and touch a Christian or a Jew. And I'm saying this as a man with soldiers up under my authority, and I'm up under authority. In every fucking nation, there are different religious, sexual, and political persuasions in it.
What's the sexual part? Could you tell me that part?
If you don't know it, then you ain't intelligent enough to be asking that there. But the point is that we are kinfolks there that got differences. You are not finna divide and conquer and exploit that there. We're gonna beat your ass and we're gonna get back to arguing about what we disagree with and handle it as kinfolks there. And if you don't understand that, fuck you, your mama, your daddy, and your kids. We're gonna kill all you motherfuckers that is threatening our fucking rights.
I think Abby's pointing out the fact that there are sleeper cells in America, and they are there for radical destabilization purposes, propaganda, right? Propagandizing.
They've also attacked our soil. We've been attacked by. We have been already attacked by foreigners. And Alan, you could take this if you want. This invasion. That's why I asked, can you define invasion? Because invasion has occurred, and.
Well, here's the thing, Corey.
Wait. We just had. I'm just getting one little example. No, it's okay, Alan. You can take it right from me. A little example. You just had somebody in Michigan who now the FBI, after they opened up the investigation, the guy that decided to drive his car into a synagogue, it doesn't. Just not someone that just happens to have relatives in Hezbollah. He was radicalized by Hezbollah. So you have people that just happened. You have two dudes that got radicalized in Pennsylvania that went up to try to blow up Gracie Mansion with bombs. I mean, we could cite example after example. We've been invaded. They're on our soil. We had the director of the FBI under the last administration testify in Congress that they're here and they're woken up and they're only getting worse. So to say no foreign country would come and invade, Iran has already tried to invade on our soil. They've tried to assassinate our president, tried to assassinate members of the cabinet, secretaries in the cabinet. They've tried to attack Americans on American soil. That's a foreign nation coming in and invading. So to say no one would have the balls to come here, they've already come here. They've already tried. Alan, go.
I mean, Corey, if you want to fight, that's okay. I would just advise you, don't be surprised if people fight back. Because the current narrative around reparations and with other groups seems to be, well, all these bad things happen to us. So we get to do bad things to you, and you don't have the right to fight back. And you have to take it. And I don't think people are going to take it. Just a hunch. And the other thing I would say is, as far as reparations in this country, I was cleaning out all of my phone and I was, looking up and I had all these memes. And one of them was how that the Arab slave trade was 50 times larger than the slave trade here in the United States. So if you're really looking for financial compensation, I might suggest go to Saudi Arabia and go to the Middle East and go to them and try to get money from them, because they've got deeper pockets than the people here in the United States. And just on the last note, you know, it's interesting because another thing I just saw as I'm cleaning out all these pictures was, and this has happened often, that the argument is made, well, Jewish people got reparations, and so, you know, as African Americans, we should get reparations for slavery. Well, I think that's a fair argument. But Jewish people after World War II, the total payments they received, I forget the number, it's either between $200 and $300 billion. And in the United States, I went through the calculations, African Americans have received $11 trillion of financial support, what one might deem as reparations, in one form or another since the 1960s. So I kind of think, you know, if you're using that argument, I think reparations have been paid. I think we are done.
Alan, did the Armenians get reparations from Turkey?
Listen carefully. I think we're done.
Well, sir, listen, I'm not going to argue the reparations of my people on this stage. And I would only say that you are definitely mistaken on that latter point that you made. That being out the way, recently, and I believe it was Houston, there was a man from Senegal, and of course, you know, this is the different dynamics where the nuance you kind of misunderstand there. Where there was a man that went and shot up a bar and grill from Senegal, black man from Senegal, and of course my people, we have a delineation movement, and so whether we call ourselves, number one, African American, you know, if you call me that, I won't hold it to you. I'm not an African American, just off the muscle.
Where did your people
stop. Listen.
No, where did
stop. That's not.
They didn't come from this country.
Sir, I did not.
I can't
make
have
that
a
statement
conversation
to give you license.
Yeah.
Sir, I didn't make that statement to give you license. I just made that statement to give you understanding.
Yeah.
I am born, sir.
I
Do not presume you know more than what you believe you know, or that you understand my thinking or our thinking as a people. I gave that statement to give you understanding. I am born in the 70s. The term African American come in 80. Stop. Don't do that. Because if you Jewish and I try to tell your ass that you're not the real children of Israel, you would get offended. So let's not go down that route, and let's keep it cordial and diplomatic. I don't give a damn, but you get the gist. Now, my point is that the term African American, I am from a people that is enslaved, oppressed, and up under a tyrannical system there. And so if you don't know the history, then I get that. But don't act like you know the history or that you get to speak and I'm white and I say so. Now, I'm not African American. Because when I was born, that's not on my birth certificate, that's not on my mother's birth certificate, not on my father's, my grandfather's, nor my grandmother's birth certificate. If you can't understand it by that dynamic, you are disingenuous and you don't have intellectual integrity. Moving forward, I didn't interrupt you. That being said, this Senegal man that shot up a fucking bar and grill of fucking civilians, even if it wasn't civilians and had a fucking property of Allah sweater on him, and then somehow he's supposed to represent what? Islam or black people or black people that are Muslims. Neither is the case there. Now, when you talk about somebody muting me. We also got footage of military-age Asian men crossing the border. Somebody muted me there, but that damn dude that did that bullshit there, Hell no. That don't work. No, we ain't. That's not our way. And then, if it's a bar and grill, this is where the racism goes to. You mean to tell us that we don't have our own kinfolk that is at bar and grills with white people, and this damn idiot go shoot up a fucking, which means that if it's Viking of my family or me a Viking there, you know what I'm saying? You still fucking with it. If you're not comprehending that there, meaning that, damn it, in Nashville, we had a knucklehead and a black American at a Waffle House. This on the damn, what's it called? Active shooter, that's the term. So don't sit up here and purport to speak on behalf of a dynamic with the nuances. Speak for your side and your position.
What's the
there.
dynamic with the new songs?
When it comes to America, when it comes
Have
to
you been to a
America,
Waffle House, Alan? And Chai wants to respond too, so wait, let's,
well,
we could been to a Waffle House.
Yeah, let Shy speak.
I just wanted to, hello. I just wanted to speak to what Corey was saying. Corey, I think that eventually Black Americans are going to have to decide between their loyalties between being American and supporting the ideas of brown people around the rest of the world. And I'll put it this way. As much of the issues as our ancestors have had in America as the descendants of slaves, right? We as Black Americans in many ways have had it better than people who were slaves in other countries and their descendants. And most of I learned this recently actually. Iran made it forbidden for the Black Iranians who were the descendants of slaves to even count themselves, to know how many of them there were. They just assimilated. Most of the Muslim world, the Arab world, outside of Persia, also did the same thing. It's a taboo. It's illegal for them to write books about their slavery, to count themselves as slaves, to hold their governments and their compatriots accountable, even in the name and the face of Islam, right? China, most of these countries, by the way, ended slavery once they were colonized by the British, because the British forced them to end slavery. Otherwise, you would still have, Black Fatima and Ahmad over there, like being slaves. I mean, in some countries they are. They still are. In Libya, for example, they still are Black slaves to the quote-unquote Arab Muslim majority. This is Black Americans in many ways have had it a lot better because they were immediately after the slavery ended in America allowed to count themselves, allowed to organize themselves, allowed to speak out against the government. Your leader, right, can stand in front of the White House and say that America and account all of America's atrocities towards our people and tell them that they can fuck themselves without fear of any sort of repercussions.
tell it to Dr. King and Malcolm X. You know not what you're talking.
Excuse me, Malcolm X was killed by...
Tell it to Dr. King,
Malcolm X was killed by Malcolm X was killed by the Nation of Islam itself. And Dr. King, his father, if I'm not was killed by a Hebrew Israelite, a radicalized Hebrew Israelite. And we have to be honest about these things, right? We have to be honest. We have to be honest as Black Americans that in many ways we have it a lot better than most people who are the descendants of slaves because they were never allowed to count themselves. They were forced into disappearing. Their entire ethnic heritage and identity were erased. Black Americans were able to at least reorganize themselves.
Corey, you're gonna get your chance to speak. Please let
And
me
I'm
finish.
still waiting to respond.
And also wanted to point out that the Armenians who were also genocided were never, Turkey has never acknowledged that they genocided them, and they did not get reparations for being genocided. And, these are facts of history, and I think Black and brown Americans have to make the decision whether they're going to be loyal to America or to like the plight of other brown people who don't necessarily share their interests but are using their sensibilities against the nation of America.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, no, Corey. Corey. I'm not speaking about your people. I made it very clear. I'm speaking about the rest of us. We're not giving you any. The other message was, if, and I know you don't, I've spoken to you enough on these stages to know you're not advocating violence. I didn't take what you said as a threat of violence. I took it as, if we're pushed to the wall, etc., etc. I get that. All I was saying, again, not speaking from your perspective, from my perspective, it's, don't be surprised that people fight back. And I say that because there is a sense of, which I personally find detestable, this sense of victimhood that, well, people were mean to us, so you have to let us be mean to you. When the earlier discussion, all of that, yes, Jewish people have a right to defend themselves. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. Black people have a right to defend themselves. Everybody does. But to claim, well, you can't fight back because we're right and you're wrong, everybody in every war on every side has said that throughout human history. We're right, you're wrong, and we want to fight you and kill you in war. So that kind of defense just does not, as a justification for anything, doesn't hold water. That's my only point. Now, what you want to accomplish politically, well, that's another subject. I won't get into that now. But that was my only point.
Okay, few misunderstandings. Some of them sincere, some of them not. I'm gonna deal with Shy first. The simple fact that the disrespect to try to tell us how to interpret our pain and injustice, to say that there's other people that allegedly had it worse, even if that was true. That is to suggest, in my people's culture terms, nigga, accept this shit. With devil cracker, we don't accept this shit. And whether you respect it or not, that's what the fuck you up against. Whether you accept it or not, that's what the fuck you up against. We not accepting it. Moving forward. Now, Donald Trump is presently saying the 14th Amendment, when I say that we see him as an Abraham Lincoln figure, he's challenging the 14th Amendment, where outsiders are benefiting affirmative action, DEI, and the 14th Amendment have not benefited Black Americans. Here's the overcast of Black Americans. We are up under the category of actual, not the $5 Indians, not the $5 Indians. Native Americans, freedmen, American Indians, African Americans. These are the different, there's no other group of people. We also was called Negro, colored. And when we tell you, and I'm telling your ass, you don't speak for us. I am speaking on behalf of our people. So fuck your opinion, because my words have an army behind me. Whether we win or not, casualties is guaranteed on both sides.
You know, there's no reason to be rude, Corey.
Corey,
Let's keep it nice.
what on the 14th Amendment specifically are you referencing? Could you be specific and cite what part of the 14th Amendment and recite it? Tell me.
We'll deal with that at another point.
No, well, you cited the reference of the 14th Amendment.
Get priority. Your white privilege privilege, I get it.
Oh,
You're used to that.
I have green privilege tonight. But
I was addressing Shy, and I'm
But you
addressing.
cited the 14th Amendment. Could you explain the 14th Amendment to
you
the...
can wait your turn. White people always want to butt the line, like the immigrants.
I'm green.
Illegal
My picture?
immigrants.
I'm green.
Now, well, that's cool. Now, nonetheless, so now, that being said, now, to the point of...
What's in the 14th Amendment?
To the point of Brother Allen, is that, there has been negotiations. People have not read
Jesus Christ, can we hear from somebody else, please? Nobody wants to hear this guy for 8 hours. It's annoying. Everybody in the chat said,
I want someone to teach me about the 14th Amendment. Bima,
she's an attorney. She's going to wreck you, Corey.
I need to know what part you want to hear. What section of the 14th?
I don't know. I'm questioning what he's citing. That's why. Maybe you could speak.
Or maybe you can ask Donald Trump what did he mean by that the 14th Amendment was meant for the children of slaves.
What else was the 14th Amendment meant for?
Go ask Donald Trump. He the one challenging it.
It's actually not who drafted it.
Roya has her eye on everybody.
I actually have a real I'm so sorry. I do have a question, Abby, about the 14th Amendment because this came up recently and I am so curious because you're a professional in this field. When it says in the 14th Amendment, when it says all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside, what does "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof" mean?
It's a really good question because you're a smart girl that you picked up on that. So that particular provision was added in by a legislator he was a senator from Michigan. His last name was Howard, and he actually drafted that provision. So part of the arguments that were in front of the Supreme Court and what's being determined on the birthright case is what does jurisdiction thereof mean? Are you subject to the jurisdiction of where your domicile is, read the sentence before it. What does the sentence before it say?
Oh, that's the first sentence.
So, but read the words before subject to the jurisdiction.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction.
Okay, so would you be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States if you're subject to the jurisdiction of another nation? And you're born in the United States, but are you subject to the U.S. jurisdiction, or are you actually a citizen and domiciled in another nation, so you wouldn't be subject to our jurisdiction? So that's what they're trying to tear apart. It's a very nuanced term, and I had said this in a room before that for any law, you have to look at legislative intent and what was happening at the time and what was being, what were the speeches on the floor of Congress? What were they intending when they drafted that provision? And you have to take a look at it. There's a lot of treatise and law review articles written just about those words.
I didn't have to ask you about legislative intent.
Just one second, Corey.
At that point, was immigration an issue at that point in history?
No, not
Objection, Your Honor.
I just want Rich, what did I say?
I yield.
I swear to God, you two are like that married couple. I can't take it, Bima. You and Rich.
I have a message from Maria. Rich, keep her name out of your dirty mouth.
No, we ain't gotta go that far.
So anyway, Bima, we could do a whole room on it.
Yeah, I love that.
It's what's being litigated now. It's really what's up. Yeah, I mean, that particular clause is so much of what this birthright issue is.
Can you unpack the 1905 Chinese Immigration Act?
I could talk about 1905 Jacobson
I mean,
versus
in my apartment, is it
Massachusetts.
1905? But
That's not the, it's
I may be off on the
1866.
year.
Do you want to talk about the 1866 Act?
Well, now, that would be more. That would be what? Listen,
But we can talk about, you know what else happened in,
Hold on, Abby.
who was our president in 1905? Who was president in
Is it James
1905?
Monroe? Is it James
No.
Monroe?
1905 was the miracle year in which Albert Einstein published the theory of relativity.
No, listen. Hold on. What? Her asking
Did he
who was the
carry a
president.
big stick in 1905?
Hold on. She's deflecting.
I'm not
James,
deflecting.
I mean, Abby. I'm about 90% certain it was James Monroe. Though I could be mistaken.
Corey, did you learn this in the library in
Hold on.
prison?
Hey, brother, fuck. Move.
I just asked if you learned it in
There's
the library
an
in prison.
anti-Chinese. Matter of fact, it was 1910. I'm not Googling.
No, the library in prison.
Listen here. I'm before Google. So we had to
My dear, my favorite U.S. president was the fucking president in 1905, and he walked softly and he carried a big fucking stick.
I don't know.
You better know who that was, because he was a great president.
He doesn't know.
The Bull Moose Party, and you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer. I don't have to fucking Google it.
I don't remember, Abby. Listen,
Well,
you remember.
don't look at Mount
reading
Rushmore
it in
because
the
it's there.
Hey,
Go to Mount Rushmore. You can figure out who the president was. And by the way,
Jailbird educated.
yeah.
Listen.
It's a good hotel, too.
Move to the side there. Listen, the gist of my question is, I'm thinking it might have been 1910 or 1905, but nonetheless, there is an anti-Chinese immigration act.
Yeah, she said that was from the 1860s.
That's the one against MSG,
Hold on.
It's a different one.
Listen, if I gotta Google it, I will Google it.
Yeah, it was the Chinese guy
Theodore
that got
Roosevelt
granted
was the
citizenship.
president in 1905.
Yes, I said it was my favorite president. And then in 1910 was Taft. I mean,
When was
did
the
you not memorize?
anti-Chinese
Did you
immigration
memorize the presidents when you were in middle school?
I did. That was so funny.
Wasn't that fun to do?
Yeah, it was.
Well, yeah, I'm a black man.
Well, black men memorize presidents too.
Yeah, plenty of black men learned this.
Memorizing a black man is not a hobby. What year was the anti-Chinese immigration act?
That was in the early 1900s.
Matter of fact, 1905, I think, was the Mann Act against Jack Johnson.
Do you know what the Mann Act is? Have you violated the Mann Act?
You're deflecting, Abby.
Have you violated the Mann Act?
I asked you a question. Well, number one, hold on.
You think he might be guilty of violating the Mann Act? What do you think, guys?
Abby, he doesn't like attorneys because you don't.
Mike, what are you saying, Mike? Alan?
For Corey, anti-Chinese things, 1882 under Monroe.
It's the 1800s, not 1900s.
Yeah, he doesn't like attorneys. He went to prison.
Chester Arthur. Anti-Chinese Immigration Act is 1882 under Chester Arthur on May 6, 1882. That's what he's referring to.
Okay, well, but the root of it is, all of it is after the 14th Amendment, and I do not date, sleep, or even entertain white women, so I would never be guilty of the Mann Act.
The Mann Act is any kind of girl. You just got to take the girl across state lines.
What's the matter with white women?
Well, that's science, obviously. Everyone knows.
And the motivation of that, or the legislative intent, was that of Jack Johnson beating white men ass and marrying white women. And that's why they made that. And then what's this blues player that was also, but that's another conversation there. But the point being is that the Immigration Act came after the 14th Amendment.
The Mann Act has a lot to do with prostitution.
The Anti-Immigration Act came after the 14th Amendment, which then gave it credence that the 14th
Put a
Amendment
legal
was
sexual
not.
act.
Abby, I would like
Mann Act, it's sexual acts.
Corey, expertise. Hold on, Maximus. Hold on. Maximus.
You know who got convicted of the Mann Act? Didn't P. Diddy go down for the Mann Act?
Do
Did
not
P. Diddy
deflect.
go down for the Mann Act? Someone can correct me on that.
Maximus, do not deflect. The point of the gist is this.
Is that I don't like white people.
Johnson like white women, not black women.
Immigration Act.
P. Diddy went down on the Mann Act. Am I wrong? Someone Don't correct me on that.
14th Amendment, the
But he got
immigration
convicted of the man
laws came after the 14th Amendment, which then would give at least an argument that the 14th Amendment was not for immigrants if the immigration acts come after, the immigration laws come after the 14th Amendment, then that would give legal, at least argument for consideration that the 14th Amendment was not meant for immigrants if we have immigrant laws after the 14th Amendment on the legislative intent purpose. Abby, you a better legal scholar than
I agree with
myself.
them. Wait, hold on. I actually agree with them. The 14th Amendment is not for immigrants.
14th Amendment is to bring the due process and equal protection into the states. That's the legislative intent behind the 14th Amendment. It brings the rights of the equal protection and it applies it to the states. That's the 14th Amendment.
So then the immigrants that have been using it as a, what they call it, anchor babies. That's the term. Where the Chinese, they got hospitals. The Chinese got hospitals over here where they birth their women come over here pregnant from China. They birth them, take their behind back to China.
Just remember Saipan.
And then all of a sudden they're U.S. citizens and they have no loyalty to the country.
They go to hospitals in
And
Saipan.
that's what Donald Trump is challenging, when we have these non-American influence persons among us that are citizens illegitimately.
It sounds like Corey and Abby actually agree.
How do you know that they're not loyal?
Can we move on?
I feel like there was the law and the jurisprudence and the court
Hey, Mods,
cases.
can we move on from this convo?
Yeah, I mean, hey Naveen.
What's up, Abby? How are you?
I'm good. When are you coming to the Navy Yard? We gotta talk about that.
I'm definitely coming April 19th. I'll be there for a few
I
days.
will be there then. Okay.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
No,
sorry.
May
April-
19th.
Yeah, April 19th. I'm in DC for a few days.
I'm in DC April. Wait, I gotta look at my calendar. Now I'm confused.
I'm
No.
in Paris right now, but I'll be in
May 19th.
May 19th. You're where? You're in the Navy Yard?
I'll be in the Navy Yard that week.
Philly.
Yeah, and DC. I have to be in both.
Yeah. So I'll
Just setting this up. Let's set it up. We'll talk on it.
you got my contact info.
I do.
Let's see if we can meet. I mean, I will be in DC though the 19th. So if you're around DC on
I
April
will be.
19th.
I have legislators that are gonna meet. Okay.
April 19th. Okay, let me know that.
Oh,
3-4 days.
Moderators,
Very
can we
nice.
let Hussey talk? Hussey said he disagrees in the poll.
I see. You want to take a share?
Yeah, go ahead, Hussey.
Sorry guys. I just wanted to talk about your answer. I got drafted into the what's the name of it? Citizenship loyalty. Loyalty. I don't know. So I'm just what's the name of it?
Functionally retarded.
Confused. Yeah, thank you. That's too maybe. I'm just confused that someone would like take on the American citizenships that forces you to pay 10% federal income tax wherever you are, and then call these people not loyal. This is weird. They would just give up their citizenship. It's also one of not
Where
the
can you
best
pay 10%? Wait. Where can we pay 10% on federal income tax? Please tell me how to do that.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Dave.
He's not an American.
Right, but we don't pay 10%. We don't pay 10%.
I can explain it.
So
It's
where?
Rudy?
Hussey, where do you live? Canada or something?
I can answer.
What do you pay in income tax in Germany?
Like 60%.
49%.
They're gonna send you back to Syria.
Thank
But
you.
Did you just say 49%?
Answering it.
Terrorists.
Maybe the rest of you would like to answer.
Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Muhammad
I
is.
don't know who's talking. Anyways, thank you. The answer is the IRS doesn't care how you make your money, whether you did it legally as an employee of a company, or whether you're a criminal and you're running drugs or alcohol. They don't even care if you're a hooker. There is code in the IRS on what hookers can and cannot deduct as legitimate expenses. If you earn money in this country, no matter what your status, what you do, you have to pay the IRS.
They just want to know about it.
The answer to that question.
Why that for the people
We
that back
can
out?
test your loyalty to this country as to whether or not you entered this country by respecting its laws in the manner in which you entered. If you come in here illegally, we can reasonably assume you don't respect our laws and you don't respect the other people who respected the laws and came in here illegally. So yes, we'll take your money and then we'll kick your ass out when we find you. That's how that works. Thank you.
Alan, there's another nuance to this.
There is no nuance to it.
Immigrants
There
among
is no
us.
nuance to it.
No,
you've Cussie, maybe you should learn federal tax and then come back and talk to us.
No, I'm talking about citizenship. I'm not talking about earning money.
No, you're from Germany. You don't even know how much we pay in taxes.
No, he's actually from Syria.
Fucking retard.
So he's going to go back to Syria.
Do they pay jizya there?
Underscore of what Alan said is that in that same dynamic, there are immigrants among us that are taking US dollars and exporting them outside to other countries, which means that not only are they hindering the economic process, the political process there, they have disdain and a lack of appreciation in the same fucking breath. And we supposed to tolerate that.
So Corey, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When I was saying that we are gonna have to like deal with this thing between loyalties, we can deal with our issues with like the history of America separately than create loyalties with people who also don't have our national and personal interests at heart. And you just highlighted exactly what the intent of my statement was. It wasn't just like black people have to sit and take it, the history of whatever America is or has done. But we have to reconcile with that thing. We have to, because our loyalty is to our nation, right? First and foremost, as well as our people and the history within that. But all Americans have to reconcile with that history.
One thing,
without a country, without America, nothing will ever happen.
No, I'm sorry, but you misunderstood me, guys. I'm talking about the citizenship of USA. You need to pay taxes even if you are outside the US.
But you get when you're outside, when you're a citizen outside the U.S., you get a deduction against the other taxes that you're paying. So there's a formula. I mean, I've had to do this. There's a formula that you get it's an offset when you pay the foreign tax against your U.S. income tax bill, but you still have to pay your U.S. taxes. You just get an offset.
That's only if you make over a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
If you don't make a certain amount of money, then you report your taxes.
Yeah, I mean you report them, but you get an offset. I mean, this is a federal law.
I don't think I heard your assessment on why Donald Trump challenge to the 14th Amendment is his challenge. What is your assessment on why Donald Trump is challenging the interpretation of the 14th Amendment?
I mean, I think he's challenging the citizenship clause of the birthright.
I think both would actually agree on that.
But I'm going to go with co-counsel and let my co-counsel Naveen answer that.
So objection. Overruled. So I think it's important people understand this, right? Most countries in the world basically say if you show up to our door and let's say husband and wife show up to our door and have a child, if you have no right to the land, in other words, you're not a permanent resident, UK has this law. If one of the parents is not a permanent resident or a citizen, right, the kid born has to apply for citizenship to the home country of one of those parents. The minute one of those parents attain that level of citizenship, then the kid automatically gets a birth certificate in that. So I have cousins that are originally from countries like India and other places who went to UK and they're living there and they still haven't gotten their permanent resident. They have kids. The kids are Indian citizens, and one of them is going to be getting their permanent residency later this year. And they're like, oh, as soon as that happens, the government, basically you apply, the government guarantees your kid will get a birth certificate. So there's a record of birth, but a record of birth of a foreign child. And that's it. And so the point is that you're putting into our system more people and more people to take care of that may not even pay back. In fact, a lot of the people may have the intent to go back to their country, right? And say, hey, I'm just going to and I know many people who come back. Sorry?
And have went back to their country.
Correct. They've gone back with the kid who's an American citizen who now has the rights to, and the parents are like, we did that for our kid. We came there and did the whole thing so that our kids can have a bright future and they can get Social Security in the future and they can get all these things taken care of and they'll get the protected. And so basically you're using it as a way to say, hey, I want to give freedom to my kid in the future. Sure, but it's a strain on the system. It's more people that have to be taken care of that aren't paying into the system. You don't deserve to stay here. You're not choosing to stay here. You just came to, visit the parks in America or go to Disney. Oh, I happen to, have a kid. I happen to be pregnant when I came and I didn't tell anyone. And, and that's it, right? So that kind of thing is not explained, and it's happening a lot. Birth tourism, they call it. Chinese nationals are doing that a lot, and there's actually a huge population of born Chinese people that actually have allegiance to China, and they've actually said it, and that many of them have gone back to China and are living there but are U.S. citizens. Amazing. So, those are things that that need to be rectified. Look, no one is saying that, we want to undo
1.3 million Chinese over the last 23 years.
Yeah, and nobody here.
They're all living in mainland China. They've never even been in the U.S. except for like the first 2 days of birth.
Correct, and nobody here.
And they can all sway the elections in the future.
No, nobody is saying here that we want to go in and round up every single one of them and kick them out. I mean, I don't know how that works from an administrative standpoint and from a legal standpoint, but the fact is we need to nip it in the bud now and stop it, and then figure out what do we do about all these people that implement it. Is it retroactive birthright?
Well, let me ask you, Brother King and Abby, the real issue is them being in political and academic and other influential positions to make and guide policies for the country. That's the real undercurrent about that there. Am I reaching with that dynamic there where we get, whether it's an AOC, Ileana Omar, I forget this other, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is the real threat to that there, because now we cannot leave off, when we're dealing with politics, cultural values and ethnicity, and in America, that being the black-white dynamic, you know what I'm saying? That's a real thing there. But in that process there, the Republic, for example, the Republican Party was started by white men, just a shot over the bow. But midst of our disagreements, we find commonality. People coming from across the waters, and it's a free-for-all. But then, how do we balance that thing out? With loyalty to state, how would say, well, I don't want to say God and country, but loyalty to the nation. To the nation.
Have y'all heard this story about these billionaires, like to what you guys are talking about?
Well, you're talking about the damn lobbyists there, but before we get to the
talking
lobbyists,
about just getting bored, bringing people in to have their babies here.
No,
is that what you're talking about, Mike?
The story about there's these, I think someone mentioned the Chinese nationals and stuff. They're billionaires from not just China but other countries. They have surrogates in America, right? Yeah. And they're required. This blew my mind. This story just came out. They're required to have a minimum of 100 surrogates. So now you got Chinese billionaires. I think it's like $200,000 per surrogate, right? So they pay 100 women to have 100 kids. And now we're talking about billionaires from all over the world. And now it's like, holy shit, forget about the political stuff and the influence they have when the kids get older and blah, 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 blah. Just think about that for a second. Like, we're talking about a single person, one person, having 100 kids. And then another billionaire having 100 kids. Now, all different women, I get it. But that's fucking nuts. Like, they're creating their own little armies. That's fucking crazy.
Abby and King Nabi, on that same principle, when we deal with the disagreements and the disdain, as a child of slavery, I'm asking y'all, when it comes to reparations and the different other disagreements there, that has to be put into consideration. Whereas in the disdain from these other groups outside of the country versus the disdain and disagreements from inside of the country and the threat level. Could y'all address that? Because the immigrants are getting financial, political, and a numerous of law enforcement protections inside the country, while the most loyal people, meaning us as children of chattel slavery, are being the worst treated. And we have never developed a collective mind as a group to destroy or undermine a country.
Wait, so you're with Trump on this?
Yeah, I see Trump as an Abraham Lincoln figure, meaning that I'm not gonna never act like we don't have racial differences.
Like,
but Abraham Lincoln
can't do that.
Well, Abraham Lincoln acknowledged it and was willing to try to resolve it, and I believe that Trump acknowledged it and is also trying to resolve it, and the 14th Amendment is one of the processes for him trying to, because think about it, how can we go to war effectively outside the country without congruency inside the country?
Right, but it's not so much on the 14th. I mean, his whole platform is to have people that are here illegally and have them out, get them out. So there's no, I mean, you're missing it. The whole point, we embrace immigrants coming in through the legal process, and we have a strong legal process. We have standards for how you can enter this country, and then if you want to go for citizenship, you have to study, you have to take a test, you have to make sure you're not a financial burden on the economy of the country. I mean, there's laws for this, and we embrace it. We want them to come in.
Okay.
However, what he's doing is, and his crusade is to stop the illegals that are here and they broke the law and they came in, and a lot of them.
At that point, Abby, may I interject? We agree. Now, infiltration, where I'm not going to put it all on Biden because it predates him. There are in the country those who came due to the compromise of the immigration laws and the border relaxations that are enemies to us, and they have to be weeded out. Do we disagree? And in that dynamic there, this has been going on for a couple of decades, and they have established a beachhead inside the country, and that is a component we have to contend with. Am I reaching with that, Abby?
Yeah, we're totally in agreement with that. I think everyone in the room would probably agree with that. I don't think you're going to get pushback on it.
Welcome to the Republican Party, Court.
Yeah, welcome to the,
I think
you're in a Republican space.
I think people need to understand that, kind of going along with what Abby's saying is, people have tried to cheat our country for a long time. they have been coming into this country saying, I'm just going to cross. I mean, I've spoken to so many people who've come here illegally who said their dream was to come to the greatest democracy in the world and to be able to have my kid born in America and have my kid being able to live the American dream and be free and do all this stuff. And I'm like, and while emotionally that feels great, there's a process that has to be followed, right? And you think about it, those people are able to cut lines. Those people are able to, in some cases, not pay taxes. Sometimes people do. I know there's always someone who comes, oh, do pay taxes. Okay, well, yeah, they may have a tax ID, but, I mean, all these things happen, right? And they come to this country with that goal. Why not fix your own country? I mean, I'm just saying, like, oh, my country, like, the fact that somebody is coming from Latin America and claiming refuge in America is just disgusting. I mean, I'm not done yet. Just 1 second. Sorry, buddy. Think about it, right? Look at South America, right? Is there really, other than maybe Venezuela, is it really someone that, is destroying you and you're escaping from somebody who's assassinating their own people like what Iran is doing? I've never heard that, yet they able to get refuge here because they're running from a gang. But if I go to someone and say, hey, I'm from Chicago and I'm getting shot and killed, and I go to UK and say I want to go to refuge, they go, come on, you're in fucking America, man, go complain to your freaking government. Well, why are we not saying the same shit? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, Abby. Make it make sense.
I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to give you something, Corey, some homework, okay? And you don't have to tell me how you do on it, but just give you food. I'm going to put it in the chat. It's the citizenship test that we get for new citizens coming in. It's 100 questions. I want you to take the test. Don't do open book. And I want you to tell me how you do when you take this test. Okay, you don't have to do it now. It's a long test. It'll take you a while.
But Abby, I already know that when you take the oath, you have to denounce.
No. You didn't hear what I said. For these new citizens that come in legally and become citizens, there's a test. I put the test in the chat. It's 100 questions. You take the test. Just sit down quietly, maybe tomorrow.
I got you. But now, birthright citizenship do not have to take that test, Abby. That's the point that is
overlooked. I know. We're all in agreement on that. We're all in agreement. I don't think you have people disagreeing with you. I'm just illustrating how it is to become a citizen.
One of the components is that the Chinese, for example, they have even special or makeshift hospitals and hotels and other luxurious places. They send their pregnant women. They're pregnant in China or whatever part of Asia.
It's like birth centers and shit, yeah.
And they have their baby, and now what y'all call it where y'all at, I don't know, but we call it anchor babies in Black America, And so they have
places they go to, like birthing centers, like former mansions and shit. They're like, it's crazy. They're like hospitals. Right. Yeah, it's crazy.
And they bypass the process of this test. Because now they came over here 7-8 months pregnant, they have a baby, and their baby is a United States citizen, like on some Bruce Lee shit. Then they go back to China.
Yeah.
And then, they condition them however they do, bring them over here, and then we find out that they honeypot or something like that. That's what we're describing, Abby. That's the contention there. Whereas in
We're talking about Eric Swalwell.
Come on, Abby, don't do me like that. You get the gist. That's the different, and it's not
little thing.
Fang. You guys taking the citizenship test? Any of you?
No, I'm not taking that shit.
But Abby, this is some of the components that Donald Trump is challenging. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't limit it to one person. Just the gist of it is that now, are there East Indians that's doing this here? Are there Saudi, Qatari, and others. Now, the quantity is not going to be the same, but the concept will be. And this is the blind spot, is that we are only looking at the quantity of it versus the concept of it. And I believe Donald Trump is wise enough to see this here, and thus, when you eliminate that as a concept there, because Black Americans, even though as much hell as America has done to us there, we have no other land to retreat to, and these other groups do.
So, Corey, I got a question for you, though. It's separate from what you're talking about. Do you know a guy named Christian Lamar? Because you sound exactly like him.
Christian Lamar.
He does.
You don't sound like Christian Lamar.
Am I wrong, Abby?
Yeah, Christian Lamar sound different than him.
Christian's a little more.
I don't even know who that is.
Far. You do.
This brother who is talking sounds a little more country. But
Yeah, Christian's slicker.
No, I've been talking to Corey for a while. Oh, fuck, where'd Corey go?
Sorry,
Man, maybe he is Christian Lamar.
There's a resemblance there, but not too much.
Well, that got him out of the room. What the fuck? God damn it, King.
Maybe that was his alter ego.
Yeah, well, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Off topic, Abby and King, can I ask you this real quick question? I was watching the debate at the Supreme Court with this whole thing. What's a solicitor general? What does that mean?
Solicitor General is the guy who argues your case before the court.
So he's a lawyer.
Yes.
Yes.
For the government.
Yes.
Yes.
Why do they call him solicitor general?
Because it's the civil. It's the civil action.
Is it like?
Do you have a city solicitor where you live? Do you live in a city?
I live in West Palm.
Yeah, you probably
Well,
do.
inside West Palm, I live in Lake Worth, so yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's always there's the DA who does the criminal stuff, and then a city solicitor that argues the civil cases.
Yeah.
But he's who we use, the government
Is he
uses.
appointed by Trump?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's one of the top. He's the third in the line in the DOJ, and yeah, I mean, I don't like the guy honestly. Like, I mean, I think he's maybe okay in his knowledge, but like, I don't like that. But exactly, his voice is like. So I mean, today I was. Talking about what's going on. It's like, do you need to throw lozenge? Like, if you do, I can give.
Give this dude the Stephen Hawking thing where he can just.
Yeah, I was listening to it. And I was thinking Trump is probably sitting there saying like, "Is this your fucking guy to Pam?" Like, probably in the car ride, there's pictures of him going back with like, "I didn't hear this guy talk." Like, the fuck did you choose this guy for?
Does he always talk like that, or did he have a sore throat?
No, he always talks like that. You gotta hear his other speech. Like, I went back and looked, I was like, holy shit, he's always like that. And I'm like, it's not compelling. Like, you don't have a voice where you're saying, like, I almost felt like probably Trump was sitting there and said, get this fucking guy out of here and let me address them. Like, what the hell are you doing? And it was ridiculous because Trump was the first president to actually sit there and listen. And people always go, he was trying to intimidate them. I said, they actually have a chair called the president's chair. Because when they built the Supreme Court, the thought was the president could come and actually listen and hear some of these things. So, and they actually invite members of Congress as well and all that stuff.
That's how crazy the left is, bro. It's like, how dare him actually care and go and listen to it? Shouldn't he be playing golf or something? It's fucking. They
well,
don't make sense when they argue.
The view is Osama didn't come in and listen, so why should Trump?
No other president's done it. They're like, ugh, he's there, like trying to intimidate. No, he's there because he cares. Fucking idiots.
It's fun to go. You should go to watch the court in session.
Bro, I'm addicted to this fucking. Forbes Breaking News is a good YouTube channel on it. They always give little excerpts, but C-SPAN or whatever. But watching how like the congressman asks the questions and the senators ask the questions, the people, bro, it's fucking awesome. Like the way they have to ask the questions, and you see the people trying to filibuster. Like, thank you for that question, Senator. So, and they're like trying to reclaim my time because they only got 5 minutes. It's really fucking interesting.
Why haven't you gone? Like, you can go to committee hearings and stuff and see it.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like the big ones, you know.
The big ones are more for TV and they're more dramatic.
Well, Kennedy's hilarious. Hawley's good.
Isn't Kennedy
But
the
it's also
greatest?
good watching
Kennedy.
when they go Republican, Democrat, right? Republican, Democrat, Republican.
Yeah.
And you'll see like Republican ask good questions, asking questions, and the Democrat just like talks.
Well, to be fair, Mike.
And then the Republican starts asking questions, and the Democrat just like talks.
Mike, to be fair, it depends on who's in power, right? Because when Osama was in charge, and his people would come in, and his top lieutenants or whoever would come in, the Republicans would ask kind of those kinds of questions, the gotcha questions, and all that.
That's good.
When
the worst was Mayorkas. You ever saw much Mayorkas?
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that
Mayorkas was the worst, bro.
Well, the fact that what bothers me and tells me the spine of these people, and I'm sorry to say this, and you probably agree with me, Abby, is the fact that all the things we found out now about the border, that this was never impeached, number one. Number two,
agreed.
The fact that, he was, actually the articles of impeachment went in, but the Senate never took it up, okay? Number one. Number two, the fact that Mayorkas and we were gaslit for 2-3 years that the president cannot do this. He doesn't have the authority to do it. And then, even Marshall, you told me on this app, the president can't do it. The president can't do it. And I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying, the president can't do it. You need an act of Congress. You need an act of Congress. And within a month of President Trump coming in, he closed down the border and got border, and there's no act of Congress. And he did it. In fact, the Congress hasn't even doubled down on what he did, which is dangerous because that means that the next guy could undo it. But the fact is, it could be done. So if you really cared about those people, you were done. And the fact that no one's held those Biden administration people in check for that is disgusting. And they're still receiving. Mayorkas is still receiving his pension. He's still receiving he still has his clearance. He still has all that stuff. There has to be consequences for this kind of shit when you know that you screwed up and American lives died because you let illegals in because you believed or you didn't study, you didn't do your job. It's a dereliction of duty to say that Congress had to do it and you couldn't do it. Period.
If you ever go, Mike,
Go ahead, Abby.
if you go, pick the hearings that would be stuff you'd be interested in, but the judiciary ones are always really good. That's what we were talking about in the chat, Kennedy. When they start vetting the judges. Oh my God! And he vets these judges that are fucking morons. He'll ask them questions like basic legal. Excuse me, the hiccups. He'll ask them basic legal terms.
Rub your earlobes.
How do you do it? Wait, rub your earlobe?
Yeah, my father always said rub your earlobes. I don't know if it's true or not, but.
And a spoonful of sugar is what I was. He'll ask some basic stuff, and they're about to sit as a federal judge, and they don't know. They don't know. I mean, one didn't know what collateral estoppel was. It was just crazy stuff, but he's so funny.
And Abby,
He always learns stuff. He's like, I know you're a smart guy.
The best in those hearings is when someone asked Biden's Supreme Court Ketanji Brown, right, what is a woman? And she said, well, it's like, can you just say...
I'm not a biologist.
Why not just turn? Why doesn't she just say, I am a woman? Like, why can't she just say, it's so bizarre that they can't even say that.
Bro, that would make me the most mad of all time because, King, think about this. She was all proud that she was going to be the first black woman to the Supreme Court, but she can't even tell you what a fucking woman is. Hello, you're supposed to be the first black woman.
Well,
fucking idiot. I'm not a biologist. I don't know. I can't answer that.
I was hoping that look, we live in a different world and justices have a certain amount of decorum, but I was hoping that one day, before she went in or before she got approved by the Senate, you'd have Clarence Thomas come out with a wig on, say, I just want to say that today I feel like a woman, and therefore I'm the first Supreme Court justice that's a woman and a black woman, and watch everyone freak out. You're not. Well, I thought you said we can be whoever we want to be. That would have been the best troll ever.
Yeah, was dumb as fuck. And she could have thrown it right back. I think it was Blackburn. Blackburn's the one who asked her that. And it was like, all that Ketanji had to do was be like, yeah, adult human female. Now what? And now Blackburn would look like a fucking idiot for asking some dumbass question to a judge. But instead, what did Ketanji do? She's like, oh, I'm not a biologist. I don't know. You can't really do that. She should have just been like, yeah, adult human female. Now what? And then Blackburn would look like a fucking moron. But the libs, they can't do that. Because they're beholden to an ideology. And it's like, and when you're beholden to an ideology, you're fucked. That's the problem. It's the only problem with the left. I'm telling you.
The only problem?
Well, agreed, but you know what I mean. They can't get out of their own way. It's crazy. They've lost the plot, bro. The left has lost the plot. Have you all seen these videos of like Chuck Schumer and Hillary Clinton and all of them coming out from like the mid '90s and all that?
Well, the best one.
They beat Republicans.
Well, Mike, the best one is 2015, more recent, where Chuck Schumer talks about why he's not supporting the Osama nuclear deal with Iran, and he talks about why he's not doing it, how it's going to mobilize him, and then there's someone put the video next to it in 2018 where he says the Osama deal worked. It worked, and President Trump is taking us out of it, blah, 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 right? And then you look at him as the only vote to support Trump's actions that, supported like the Abraham Accords and things like that. And then you're watching him now saying, like, we shouldn't do it. And it's interesting because, and maybe Abby knows the answer to this, but what happened to all those donors that used to influence Chuck Schumer? Like, because Schumer, I would think with what's happening in Iran would be doubling down. I wonder if behind the scenes he's calling Trump like, do it. But then publicly he's like telling his donors, I can't do it for the party. Really doesn't.
I mean, last time I saw him speak, he spoke in front of an APAC crowd. That wasn't this year, it was last year. And it was the coldest reception I've ever seen anyone get. And they're all like prepped in advance. You have to be respectful. I think I remember seeing like Samantha Power speak, people that were not in great favor, and they were more polite, but they were really not polite to Schumer. So, I mean, his base is changing.
Is it? I mean, here's the thing. He's still getting a lot of APAC money. Because
he will. He will. When you say, look, it's not APAC writing the check; it's the people in the room that they're just bundling it. So
and he's the highest elected Jewish. I'm just.
So there are donors. There are donors that will continue to give him money, but there are a lot of donors that stopped. So I don't know. I mean, the crazy thing is he's going to run again. Like that's the part that's just mind-boggling.
What is APEC's view on what's happening in Iran? Like, have they officially put out any statement?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't read anything.
It's all done by APEC. It's all done. I'm like, well,
no, but they're not. First of all, what people don't understand, and I'm not active with them. I'm active with a totally different organization, but they bundle American citizens' checks to members of Congress and Senate. They don't get involved in the executive branch. They're not chartered or set up to do anything else other than bundling and gathering money and then directing those funds to candidates in the House and the Senate. That's it. No state election, no gubernatorial, no presidential. They don't get involved in any of that. So, I mean, it's about the relationship, the American-Israel relationship. That's what they do. So they don't actually do some of the other issues, stuff that I get involved with, with security in the U.S., such they don't get involved in any of that. They don't. It's not their thing.
Abby, did you read the New York Times article about what happened in the Situation Room with Trump and all that? Did you read that article?
I think I did. Wait.
No, this is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one
you didn't. You watched it.
This is the one where Miss.
No. There was one I just read in the New York Times describing. It was just what happened.
Yeah, and how basically Netanyahu and Mossad presented some info, and then Rubio and others said, in essence, so it's bullshit. The thing they're giving in. It's almost like, well, if it was bullshit, why did Trump go ahead and do it? So it's interesting because everyone in the room said, like, I wouldn't do it. But none of them were willing to say, don't do it, sir. They were just like, hey, as typical, this is bullshit, or it's extreme, or it's exaggerated and stuff, which is interesting. I just thought that was interesting reading.
I would err on the side of Rubio on a lot of these decisions.
But Rubio was saying that Israel was bullshit. They were giving bullshit intel.
I mean, intel is interesting through all of this because the intel out of Iran is mostly Israeli assets on the ground there. I mean, I think most of what they were getting all these years.
Can I tell you guys what I'm worried about with Rubio and Vance?
Yeah, you think that they have an issue with each other?
Well, no, I'm worried that in 3 years or two years, whatever, and they're gonna both run for president. There's got to be a primary, obviously, and like similar to how DeSantis ran for it, which I think it killed DeSantis' career. He should have never tried to run against Trump because it forced DeSantis to talk bad about Trump, and it forced Trump to talk bad about DeSantis, right? Because that's what you have to do, right? Call him sanctimonious and blah blah blah. I'm worried that Vance and Rubio are going to get on that primary debate stage, and they're going to obviously be forced to talk bad about each other, and we're going to lose one of them, right? Like, I don't see Rubio making Vance his vice president, and now Vance is going to be vice president for 12 years? Because if Rubio wins 8 consecutive years, or 2 consecutive terms, 8 years, Vance is now vice president for 12 years. I don't see that happening. And I don't see Rubio being Vance's vice president.
It's highly unlikely that we get a plethora of Republican presidents.
I'm just worried that they're going to have to talk shit about each other. That's what I'm worried.
They probably will.
They have to.
They won't.
Right?
They won't.
They have to.
They're going to have this already worked out. Already they've discussed it, and you can actually read it. Like, they'll have it worked out what's going to happen, and it may be just one term. Like, what I've heard is that, they just do like a flip-flop one term, because the beauty now is these guys are young, and the precedent set by Trump is that you can always come back, right?
I'm Team Rubio.
Let things change and then come.
What are you, King? I'm Team Rubio.
Vance.
Oh, all right, I'm Team Rubio.
Rubio. Although there's another guy I really like, I want him to be activated, is Glenn Youngkin. Just really like him. I'm hoping he ends up with something.
I'm just worried we're going to lose one of them, and the other one, the other one fades into obscurity, right? Like, if Rubio gets the nomination, Vance kind of fades into obscurity. If Vance gets the nomination, Rubio kind of, what's he do, right? Like,
no, you want me to flip you out, Mike? Want to really get flipped out? Think about this one. The Senate and the House turns in the midterms. They impeach Trump and Rubio. Trump and Vance. They impeach him because there's Democratic control. And the next in line to run the country would be the Speaker of the House, which would mean it would probably Hakeem Jeffries would end up as your president. Just let that sink in.
Well, I don't think the Senate would convict. It takes at least 2/3.
Takes 2/3. I mean, I agree. I don't think we'd get 2/3. But think about that scenario, Marshall. That could happen.
It's devious.
Well, that was the whole issue when Pelosi was there. It's like, fuck, dude. Pelosi's like third in the line. Jesus Christ, this is crazy. Yeah, but I'm worried about Rubio and Vance fucking. Because again, DeSantis can't run for president again. He should have never done that.
No, these two will always be connected. They're the new kind of power team, right? And they're good friends. Vance and Rubio have been friends for a while, and wives are good friends. They're not going to turn on each other. Whereas with Trump, he knew these guys more as political donors. He didn't know these
King,
guys.
they have to, King. You know that.
They don't know. But what I'm saying is this agreement will come beforehand. Like, if you listen to what Vance said, he said, if Marco decides to run, I probably won't run, right? And so they'll have this conversation towards the midterm time. Yeah. If during the midterm time, right now Vance is the guy who's holding up the party, saying, you know, I'm against this war, right? And so if he's the one who's able to hold the base together, they may say, hey, we're better positioned if Vance is the nominee. And by the way, there's some talk that maybe Rubio wants to stay as Secretary of State because, you know, I mean, you have a little bit more, you know, you can kind of do what you want to do, and he could serve another term as Secretary of State. Both of them have time to become president again. They're both relatively young.
It's going to be probably 8 years. Whoever wins,
that's okay.
To run again.
Doesn't matter. They're not in a rush. They're not old. These guys are young, and so they'll work with each other to do it and support each other. You create a coalition of these two. They've actually said that already. I've actually spoken to people who work for both of them, and they're like, our plan is to together be able to move forward. Vance representing MAGA, Rubio having the unique ability to bring in the mainstream Republican team together, right? And so, you know, so now you got someone who's not a Donald Trump, so he's not going to turn off people. And so it's, you know, it's really, really interesting. So, you know, that's an interesting dynamic. Like, I think Democrats have a lot to worry about because Vance can orate and Vance can bring together the MAGA coalition. And you look at what's happening now, he's the one who MAGA's all praising. Oh, thank God Donald Trump's listening to the vice president. Thank God we have a vice president. All the people who are against what's going on in the world. Oh, J.D. Vance, the only sane one in the organization. Interesting. And then they're like, oh, Rubio's the hawk guy, we hate him. And it's interesting. And the other side goes, we love Rubio. He's amazing, right? And so those two together could really change the dynamic. And so, you know, I see them kind of, you know, flip-flopping. One of them will run as president, right? Serve their terms, right? Maybe the other is VP, the other one's a major part of the administration, and then vice versa. And they just flip-flop and keep running and keep supporting each other, and the party stays unified. Because Trump is not going to unify the Republican Party. I mean, the coalition is there, but, you know, people are seeing fragments now. That's why you're seeing people like Ron Johnson and other people coming out like, hey, you know, there's a chance now he may be a lame duck and all that. That's where you're going to see Vance and Rubio on the field more and more in the next, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, selling not just what happened in Iran, but selling the Republican agenda. You'll see Trump there too, because his arrogance and ego won't allow him, and I'm not putting him down, I'm just saying arrogance and ego won't allow him to not be included. But, you know, and they'll include him, but it'll be mainly them as the ones who are brokering the deals, who are talking to the congressmen, who are talking to people to get shit done. And you'll see Rubio more involved in domestic policy in the next, I would say, 3 to 5 months leading up to the midterms than you've ever seen a Secretary of State getting involved in domestic shit. Yeah. That's my prediction.
And I'm hoping that, like, if Vance does get it, I don't even want him to make Rubio the vice, because I want Rubio somewhere where he can do some damage. I feel like the vice president kind of just is there. Like, Trump has given Vance some stuff to do. I think he's trying to prop him up a little bit, hope he does a job. But, like, Rubio's fucking crushing it. Like I said, like you said, dude, the Democrats are in trouble either way. Because they got nobody. I mean, they got nobody. I think their leader is fucking AOC.
And that's why their only shot right now is to try to win and then impeach Trump. But their problem is if we impeach Trump, then we end up with the Vance presidency, and you know, and Vance is more popular now. So now the fear is, okay, shit, well, if we impeach Trump, well, we need to just hold everyone accountable. And, you know, they're going to then, now you'll see them be even more reactive to every Trump tweet. Look at what he's doing to Bruce Springsteen. Look at what he's doing here. Oh, we don't want this guy. And they're going to try to play the game. You'll see it, the game. Do you support yesterday when Donald Trump took a dump at 2 in the afternoon? Do you disavow him for taking a dump at 2 in the afternoon when you know the dump should only be happening at this time? Like, that's what they'll say. And you're like, what? And so they'll ask everyone those questions. So that is a kind of stupidity, but that's where they're going to go, because They want to run against Trump, right? They don't want to run.
The Senate, though, King. You don't think they'll get the Senate?
I don't
What's
think
it right
they'll
now?
get the
We got 53, right?
Well, I actually think the Republicans will hold on to the Senate.
Me too.
But the Ossoff election is the one that I'm most interested in. The one in Georgia, because Ossoff has a shit ton of money, but he's in a deep red state, and that's going to tell a lot for it. If Ossoff loses, it's really hard to unseat an incumbent, and there's nobody strong in Georgia. Mike Rogers in Michigan has a strong shot, and I'm actually going to be doing some stuff to support his campaign. And I think the person running in, which one's the one that's up? Rhode Island, is it? Yeah, I think it's Rhode Island. So that one, I think, the Republican has a strong shot to win.
But to get enough senators to impeach Trump, they gotta.
They won't. But you gotta understand, right now, if Trump had gone, I'll be honest, if Trump had gone through with this destroying the bridges and all this stuff, you would have had Republicans turn.
Super unpopular. Yeah, that's super.
Right? No, it's not super unpopular. Like, they're like, hey, this is destruction of, like, just the wording in which he said, and then the fact that he carried through on it, like, in some ways, I've seen Iranians put messages out saying, like, we saved Trump from impeachment, because you had Ron Johnson and others saying, like, I support the president, but that doesn't mean you can destroy these things. Like, there's certain limitations that the power is supposed to be there for, because he's saying you don't go and destroy civilizations. That's not what it's for. And so, if Trump had really gone and bombed all the bridges and turned down all this stuff and basically destroyed them over there, he would have. I think he would have had an impeachment. So I think that's what they're kind of banking. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'll be honest. I know this sounds really bad, but I wouldn't be surprised if those guys start instigating more and more to try to get Trump to do something so that they can easily get Republicans on board, or get them on record so that they can win the races, saying, hey, do you support what he did here? Like, right now, you'll hear that in these Senate races, Donald Trump was willing to bomb us. And so if you can make Trump the talking point, you can depress Republican turnout. That's their view, right? Repress independent turnout. And so that's why a lot of the Democrats feel strongly about their races, right? And so that's why Rubio and Vance are going to be so important because they're good orators and good messengers. So I think, we'll be in really good, in good shape, and I think we'll do well.
Your team Vance, huh?
Yeah, I'm Team Vance. I'm only Team Vance.
I love Rubio, bro.
I gotta be honest. And Abby, you and I can, when we meet and have a drink or get a bite to eat, I'll explain this to you. I don't trust Rubio as far as I can throw him, and I can throw him pretty far.
Really?
The reason I don't trust him, I'll tell you why. I like what he's doing right now. But don't forget, how do you suddenly... He was a guy who voted for amnesty, right? You look it up, and he was one of the Gang of Eight, right? He was supporting a pathway to citizenship, okay? He was talking... How do you make these... He's never had to explain what made him make these changes. No one has asked him that. Now, maybe they will, and maybe that'll change me if I hear his answer. But... he's always, he was anti-Trump, right? Even in Trump's first administration, the first 2 years, he was anti-Trump, then they became good friends.
Well, so is Vance, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, but one had the power, and one was organizing against him, right? So Vance made comments, but he wasn't organizing against Trump.
That's fair. That's fair.
So, and he was organizing against him. He was part of the Never Trump movement initially, right? He was all this stuff. So, what made him change, right? What made him, kiss up to Trump basically and move forward and do it, right? Where did he change on his policies and positions? Does he really?
Peter Thiel.
Right, maybe. But does he really believe these things? Or are these things that, man, when now he's given the power, he goes, hey, fuck you all. You guys are idiots to vote me again. Here you go. And just change it. You don't know because he's never explained it. He's never had to explain it, right? And you even look at his voting, even if you look at his voting, pro-Ukraine funding when Trump left office. He voted for sending funds he voted with Biden to send funds and ammunition to Ukraine. Yeah, now it's Secretary of State saying, oh, we're not going to do that. And he's And it's like, wait, so is it flavor of the week? Okay, Trump's no longer there, so now you're president, you're gonna say, well, this is what I want to do, and say, fuck you, Trump. Like, right, we don't know where he stands because he's never had to explain why he made those changes. In fact, he's on the record saying, agreeing with Kamala Harris in the sense that, well, Congress has to pass a law. Then Trump gave some big problem because there was that bill that came into the Senate that was going to give more funding to DHS and allow them to enforce the border and all that stuff that they cited during the thing. And he came back saying the only way to do this is through Congress, but this bill doesn't do that, right? Well, he could have immediately said, hey, the president can do this today. He could use this power. He could do. I mean, you're a seasoned person, right? You've been there a lot longer than Trump in terms of constitutionality, your education, all that stuff. He could have said that, but he didn't. But then when he got into office, he goes, we always knew this could only be done through an executive order. You could easily do it. So it's just like, okay, well, are you just saying what you need to for political expediency, or did something actually change you? And if something changed you, what was that? Fair question.
All right, who invited this guy? Abby, did you invite him? We're Team Rubio, King. Fuck off.
I am team whatever politician prepares us for the inevitable zombie apocalypse. And no one is addressing that. Until they do, I'm withholding my vote.
Fucking with zombies, Alan.
They're coming.
Well, they're not. Like Jesus?
No. When they're chewing on your brain,
Jesus rose from the dead.
Don't come crying to me because you've lost one hemisphere.
Alan for president. Alan, if you were president, who would be your vice president? Vance or Rubio?
I think that was for you, Alan. Thank you, Bima.
KK, who would you pick?
Hear what you said.
Well, Mike, go ahead and ask your question to Alan again. I think he was using the restroom.
Alan, if you were president, who would you pick for your vice president? Rubio?
Oh, my mic was off.
Vance?
I said there, I like them in the positions they're in now. I think Rubio's doing a great job. I think he's handling it well. And I think Vance is doing a good job. I can't see either of them switching. Would you?
No, so you'd pick Vance as your vice and you'd keep Rubio where he was.
Yeah.
KK, who you take as your vice?
I wasn't sure until the article that, I don't know who brought it. I think Mike, you brought it up. The article, New York Times article talking about when Netanyahu was in there, and then they were in the war room, and they were getting the intel brief, and Vance was opposed, and Rubio said this, and Hexed said this, and Kane said this. I wasn't sure until then, but when it came out, basically, that Vance was opposed to it, I think for the long term and for the party, it would be best that he would run, because he's going to be able to stand up there and say, like, well, I was against it at that time because of the risk and whatever, and that to make others feel like he's going to be a little less war-hawked, So he was kind of in that capacity. Also, I think keeping Rubio where he's at or expand his actual role. I forgot what roles he has now, but what he's doing right now as far as the State Department within continental United States has been tremendous in regards to kicking out some of the people that are on here, like on expired visas or green cards, and seeking asylum or false asylum filings and whatnot. I think he might be better served in that capacity.
I like that answer.
I mean, if you think about it, if you read the article, I didn't read it, I was just listening to people that were talking about it, and that's what they were claiming and stating, what was each positioning. Of course, Hegseth, because that's his duty, is basically, okay, I have to prepare the Department of War for this. This is what we can do. This is why this is the best time to do it. Even though there's a risk, it's a lower risk of liability because then it will cost more and more lives at risk if we wait 5 years from now, right? So he's like gung-ho with it. And then Rubio's position was basically, if we don't do it now, we're going to have to do this maybe in 4 or 5 years. And at that time, with whatever we have now, will we be able to undo what they have compared to what they have now? And we've already kind of set up the ground for it to succeed. Then which would be easier? Handle it now or handle it later? So that was kind of Rubio's positioning, which made sense. So, and then Kane, his position was, since we don't really need anybody else, and also the Department of War has some new little toys that they haven't even brought out yet, and they're being rushed to test to market and field, which is kind of crazy. Some of the stuff they have is pretty rad, really addressing even the drone stuff. But anywho, Kane's position was, we're here now. We have the upper hand, so to speak. We've already laid down the work. We've already leveraged that, the fuck around part. So they've already realized what we can and cannot do. So that can definitely be a huge leverage point. So knowing that the people that were very hawkish, and then Vance was a little bit more like, well, let's get the bigger picture of this. How is this going to change us, and the global side of it, right? So I think having that a little bit more centered mindset when it comes to any type of conflicts for the future would be more appealing to potential voters, independents, or moderates. That's why I was thinking. Who did Marshall say?
I'd say Rubio, but that's just because I think he's going to pair. I just had a thought that they're going to throw an overt Mondami type candidate for president. That's what the Democrats will do. It'll be, I'm going to give you all free shit.
God, I hope they do that. It makes it easier for us.
Yeah, but how do you fight against that? Oh, I'm not going to give you free shit. You're going to work, and you'll have the self-satisfaction of knowing you did it on your own.
Well, the outcomes from the time in office for Mondami will have showed, and so we can kind of basically feed off of that back as well. He's already failing. Spanberg is she's in the big decline. Her numbers are way down, the lowest of anyone. Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, see, that may be true, but if the Republicans, think of it in terms terms of the emotional impact that each candidate has. I mean, in California, there's a Modami copycat. I don't know how he's doing. I've only seen a few ads from him.
Who is it?
I don't remember.
Is it Campos Najar?
Say that again?
Campos Najar?
Maybe. I'd have to see it. His ad...
Are you talking about that midhead Dina John clothes?
Yeah, he was walking as he was talking, the way Mondami did in his set.
Oh, you talking about Mondami? Okay.
The point is, I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's the emotional connection and impact a candidate that can make that determines whether or not he wins or loses. That's why Trump won in 16. That's why he lost in 20. That's why he won in 24.
Well, security was the number one issue on both sides of the aisle for 24.
Well, well, yes. And who made the more appealing emotional argument? You know, the country's worried about security, and the Democrats are saying, no, they're fine. And Trump is saying, no, we got to deal with these immigrants. That connected emotionally to how people were feeling. Anyways, yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer to this question because we don't know what's going to happen with all of this. You know, in the next 2 years. But I think that that's going to be key. I mean, I agree with what you've said, KK, and what others have said too. I mean, there's a lot of jockeying that's going to go on. I don't think Democrats have anybody viable right now. Someone might come out of the woodwork.
Slotkin said she'd consider it.
Who?
Slotkin?
Melissa Slotkin.
Oh, God. Do I even know what she looks like? Anyways.
She was
medium short hair.
She served in the military in some capacity. I don't recall which one. But she was one of the ones that would...
politicians are now becoming influencers. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., has started a podcast, The Office, an official podcast, where he will have people on. He's going to prioritize his anti-vax conspiracy theorist people, so they can very confidently and very whitely. I'm going to make sure I emphasize that skin color, because without being white, you cannot pull this off. But to push just complete scientific nonsense or anti-science nonsense from the office or the highest health and human services office in the land. That's why people come back to, presidential elections definitely matter. When we have Kamala Harris as president right now, you do not have an anti-vax conspiracy theorist, idiot, uneducated, any love our lives with science as your Secretary of Health and Human Services. And you probably don't have measles, we have measles obviously, but you probably do not have a 30-year record high in measles cases outbreak happening in the country as well. Where a lot of these kids are going to have some lifelong issues because of these things. And as the cases continue to climb, you're going to see more and more kids start dying here in this country from that. And presidential elections definitely matter. You ask some parents who have these kids who are suffering and gonna lose it. So, but I'm done.
I just wanted to say, I know I was really clear. I tried to be clear earlier about why I think politicians still matter more than who are more powerful. So I think influencers are exactly their name. They are influential. I'm not arguing and I'm not saying anybody's talking to me, but I just want to be clear about my position. I'm not arguing that influencers aren't exactly their name, influential. What I am arguing is that they're not more powerful than politicians, because the most that they can do is influence you to go to a politician who has the power to make a difference, who has the power to change your mind, who has the power to do what the fuck they want. Once they're elected, right, they hold all the power, right? So I guess my clear position would be, prior to an election, an influencer is powerful, the most powerful. After it, it's the politician who got elected, right? And you helping a politician get elected doesn't necessarily mean shit. And once elected, you have a much higher chance of being re-elected as well, right? And so that influencer's power actually decreases to some degree if once you've actually been elected, because your chances of being re-elected are much higher as an incumbent. So I just want to be clear about my position, and I think that if we go around really thinking that influencers are more powerful than politicians, and I consider judges politicians, because until you become the highest office of judge, most judges are actually elected. So they still operate within the realm of politics, right? Their positions and how they vote and how they look at the world actually really matters to the position that they're going to have to judge and incarcerate people. So, thank you.
Just about to say that. I'm glad you say that. Like in Dallas, just voted the first judge, female black judge in Dallas, which is crazy. Which is a Democrat, which is even crazier. She's one of the highest judges in that position. And it does play a big part in that. If you look at Collin County, the shit is all Republican, and they vote red. I don't care what you say. And Cleo, you've been in Chicago. Look at our judges. Look at our politicians. Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in the world, in the United States. And you look at who is voted in, our DAs and all that stuff, plays a huge part. I don't see no influencers standing outside and they'll march and do all that shit, but when some real shit happening, man, they ain't nowhere to be found. They trying to line them pockets up.
Yeah, good morning. I wanted to add to your point, Gamma and Miss Cleo. I love what you said about the influencers as well. To me, influencers is really kind of more of a marketing thing, frankly. Part of the challenge is that more about local issues from people sometimes, or local policy sometimes, or maybe just some idea that, or something that's happening maybe locally at some level. But the downside is that it allows people to come in with misinformation as well. With hype that doesn't really mean anything. It's no different than being in a football stadium for the New York Jets, and you ask who is a great football team, and the majority of the people around you are telling you that it's New York Jets, when there's other teams playing with a lot of great players and that type of thing. I think the range that influencers have is part of that deals with kind of like the media landscape, and I think politicians are now have to worry about managing it in a way that they never had before. If you look at like the civil rights movement, there was recorded, the TV showed America what was happening at that time. How people were responding to the protests, and that galvanized something, that galvanized support. Today with media, it's I'm not going to say it's 100% hard, but it's trickier to get that and be something sustainable. And I think that means for us, I think for Black people in particular, I think for us it means thinking more critically about who's representing our interests, who's representing us, and I think thinking about, when you vote for somebody, don't just be the one, topic or one policy person. There was one guy, I'll say this and land very quickly. I remember that he talked about he voted for Trump only because he doesn't believe in government. You can have that opinion, but the action that you took was to vote for somebody who is so weirdly anti-government and weirdly anti-ethical that it harms people. And I think we have to, as voters, the media landscape we have now is forcing us to reevaluate, how do we vote for people? How do we check things out? And then shout out to Xerxes for bringing up Ballotpedia, because I almost forgot about the website as well, too. And thanks for letting me join in. I really appreciate it.
Here, shout out to Chicago. But I have a question for, people who, the older. I have a question for you, Cleo.
No, one second. Here's a question. Can I respond to Pierre?
Sure.
Damn, never mind. I actually forgot what. Damn, there was something he said. Oh well, I don't remember. Gamma, go on.
Well, I wanted to ask, we know influencers have always played a part. Like Pierre, I just was going to expound on that part. When we talk about, everybody knew the shit that was going on in America during the civil rights, the 70s and the 80s, especially, it wasn't until, maybe PBS or CBS and the media start showing this and start bringing it into the American public's living room that they were like, oh my God, I can't believe this, it's happening. Do you believe that influencers now can just reach out to people like we said with Joe Rogan? Even Joe Rogan, people are pushing back against him. Do you believe that they are more of an extension from that as well? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying the same thing.
I agree with you.
I hear you. I think it's in some levels, yes, but at the same time, it's sort of a weird extension. It's almost like, I'm not sure of a great analogy for this, so I'll hold on that a little bit, but it's sort of I think the evolution of media, and how we engage with it has shifted. I think when we look at the civil rights, yeah, you're right, that the nation learned a little bit more about what was going on, but we didn't have we didn't have a capability to have a dialogue like we're having right now. Like right now, I don't know anybody on the stage before, basically. I've only known people through Clubhouse. But, the fact that we could talk to each other in real time and express something that's to each other means that information is flowing faster and that we're learning a lot more faster. But I think at the same time, it also means that because it's so widespread that, other people can come in and join in with and sometimes and very innocently even bring up misinformation. And there are other people who, from a political standpoint, they're just rah. I'm going to traffic this misinformation because I don't want to be wrong. I think the nature of how we engage has shifted on us in a lot of ways. I think it just means now When we talk to each other, we need to be more discerning about, what is it from a policy that we like from a candidate, why we're choosing. I think there's a sophistication that we have to. I'm not saying we've ever been naive. Don't get that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the nature of how we pick and deal with people now has shifted on us in a lot of ways. And to some things with a little bit more gradient to it than what it used to be. And I think that the engaging part is probably what's is a sticking point in some ways. It's some good parts about it. I mean, like the fact that we're talking now, to me is a good part. But if I was dealing with somebody with a lot of misinformation and they're entrenched, that's the bad part.
I have a question. Do y'all think influencers have influence on local politics? Because we be so hung up on the presidential election. When it's the senators, the congressmen, your mayor, your alderman that really affects your life on a daily. Do y'all think that's going to happen eventually?
I think that's a good question. I don't think that I think the influencers who are trying to, okay, this sounds redundant. The influencers who's trying to influence, I think they're more attracted to money at a certain level because part of the influencer business model is really trying to reach and broadcast to as many people as possible. If you're doing that, you may not be paying attention to the local as much as you can. But I'm not going to discount the idea that cannot happen either, because there's in marketing there's now this thing about micro influencers, and these are people who don't have millions of views, but they have a smaller group and audience. But to do that, in marketing, it's focused on making a product and a certain service. I think locally it might be a little trickier, but it's not. I'm not going to say it's not out of the realm of possibility either.
Okay, because I'm thinking about Chicago's last mayoral election. I voted for Brandon Johnson because I could not vote for Paul Vallis. This is a politician who's been running for politics my whole life. Damn near. He was just a regular old politician, what they call the old guard. So I decided to go with Brandon Johnson. I've been pleased and not pleased with his performance in Chicago, but I know Chicago is a unique city, and you really need balls, whether you're a man or a woman, to be the mayor of Chicago. You do, because we got all these different groups of people here. It's so segregated and shit. So everybody wants something. I don't know. I'm tired of influencers. I'm sick of their ass. But they are not more powerful than politicians, and if they are, that says a lot about the state we live in.
May I offer something really quickly? Good morning, everybody.
Miss Cleo wanted to get in. I wanted to hear Miss Cleo, you still there?
I think she said she forgot.
Yeah, no, I remember. Put it in the chat. That's what he was talking about. Yeah. So let me put it back in the chat because I already forgot again. I put it in the chat so I don't forget.
Ms. Cleo, do you want me to look in the chat to see what it was you wanted to ask me?
Yes, I wrote it. Where is it? Why can't I find it?
Okay, I'll take a look.
It was about, anti-government. That's what I wanted to talk about. It was really random. So you were talking about somebody who was pro-Trump because he's anti-government. I find that very odd that somebody would believe that a person would run for the president of the United States and be anti-government. That doesn't even fucking make sense.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I just don't know where we've gotten as a population where basic logic no longer is a part of how we operate. There's no way somebody runs for president and they're against the government. You fucking run the government. You appoint judges who are part of the government. You make executive orders that are a part of the government. You talk to Congress to influence them as a part of the government. Your fucking position is the government. It makes no sense. And this is my disappointment with not only just society, but particularly people say we ain't got no community. I believe in a black community. In the black community, is we are so easily swayed, right? So easy to make believe a certain thing that we hear shit and don't even sit and take a second to go, does that fucking add up? Does 1 + 1 sound close to 2? Because somebody who absolutely doesn't believe in government, why the fuck would they be running for president?
It blows my mind completely. And this happens thing after thing after thing. People will say Democrats aren't for black people. And then you look at the track record and you put Republicans against Democrats and you look at policies that have supported black community, things that we know overwhelmingly help black folks. And you put that against Democrats and Republicans. And you tell me that that's even close. Also completely fucking ridiculous. It's and this is where I think influencers and how people consume media now is super, super dangerous. People consume media that has not been vetted. They don't vet themselves. They accept things that just sound good. Like, that kind of sounds like it's a good thing. Yeah, I'm tired of A. And somebody says anything that's close to A, I'm not even talking about super close, even kind of close. Now I'm going to be supportive of that. Okay, now my soapbox. I'm sorry for inviting you.
No, keep going.
No, yeah, Miss Cleo, keep going, bro. Keep going, girl. Because that's the thought I had. Exactly. Like, how you anti-government, but you vote for the president?
Yeah.
You look like a fucking fool. But it's a lot of fools in America. They have dumbed down the education system. People don't know basic civics. I was in a room and this dude talking about Kamala did a horrible job as vice president. Do you know the function of the vice president? They don't have any power. They there for really one reason, in case something happens to the president. But that just shows you how we are sunk as a people when you don't know basic.
In their position as Senate, I think is worth it.
Right, yeah, that too. But then it shows you how dumb people are, Miss Cleo. They are dumb as fuck. And you know they run them up on Clubhouse.
Yeah, this is. I just want to say, yeah, and I agree with you, Miss Cleo. It was a weird statement. I think people are trying too hard to have a shortcut in thinking about who they vote. Like, okay, it's almost like vibe voting in a lot of ways. And that's not going to get through much of anything. I think the idea of if you can't name off like certain initiatives that make sense, then it's a weird logic to kind of say, yeah, I agree with the entire. The person had a weird logic to it, like, okay, I just don't want the government to act on black people. I'm like, yeah, but you're still voting for somebody who will, and there were clear signs that there was detriment to it. It's something that I think for black people, we've always we've vetted things a lot of times. There's still some things that we debate about, but I think as black people, even if you're not heavy on public policy, we sort of understand our history enough to know to at least question a politician collectively. But I think even then, I think now with so much of a media landscape, with so many people throwing so many ideas out there, that it becomes sort of a battle to kind of get to the right thing. But I think honestly, if you can think of any sort of policy that a politician is associated with or that they're trying to advocate for, I think that's what you need. That's what people need to be doing. I think that will put a lot of influencers in check who are just trying to, rabble rouse for somebody rather than give like concrete theory or concrete ideas that people should be able to vote down on.
I'd like to offer a couple things. This is like such a good conversation. So yes, influencers have more power than politicians today, and it's super duper unfortunate. But that can simply be explained by like our lack of education as a people. And so the reason why the Republican Party is able to do what they do is because they break things down in such a simple way, very black and white, while obviously leaving out the gray area that affects so many, not only black people, but also poor people in general, right? So the idea that, let's just say, hey, if you want all of the things in the world, if you want to be successful, all you have to do is work hard. But we all know that that's not true because there's so many different barriers that are put in place that affect black people, poor people, etc., that you can work your ass off and still not make it, right? But it's super duper unfortunate that influencers do have more power than politicians. Now, when we talk about like the outcome of, or not even the outcome, but like what that looks like in practice. We have so many different examples of this. Somebody named Joe Rogan up here. You have people also, here's what's also interesting, right? Many people that are considered quote unquote conspiracy theorists, right? Or were at least, and we're talking about 2000.
Can I pause you for a second? Because I don't think I'm following you. Can you kind of go back for a moment with me? Are you okay with that? I am sorry. You said for sure influencers are more powerful than politicians. Can you help me understand that? Because I don't agree at all.
Sure, when it pertains, I'll be more than happy. I'm talking about when it pertains to convincing a mass of people to sway a certain type of way.
Okay, so you're calling influence power itself?
Unfortunately, yes. So, I mean, me personally, right, I believe that there are influencers and then there are people of influence, which to me are two different things. But when we're talking about how gullible the American people are, when we're talking about how not well-read or educated the American people are, very, very much so. And I even think that this could be broken down generationally.
So I understand, like, some of the American people being gullible and all of that, but I actually think the power of an influencer ends with the ability to push people to vote a certain way. But the things that actually are like powerful are the ability to make changes that actually impact your day to day. I don't know how.
No. So that's why I said that when it pertains to convincing, that is where influencers are more powerful than politicians. Now, obviously,
it sounds like they're more influential. That's what, like, I think the words for me are
when we say more, right, but if you can sway people to vote a certain type of way, that is very, very, very powerful. It's also very, very detrimental. And I think that way too many people undermine how powerful. That's why it's super duper important if you are a person on the internet who has a big following, you have to be extremely, extremely responsible with what it is that you say and do because you have people blindly following you. So are politicians more powerful in reference to when they have these seats and they're in certain positions, they are the people who make the world go the way that it is, quote unquote, essentially? Of course. But when it pertains to leading up to that, ain't nobody. The only time people are putting on the news now to watch the debate is so that they can provide the commentary on the internet and they can sway people's opinions. People can start to do their groupthink thing. People blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you right now, with the combination of the internet and our lack of education as an American people, it's not hard to see how an influencer, when it pertains to swaying people's opinion, can be more popular, or can be more not impactful, but can be more powerful, quote unquote, in that sense, of politician. And I just would like to land here really quickly, MJ, and I'm gonna throw it to you. I think that age demographic plays a huge part in this. So if you're somebody who still watches the news, this isn't me trying to be funny, this isn't me trying to be shady, this isn't me trying to like be rude or anything like that. I don't know if you would understand the capacity of the internet in the way that I'm discussing it. And how most people don't even turn on the television anymore past a certain age group. They don't even have cable. They're going straight to TikTok. Yeah. I mean straight to the internet.
Yeah. So Joe Rogan is more powerful. No, you went. So Joe Rogan is more powerful than Hot Wheels. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Hold on.
I just want to make sure I'm getting it.
Hold on a second.
And then
I have to say, I
get this question
agree.
answered, and then MJ.
I think it's unfortunate that
But a quick
there's an
answer.
intention to clearly miss
No, I'm just
what it
asking.
is that
I'm just
that
asking.
I'm saying regarding power and influencing. I'm specifically speaking about the ability to sway people's opinion. That is extremely powerful. Those politicians don't get in that seat unless the people are on the internet doing what the people on the internet are doing. And then you collapse that with the fact that, like I was saying about people who were in the 2000s, early 2000s, people who were called conspiracy theories. A lot of us are now at the age where people were quote unquote crazy. To fast forward, they were 110% right. And so we're going to continue to see this. That is why the Democrats have got to find a way to talk to people in a way that they can understand and explain to them how it will affect them. That's why they have to talk to white women and Latinos and say, hey, you and your family will be gone.
Thank you.
You will not have access as a white woman to this. People, the Democratic Party have to start breaking shit down in a way that people on the internet do, because that is our way of communication now. Utilizing these big words, trying to have a dick swinging contest around who is more intelligent will not get the job done when quite literally our life is on the line. You have to meet people where they're at, and that is first going to start with communication in the way that people consume information, which is the internet, influencers, except gone are the days where
30 seconds.
Celebrities. I got you, because I've been interrupted several times and it makes me lose my train of thought as well. Gone are the days where celebrities are rappers, etc. The celebrities are everyday people. They're influencers, and everybody knows that. The Cardi B's of the world are fighting for campaigns, for money, with quite literally influencers on the internet.
10 seconds.
And that is a fact. So I'm just trying to explain the scope of things and how I'm looking at it when it pertains to specifically power and what I'm talking about when I say power. The ability to sway the people's opinion. That is a very, very powerful tool.
Thank you.
And politicians do not have trust, and unfortunately, the influencers on the internet do.
Thank you, MJ.
Y'all gonna have to get a little bit more concise.
Let me get in line. I want to say my piece. Let me get in line afterwards.
You shut up, sir. Thank you. Go, MJ.
Very unfair.
Follow the last man.
Because I'm white.
Yeah.
But anyways, whenever everyone else
Get him out of here.
Yo, excuse me. Be quiet. Go, MJ.
Y'all gotta get a little bit more concise. Absolutely. Like, both sides of this discussion. I'll just say this. I actually agree with Makeup. I think that influencers are taking up space in media. Media drives not only politics, but it also drives culture. And they are increasingly becoming the voice of both. And we need to understand the gravity by which they wield, goddamn, for lack of a better word, influence on politics, influence on culture, influence on preferences, influence on capital and how it moves. Yeah, it's undeniable. And if y'all want to say that these politicians these politicians can't make influencers. Influencers can, they can break politicians. This is all true. So we have to move forward understanding
100%.
the gravity. We have to have more understanding how these systems function, where the power, quote unquote, power lies within the kingdom.
Let me say this 10 seconds. Half of the reason why Kamala Harris unfortunately didn't win outside of misogyny and racism
That's 10 seconds.
is because of the internet. It's because of the influencers on the internet talking about
Hamza,
all
it's
of
your
this
turn.
shit. That is why.
Thank you. Hamza, it's your turn. Although I don't actually want to hear you talk. 1 second. Actually, it's not your turn. It's my turn. I just want to make sure the stage understands the difference between influence and power. And I'll posit a question that you all can get to if you want. What influencer has dictated anything? Thank you.
But how can you say that when they are able to dictate
It's Hamza's turn.
Okay, but wait, I'm
It's
trying
Hamza's
Why can Power and
Hamza.
Hold on, I have a question. Why can Power and Gamma jump in at any time? I would also like to have discourse.
Big. Let's not be disrespectful.
I'm not, but
it's
you
not
guys
your
were being
turn.
disrespectful to me the whole time, and I'm saying that they were able
to. Big.
I waited
What happened?
Big. 25
happened?
minutes in the room.
Big.
Why can I not have discourse?
I've been in here for an hour and a half and I haven't said a single word. It's okay.
You weren't on the stage.
Big. What happened, which I actually think is actually my fault, so I'll take responsibility, is I actually allowed you to answer a question which I thought you were going to have a succinct answer to. You did not.
No, I was
right?
and that's you because Gamma and Pierre, you and Elegant, and I'm saying
you ended.
We're having discourse.
No, you ended, and then I inserted a question. You and I had a back and forth.
You interrupted to ask the question. You said, "Is that okay?" And I said, "Yes."
No, Big. I'm actually not gonna.
You're a weirdo. Like, I don't understand why I'm not able to have discourse, but everybody else is.
Yo, Big, I'm not talking to you.
Yes,
sideways.
because I disagree with
I'm
you.
not.
Because you don't understand how powerful influencers are.
No, none of that matters. I don't even see. I didn't do it. So here's the thing. I don't even fucking like Hamza. Right, at all. And I would make sense for people. But no, I don't. The half the stuff you say I think is stupid as shit.
Nobody does.
Hold on, I don't even know what Fro is, but Miss Clear, you don't like me at all?
I mean, what I don't know, remember you well enough, but what I do remember is I think you say stupid shit.
But you like me type shit, right? Like, I say stupid shit, but like, you kind of like me type shit.
I don't, but it's
really? That kind of hurts, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Now it's my turn to speak, right? I got the stage type shit.
You don't have a long time. You better get started.
Okay, let me get started. MJ saying dumb shit, right? That's how I'm gonna start. He thinks Trump, and I don't know who the fuck Kamala Harris runs shit. Bro, that's not who runs shit in America, right? Who runs shit is the military industrial complex. Why are you cutting me off? Why are you already cutting me off?
Who said that?
Why
are you mentioning my name?
MJ, we're going to step over him. He's going to share, and we're going to act like he doesn't exist. It's okay.
My bad, mister. You know I don't respect these crackers. You don't respect these crackers. Go ahead.
No, he's being racist. Should I fucking say something racist towards him since you called me a cracker?
No, you need to.
Should I say something racist?
Yeah, do it, brother.
Don't make me.
I fucking hate you right
now.
Bro,
if he says cracker,
shut up.
If he says, look, everyone shut the fuck up. If he says cracker one more time, I'm gonna be racist. I'll make you go to the cotton field. Don't get me wrong. You know who you're fucking with. Call me a cracker.
My bad, Miss Cleo. I'm trying to. The cracker is cracking. MJ, shut the fuck up.
Don't ever in your life call me a racist comment. And he laughed.
Hamza.
I'm sorry. Hamza, you're screaming. At least Big, when she argued with me, she wasn't screaming. I really don't need to be screamed at in my ear.
Y'all picked the white man over me to drag me because
hell no.
For that.
I want to.
For that.
Big.
Give me my time.
We will get you your time. You're going to have to chill for a second. Big. This is something's work here, right? So these people with the beans, they're going to moderate the conversation.
Right, but if I got this clip as an influencer, if I got this one clip in this moment, then what?
I'm standing in line. I bet you $1 you won't.
Girl, don't pump fake. If you're going to get it clipped,
do it.
Like, I'm actually sick of it.
Ain't no pump fake.
Cleo has been trying to get order in the room. Nobody
knows that. Y'all cut me off for this white man to talk about Kamala Harris and cotton picks.
Yeah. I'll talk about whatever I want. I'll talk about whatever I want. Who the fuck do you think you are? Get the fuck out of here.
Who the fuck is next?
I am next.
Bear is trying to. Order
is trying to be maintained in the room. I don't know where the fuck all this shit is coming from. It's 7:25.
You called me a cracker.
Miss Cleo has consistently attempted to get order so we can move through the people who want to speak. Nobody's choosing anybody over anyone else. There are just more people who want to speak big, and you have been speaking since I got in the fucking room. So what I'm saying is, all those threats to clip some shit, girl, just do it. Stop threatening us. That's called pump faking. All right. So Hamza, I believe you're next. You won't have as long. We're gonna start cutting this shit short. Okay? Be concise. Be direct. Get your point the fuck out. And then Ambassador is next.
Okay.
Enough of the goofy shit.
Fair enough.
Influence you fuckers the fuck out of here.
Based. Fair enough. Let me be very concise. I think personally MJ's the biggest dumb fuck that I've ever met in my life. He believes Trump and Kamala Harris has some kind of power because he's a dumb normie, right? He's a dumb sheep that he is. Who really runs? Look how he laughs at my own jokes. What a fag. What a fucking fag. The guy who's insulting him, he laughs. He gives props to his jokes. But anyways, who really runs the country are influential people that are not in the media, like the military. And don't fucking cut me off, fag. The people who really run the world are the military-industrial complex, and people like BlackRock. I don't know if you know what that is, but investment. 1 second, my girl. It's an investment company, right? They buy property. 1 second. I don't know why you keep interrupting me. Let me finish
You
my
don't know
point.
why? I'll show you what. Look, so what y'all gonna understand about? No, here what y'all gonna understand about this shit. This is not a democracy in this motherfucker, right? This is a conversation curated by us with these stupid damn green beans. That's what it is. I don't know why people. If y'all want to talk about some shit, there's a very easy way. Go to the hallway. And there used to be, it says host room. It's big and blue. It has a plus sign. Fucking host your room and go talk about this shit. If you don't like how we are moderating the conversation we fucking want to have. That's just what it is. Hamza, I was giving you a warning about how much time you had. You're not going to tell me what the fuck you got in this fucking space. It's not going to happen, right? Big, I actually like some of what you were saying because you have a different opinion. I want to keep fucking different opinions up on stage. But what I don't want people who hog the mic. I'm trying to pass it around, right? That's it. If you're down in the goo, I know, Ambassador, I'm really sorry. If you're down in the goo and you got some shit to say, we would love to have you here, right? I don't care what you believe in. It doesn't actually matter to me. None of y'all fucking make me $1. Y'all don't make me come. Y'all don't make me eat. So none of y'all actually matter to me, right? But the conversation does. So, Ambassador, it's on you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleo. Thank you, Ms. Pro and Ms. Q for getting some order. I think many times we underestimate the actual volition, I mean, the power of the volition of the people. And we want so many opportunities to establish new politics, new policies. And I was seeking, I guess, soon as we saw the Donald Trump exercise executive orders that actually did override the constitutional orders that were already in place, and the people allowed it to happen. So we were proposing a people's court that would have a competition with the Supreme Court, the Senate, and the Congress, meaning the volition or the will of the people would have a voice to stop an executive order if it was against the volition of the people. So I think we have many opportunities to exercise the will of the people and organize strongly. What one of my advisors said, that find the peacemakers, organize against the warmongers, and then position yourself strongly to override and to defeat these warmongers, because war, we say, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And this is the thing, it's proven itself. They fumbled the ball, they had opportunity to prove exactly who they are, they did. And if you want to think that military runs the world, just check with Vladimir Putin. Check in with Netanyahu. Check in with Trump now. And you'll see that now that you fired your bombs and used some of your guns and what you call eliminated or disposed of soldiers, now where's that gotten you? Chaos and confusion and jacked up prices at the grocery counter, gas pump, and diesel pump. So it shocks the world into a lot of common sense but the volition of the people advised against this. So we just lean more on the volition of the people and the hell with the military and these Gestapo leaders. And I just land my plane and say,
Ambassador, I appreciate that you respected me giving you a 30-second warning and didn't take it personal. Thank you so much. Anthony, I invited you to the stage.
Thank you for allowing us to
You typically have a different opinion, so I would love to hear what your opinion is. We're discussing the room title, Are Influencers More Powerful Than Politicians Today? What are your thoughts?
Hey, good morning, Cleo. I hope all is well with you and yours. So, my humble opinion is, no, influencers, they do have a significant amount of influence, but I think politicians, generally speaking, are definitely more powerful in terms of the consequences of their actions carry more weight than that of influencers. That's pretty much wraps it up right there. If it's one or the other, binary choice, I'm going with the politicians being more powerful.
Damn, it takes a lot on Clubhouse for us to agree, but shit, we in alignment on this one. There's a question from the chat I want to bring up. Who are these influencers other than Rogan? We heard Rogan. Who are the other influencers we think are like so powerful? And then I would love to know, what is their actual power? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the hands of these big influencer platforms. I think it's just how many of them there are. Like, it's a whole lot of fucking people. People with, 20 followers, right? But when you look at them in aggregate, it's quite a bit of people, and everyone's watching. And the influence is increasing. Like, they're taking shine away from mainstream media. They're taking shine away from like big cable television, network television. People are increasingly tuning in to the influences of their choice. So I don't think you can look at one influencer and say, oh, this influencer is more influential than this individual politician and do that thing. But again, looking at them in aggregate, they move culture. Again, they move markets. They move what consumers choose. They move industry, and they move politics. I think it's undeniable.
Can anybody answer the question I asked? What is the name of an influencer who, other than Rogan, who has some large amount of power, and what is this power that they actually have?
Crickets.
Damn, influencers have so much power we can't name their fucking names. Make that shit make sense for me. Damn, Siri even said it. I don't have an answer for that. Okay, anybody? I guess now we just chit chatting because clearly nobody can support the claim that have influence without and name people who do and the power that they have. Hello. I'm gonna let Hamza back up.
My bad, I'm halfway working. I put it in the chat earlier, but wouldn't Elon Musk be considered an influencer?
That's a good question. Oh, Farmer, you'll go next. Do people think that Elon Musk would be considered an influencer?
Absolutely. Is he now on social media giving his opinion? And people found his opinion and repost it. And they take those ideas and then launch them into this entire political sphere. Damn, said that all fucked up. But you know what I mean? Like, of course he does. Of course he's influenced. Of course he's influenced.
Finally, you say something of fucking substance. Dumb fuck.
What's wrong with this cracker, bro?
No, it's you're racist. That's why. I have a problem with your racism, bro. Don't be racist towards me because my skin fucking color, you hamar. You donkey that you are. Don't be racist.
All right, let's
towards
get
me
back to
because my
Elon
skin
Musk.
color.
Y'all can argue in the back channel.
Yeah.
Y'all can argue.
Yeah, I'll DM his. Yo, trust me, I'll DM his mother. No worries. I got you.
I mean, I don't care who you DM, his mother, his cousin, his dick. We're gonna move on.
Oh shit!
I appreciate that. So, MJ, like, I guess we're setting the bar really low for, who would qualify as an influencer. Based on what you said about Elon, pretty much anybody could be an influencer that, is on various social media platforms. And, if that's the way you think, that's cool. We can have a discussion about it, not have a discussion about it, no big deal either way. I'm just thinking in terms of like their actions and the consequences of their actions. Who has more power? Ultimately, I'm going to side with politicians. That's where I'm at with it.
Yikes. That still doesn't answer my question that was posed, though.
Yeah, so if I can respond to Anthony.
Well, hold on, MJ, because I would like my question to be answered. You gave your opinion. Anthony, the question posed is Elon Musk an influencer?
Okay. Yeah, I think Elon Musk is an influencer. Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
Didn't that contradict what you just said just now? I thought you said that if I wanted to say, he specifically said, MJ, if you said what you want, if you can say what you want, if you think Elon Musk is an influencer, then...
Did you hear me say that I don't think he's an influencer in my submission?
Exactly.
Well,
You're being subjective. You're saying it could be or not be.
Hold on. It seems as though you were
Can
making
you
it true
not
at
be
the same
three
time.
men's voices on top of each other, and maybe it's like one at a time?
Sure. It seems as though you were leaning in that direction. If Elon Musk is an influencer, which I think he absolutely is, because before Elon Musk jumped on Twitter or these social media platforms, he was just somebody who was behind an electric powered car company, right? I mean, he had his past in PayPal, Mafia, all these things, right? But people didn't know how he felt about politics. But his opinions on politics, right, fostered a following and definitely got to touch a lot of different people's ears. I think that's influential. Aside from everything else that he's doing. So, again, man, when we're talking about influencers, I think all of this counts.
MJ, you didn't give a qualifier. When you stated, why Elon Musk was an influencer, you used very broad terms. And
of course I give a qualifier.
Okay. Wow.
All right, I said the things that
MJ.
You're right.
Cleo literally just redirected y'all from rubbing y'all throats on each other's. If you could please allow him to talk. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna address it just like that every time you do it. So be quiet.
All the guys got quiet.
Anthony's turn to talk, Hamza. Get your throat off Anthony's throat.
Wow. Y'all seem to not shut up when he's So here's the thing. I tried it nicely, like, hey, can three men not all talk at the same time? And no, y'all didn't fucking listen. But the second we talk about rubbing throats, y'all and y'all are so uncomfortable, you actually shut the fuck up. So maybe listen to the person who said it the first time without the... I don't want your throat rubbing on my shit either.
You see, when you give women power, you see what happens, guys? You see it?
Yeah, this is what happens. You can really see what happens when women get power, too.
She's going to help you out. I thought she was going to help.
No, Miss Cleo, I would give you all the power.
MJ, maybe you did give a qualifier. I don't recall you giving a qualifier. I could be wrong, and I'm happy, for you to make the correction. No big deal. It just seemed like there was a really low bar to be an influencer based on the criteria described by you when talking about Elon. So in my response to Donnie, I just wanted to give him a direct answer. I didn't want to skirt around the question. I said, yes, I do think Elon would qualify as an influencer. I don't recall your qualifiers, but you're welcome to correct me. I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times. No big deal, brother.
Yeah, Anthony. All respect. I'll be real quick. I think the low bar to be an influencer is what makes them so fucking influential and so powerful. All you need is a microphone. All you need is to be able to jump on Twitter and say some shit, type some shit. That's what makes it incredibly. And anybody can do it. This is what makes them an individual influencer. Probably not. When you take the entire collective, sways and moves things. I don't know why we. I don't know. Some people. I don't think this has to be a debate, but go ahead.
MJ, I'm a little confused. Are you saying? Hold on. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying anybody with a microphone is an influencer?
Yes.
Okay.
You're an idiot.
Okay.
You're an idiot.
Exactly, Cleo. That was my point, Cleo. Now, 1 second, MJ. Just 1 second. Just really quick. You went. Cleo went. I'm just gonna go and then you can respond to whatever I said.
Yeah, I was gonna qualify what I said.
All right, cool. So that's MJ. I get it, right? So even if we were gonna go with your idea, right? Collectively, I think politicians are more powerful because it sounds like you're collectively putting all influences in a bucket. I think that politicians collectively, even using your logic, would still be more powerful. But there is plenty of room to debate. There's plenty of room to debate that. It doesn't make me right automatically and you wrong, if that's what you're saying.
No, I think the discussion is more important than who's right and who's wrong. I think that when I say that this bar is low, anybody with a Twitter account, anybody with a microphone is an influencer. You're an idiot. I think it's absolutely correct. You're an idiot. Hold on. Can this dude stop?
So someone with one follower is an influencer? Somebody put a, oh my God, it's boring. It's boring.
MJ, be quiet real quick. Where's your room located?
Where's my room?
Up against MJ's. Please be quiet. Thank you. Go ahead.
I wouldn't let him get that
Thumbs
close.
up. Thumbs up. Please
If you're bored, go play with your dick. Go start a room. But I don't fucking necessarily. Shut the fuck up.
It's just over, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Smells so much better up here. Yeah, I mean, if that's not the qualifier for an influencer, what is? What aside from having a microphone, aside from having a Twitter account, what else does it take in order to be considered an influencer? Does it have to be a significant following?
Yes.
Is there a number that would qualify
I think I don't think
versus a non-influencer?
I can't say that there's a definitive 10K.
Then there is no. Then there is no.
Hold on.
And that's not.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, because this is the point Hamza was trying to make erratically. But anybody can have a Twitter with a microphone and have no followers. I can go and create an account right now and have 0 followers. So whom am I influencing?
Yeah, I put a receipt in on the backside of that.
But if you can't draw a line to say this is the amount of followers you have to be considered an influencer, and this amount of followers makes you not an influencer, then there is no parameter. There is no distinction. They're all the same thing. Unless you can create, say, this bar. If you don't meet this bar, then you would not be considered an influencer. I think they're all influencers. I think the guy with 200 followers, right, is influencing 200 people because they're all seeing his tweets, right?
Yeah, but
and you can call him a low-level influencer.
Hold on. MJ, literally someone with 0 followers by your criteria also would be an influencer. And that's incorrect.
What does a tree, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, then they can...
Influencing when there are no people following you makes 0 sense.
Well, I would agree with you.
My receipt on the last 4 comments.
Is my microphone broken?
Yeah,
It's gotta be.
She's not done speaking.
I mute when I'm done most of the time. Okay. So I don't think this claim that just because you have access and you have created an account, you are an influencer. That's ridiculous. I think there are lots of things that we could say. There's not a definitive line that if you cross this number or that number, that it is the thing, right? Am I a farmer just because I planted tomatoes? No, right? I don't think we live in a world where, oh, if you planted 10,000, if you planted 100 tomatoes, now you're a farmer. But if you only planted 99, you're not a farmer. That's not really how things work.
So when it pertains to
Wait, I'm not finished, Big. Thank you. So, MJ, that doesn't work. There has to be something else that signifies influencer that's not just a numerical answer.
Well, what is it? You're the one that's saying it. You're the one that's saying that there's a difference.
MJ is not on you. It's on Big.
There are literally numbers, okay? So there's something called, and this is why I'm saying this conversation is funny, because some people don't even understand. There's something called a nano influencer, a micro influencer, and a macro influencer. There's literally tiers and numbers that like signify what that is. So if you're somebody on the internet who has under 10,000 followers, you're considered a nano influencer. Obviously, outside of the followers, the engagement needs to be present, and obviously it has to be organic. It can't be all of this is non-bot involved. No fake followers and engagement involved. When you have 10K, and I think it's between 10 and 20, or a little bit higher than that, you're considered a micro influencer. And then anything above that is considered a macro influencer. But there's literally numbers. And by the way, most companies and organizations are no longer into macro influencers because it's unorganic. They are into the nano and the micro influencers because that engagement is more quote unquote organic. They're considered to have a larger community despite what the numbers say when it pertains to engagement. So there are quite literally numbers, right? Even if you have a business page and you go on Instagram, if you have any type of business on any type of social media platform, it breaks down so many different things when you look at your analytics and your insights and things like that. And if you're in marketing, right? Nobody's in marketing here. Like, these are things that people look at. If you're in sales. But yes, there's literally tiers to influencing. And as somebody who, I've gotten paid by Clubhouse before. I get paid from Instagram. I have companies, and I'm considered a nano influencer. I have companies who send me PR packages for free. Good Molecules, Lancome, as a makeup artist. I'm a makeup artist. I'm telling you that there are literally tiers. Even when it pertains to my following, I'm going to go on mute. On Instagram, when it pertains to my following, certain deals, in order for me to get certain deals, my demographics, when it pertains to men and women, have to be at least, depending on what the brand deal is, 70% women, 30% men. If I go under that 70% for women, the influence, quote unquote, when it pertains to a certain product is out the window. So no, there are literally numbers that back up all of these things, and anybody who's in sales or marketing, or even, quote unquote, the internet world with influencing, that you know that.
I got a
numbers
question
drive everything.
I got a question for Ms. Cleo. Ms. Cleo, if an individual lives in a town of 150 people and they're running for sheriff, are they a politician?
Sure.
Oh wow.
So MJ, remember my pushback was really clear on zero, right? It wasn't that you can't have small numbers.
If it's zero,
right. And the way you positioned it allows zero to be someone who is an influencer.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. I don't agree with that.
I've definitely heard, and mind you, I've heard various numbers for what Big is talking about, right? And there's like depending on if you look up here, what would be considered micro, macro, nano, all these different things. Some of these, you can go on mute while I finish. Thanks so much. Some of these numbers actually have to do about your actual engagement numbers versus your following numbers. That matters more over this. There's lots of ways people can talk about it. My general point to MJ that I was pushing back on is that it's not just a clear cut, because if you went to any of those agencies and you talked about the number that was on, let's say you were talking about 10,000 versus 999, that difference difference in those two actually is negligible. And any of these agencies would share that with you, right? Like, and that was my point, is that cutoff and needing to be here versus here actually doesn't have any real value. Because if you had 999, but you had a very high response rate, engagement rate, that you look at your analytics and the number of people who are in your mailing list, and you can submit that to somebody who's, trying to sponsor you, you would be sponsored. And it doesn't matter that technically under 10,000, it was 999, no, 999. Like that actually doesn't matter. And my point in like trying to lean into numbers in and of themselves, they don't actually matter. There's way more to it that actually helps us dictate if someone is an influencer. The main thing is, are they influencing people to do anything? Which is why engagement numbers are so important. And again, these things are arbitrary to some degree cutoffs. Nobody's looking at them black and white, this or that. That's not how we look at it. Nobody's sitting up here counting how many followers Joe Rogan has. And mind you, your followers change based off of your platform. So this is a way more complex thing, and I think that we need to own it as such. But what I will say is I really want somebody to answer my question is, what power do any of these fucking people have?
I wanna
micro, or anything
as well.
I want to attempt to answer that only based on this definition, Ms. Cleo. So I looked up power. Power says the ability, capacity, or authority to act, influence, or control people, events, or resources. At the bottom of that definition, it says power can be formal, legal authority, or informal influence. So I guess what's being said is that influencers have informal power, and that is strictly the ability to influence people to sway a certain way. I feel like the power that's being asked about on stage is the legal authority power. And so I think that's why we've got people saying they do have power and people saying that they don't have power. If I'm understanding the conversation about politics, then we would have to come to the understanding that they don't have any legal authority to do or change things officially. The only thing they could do is influence people through numbers to try to encourage the people who do have legal authority to be swayed. And I think that is the difference. So they have the ability to attempt to gather numbers to try to influence people to go in a way to follow those who actually do have the legal authority. But do influencers have legal authority? Absolutely the fuck no. They don't have legal authority.
As a living receipt to both Pro and to the Mrs. Cleo's statement, recently campaign of Jasmine Crockett, she appealed on the internet for some campaign funds. I gave them to her. And then I got to the inside track and said my words to her. I said, you're running basically submitting that campaigns, and it may be successful, maybe not. But my advice to you is to get your campaign literature and get your workers straight and go in the region where the voters are and go door to door. The only campaign you have is actually door to door, and the proof and evidence, Jasmine Crockett did it. And she came back for some more money. She put her stuff on autopilot and took some more money from my micro account, etc. But nevertheless, I know that there's no internet campaign that I know of that would actually get you in office unless you develop something sophisticated right now that improving you can get your robots to go door to door. I don't see the folks you get in these situations is the one you actually ask for, and you and your workers can go right out to Mr. and Mrs. Jones that votes in that particular precinct and say, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I'd like to have your vote. Teenagers, college students, workers, union, I would like to have your vote. And there's a great chance that you'll get it if you ask for it. But if you never ask for the vote and continue to go to the internet, I think there's in a lose-lose in most instances that I have experienced. experience personally. So I'm a living receipt inside and outside of the chat box on that voting. No politics unless you go out and get your black boots on the ground and say, my.
My. Yo.
I forgot.
My. Compliment you. You did a great job of breaking that down. Great job of explaining influence's power, and tip my hat to you.
I just think it's
Oh,
funny
she
because
knows
that's the
about it
first
when
thing
he-
that I said when
when
I
that gun.
hold on, brother ambassador, I love you down. I just think it's funny because that's the first thing that I said when I came up here was the context of power and what that looks like and in what way. And I literally said, of course, influencers don't have the same power as politicians when it pertains to policies. However, where they do hold the power is the ability to sway the opinions of people in what way they should vote to get those politicians in their seats. So I just think it's funny.
Did somebody disagree?
Yes. Actually, when I first came up on the stage, people were acting like I said something that was like crazy or like unimaginative. I don't think that you were up here. I don't know if you were up here.
Yeah, I might not be. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, no. And I was just like, yeah, like that's a very real thing. That's how it works. Obviously, policy is what dictates the way that things go, and anybody who says otherwise is simply foolish. But we would also be remiss to not name the ways in which the internet, and even more particularly these quote-unquote influencers, have the ability to make some shit shake. Real heavy. It's scary.
So I want to be clear about where the pushback came for her position, because I think it's been misrepresented. The topic says, are influencers more powerful than politicians? And what was being pushed on is that there is more power that they hold, right? And I think the reason why is because of the multiple ways in which politicians actually exert power, right? And the multiple ways in which that directly affects people's lives. There was never any pushback that influencers are exactly that influential. I was very clear. Influencers do what their name is, influence. Not arguing that there's no influence that they have. And not arguing that they're not highly influential. But I think if there's a comparison of where more power rests, their power begins and ends with their influence, right? Politicians both have the ability to influence, right? Because many politicians are also people of influence, as well as make governmental decisions that have an impact on your life. And so if we're comparing influence, I would say maybe you can say influencers might be influential. Actually makes sense. But if we're talking about power, that's where my disagreement was with her.
Yeah, but
and so to say, I'm not finished.
Okay, I went on
mumbling.
mute. You need some spit, lady. You're gonna kick me out now, but you need some spit.
Hold on, girl.
Is that what you want?
Sexual harassment.
I'm like, damn.
Big brush. That's sexual harassment. We won't be having it, ma'am.
The context is clear.
Ma'am.
I don't know why she's screaming.
We don't need you to sexually harass anyone in the room. You're a sexual harasser.
Now for disrespect.
Please.
Where was there disrespect?
You had all that throat talk a minute ago. What you talking about?
You're angry. You need some
I said get your throat off other people's throat. That's not a sexual harassment.
Sexual harassment. Common consent to throat talk.
Okay, thank
A
you, MJ.
throat is not a sex organ. Please be quiet.
It is in my house.
It's not.
How many niggas not off that throat? That's a lie.
Okay, so Brush, do you want to be slung around again?
I don't give a fuck, girl. I'm going to work. Y'all need to do the same.
All right, please go to work. There you go. Do that.
I love y'all black people, man. I promise.
Yo, does she think I'm unemployed? That's hilarious.
But you know what?
You know what's interesting about this conversation, guys? Like, for real? I think some of us are having a conversation about, like, when we say politicians, we're talking about individuals, right? Or influencers, we're talking about individual influencers. So an individual influencer is an individual politician, right? But I think you can also have this conversation when you pan out bird's eye view in aggregate at a macro level. See what I'm saying? And that's how I perceive the conversation. And so in a democracy and in a capitalistic society, right? Ideas, right? Ideas and opinions are incredibly powerful. They make the sway in how markets run, and they make the sway in how politics run. And so if influencers are the progenitors of these ideas and these opinions, it would make sense in aggregate that a significant portion of the power lies in their hands, because they're the ones with all the ideas and opinions moving around in this fucking metasphere that we're dealing with. It's all platforms, you know.
So a lot of these influence are paid by politicians and people who work with politicians. Like, we gotta stop giving these motherfuckers power that they don't have. Like, they can talk and do all this shit, but they are controlled. Like, politicians go and do, all you gotta do is look at Texas. All you gotta do is look at Texas. As much as Joe Rogan, you can say Joe Rogan is this and Joe Rogan is that, his ass got left just like the rest of us when Ted Cruz fucking found out about the storm. He didn't say shit. He didn't come at Ted Cruz because he knew Ted Cruz base and he knew Ted Cruz fucking power would fucking dismantle everything that he's built. These politicians sit and control shit that influencers can't even fucking touch. They sit in rooms and make life and death decisions for us. People give them too much power. We up here arguing in the morning about a goddamn influencer. Man, we gotta stop this shit, man. And people up here talking about how much Joe Rogan can do what for you in your life right now. Tell me what Joe Rogan can do right now. Besides talk some shit. He ain't gonna change the way healthcare, he ain't gonna do none of that shit. He's careful about what he says. These politicians can go out there and say what the fuck they want to do, pardon and do whatever the fuck. They can run roughshod, kill and destroy. Name one politician who can do that and get away with it. I'll wait.
I think you meant influencer, but I was picking up what you was putting.
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all just come up here just to wake up in the morning and argue. These influencers, they are controlled. They were waiting for Jasmine Crockett to be elected. The FBI had this warrant just waiting at the desk. Like, man, we gotta stop this shit, man. I think some of y'all not really having real conversations. Y'all just coming up here to get y'all rocks off and go to, I guess, like she said, go to work. Like nobody else in here working.
The FBI was waiting on Jasmine Crockett.
What they knew all about my man from Jasmine, her security detail. They already knew about this. They knew who that dude was. They was just waiting. I think some people try to come in here, influence the room, and disrupt the room. Like, for real. Like, we gotta be honest with some of this shit.
So I was gonna say, according to this, I'm a fucking influencer. I got a whole little gold chain.
You from Detroit and Chicago. Yeah, of course you got influence.
It's very interesting. I don't understand or want to actually misunderstand people. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, MJ, you actually on the phone or you here? Are you actually on the Donnie, did you want to say something? Quinn, when you gonna get your ass upstairs? Why are you downstairs like this?
I mean,
Donnie, you fell asleep.
no, I'm here. I just think, again, to the question that I asked about Elon, it goes kind of to MJ's point. When we're looking at the power dynamics of influencers versus politicians, obviously we do understand that politicians have, you know, the capability for long-standing law and all of these great things within legislation. But again, to the complete aggregate and the totality of influencers, yes, Elon is only one. I'd have to go and do a little bit more research to see, you know, who else would be considered a quote unquote influencer that has the technological influence, that has the business influence. When you talk about law, he was not voted to bullshit around with Doge. And that's something that, you know, his influence and his power yielded in his relationships, obviously, and that comes with influence, right? You start rubbing elbows and shaking hands with proper people, you can get into these sort of sex and positions where you're not qualified. And that goes back to your about Trump, right? He wasn't as powerful until he became a politician or started working in politics, because I'm still not going to label him a quote unquote politician. To me, it's like an attorney versus a lawyer, right? One actually dabbles in the courtroom and one doesn't. I still think but that's neither here nor there. But just the whole overall sphere of influencer, to what Fro was reading, and again to what MJ is saying, that power that is yielded, it shifts and morphs, not necessarily again into law, but into thought processes of the common layperson that would, you know, theoretically make them vote or sway them one way or another within law. So it's kind of like putting the chicken before the egg or the egg before the chicken when we're having this power.
The cart before the horse,
No. Like what came first, the egg or the chicken? Is the power lying in which direction? Appreciate it.
I just want to know what influencer is invoking life and death. Like I think we give them too much power.
What did you say again?
They have a lot of power. What influencer rewrites healthcare?
I don't think there would be, but like I'm still sticking to the point that Trump is essentially an influencer who won presidency, and like the position being that like if the modern version of what we would consider an influencer can reach the presidency, then like what's outside of the realms of an influencer? Okay. And that's why I'm gauging my entire position off of like if you can, like sure politicians overall have more power, but if influencers have the ability to become politicians without the requisite like background, but like it's a lot harder for a politician to become an influencer because like of their image. I don't know, man. Like, granted, you can't like necessarily make choices, but like to get to the point where you can make choices is way more possible.
Do you think influencer is an easier road to become a politician then?
No, not necessarily.
Not at all. But I would ask, would you guys consider, just based off of your point, Kirko, would you consider AOC an influencer at this junction?
What's her name? Perez from California. Yeah. I would think she leverages it, but I wouldn't necessarily consider her influence. I think she like once Trump had his influencer like mode to get to where he's at, I think a lot of people are starting to leverage it. So like a lot more politicians are leveraging social media versus being social media influencers and then getting off it.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Miss Cleo.
I don't even understand Kirko's position. It doesn't actually make sense to me.
If I could help.
I don't. Yeah, that. Thank you.
Yeah. So what he's saying is essentially that, you know, especially as you look at Trump, he isn't a politician per se. He has, and it's kind of what I was alluding to. There's no acumen that comes with him related to politics. Kirko is saying he is an influencer who just so happened to win the position of president. Now, if an influencer can go as far as to do that, what is the next measure and step in which an influencer can accomplish? And so he's trying to yield, you know, just the fact that even though that there is a presumptive bar set, an influencer was able to jump over that bar, creating this, because it was Alpha Gamma's question is, you know, who's doing something to preserve life and death. And so he's saying Trump, because again, as an influencer, he won this position. Now he's in the most powerful position in the United States. In totality, an influencer holds the most powerful position, making the influencer the most powerful.
So I think there's a lot of flaws in there, right?
Yeah.
One, Trump has actually been in politics for just as long, if not longer, than he's been an influencer. So that's the first thing. And I think to not note that is really off, right? So it makes the premise, you know, very weak for me. One. Two, I think this idea that Trump's not a politician because y'all don't like how he politics, I also think is really, really flawed. I definitely think he's a politician. He has a base that he panders to in a very specific way. You know, he has policy on things. He pushes that policy and that agenda. Non-traditional politician, but the nigga's a politician. And so I think that this idea that he's not a politician is actually problematic, right? It's because he packaged it differently. All of a sudden, he's not a politician. Yes, the fuck he is. It's just as crazy as when some homeboy was in here earlier talking about his friend was talking about he voted for Trump because Trump is against government. How is a man running for president against government? That doesn't even make sense. These things just don't go together to me, like the very basic premise of it. And I don't think most influencers are becoming politicians. You have one person who you might deem was an influencer, right? That became, you know, a high, you know, political office. But I would say overwhelmingly, that's not the case, you know. Ronald Reagan also, I guess, would have been an influencer at the time, maybe. But if you look over the trajectory of politicians, most of them are not influencers. So it feels like a very moot point to me. It doesn't feel strong.
Okay. I'm gonna try to make it so you don't get bored and like lose track of what I'm saying. First, to the first point, to be in politics and to be a politician aren't the same. So, granted, I get it. Like, he's been around even Obama and probably the Clintons and maybe even Bush when they did their political things. He's definitely contributed to political campaigns. But at least for the last 25 years of life, when I knew that the guy was a person, like, he's always been somewhere in like the limelight. Like, these are things that influencers do. Like, influencers say, hey, this is what I think is cool, and other people jump on. Whether it's the TV show, whether it's the fact that all the rappers wanted to hang out with him, be around him, make songs with his name, whether it was making your own coin and pushing it to the people that you influence or your own shoe. These are influencer things. And I'm granted, like I consider him a politician now because he's the president. You got to be a politician once you're the president. But the fact doesn't change that leading up to that first election, he held no political office. Therefore, I can't. Hold on. Therefore, I personally don't consider him a politician if you've never held a political position. To the second point, I tried to write these down.
Hold on, before you jump on the second point, since you did write these down.
Since you wrote them down, we got to stick on this first one. Go.
And this is my level of confusion as it pertains to your point. You said it twice, actually, that since he's the president, I consider him a politician now, but I don't consider him a politician because he hasn't held any other considerable
first election.
Because he hasn't held any other considerable duties or jobs that would be aligned with being a politician. And then you said that being in politics doesn't necessarily make you a politician.
Yes.
Like, I'm correct in both of those statements?
Let me try to smooth this out. Leading up to the first election, he held no office positions.
Correct.
Up to that point, not a politician. He wins presidency, he by default becomes a politician.
So here's the thing.
Politics does not make you a politician.
And this is where I disagree. Hold on. And I got you now. This is where I disagree fundamentally and actually agree with Ms. Cleo wholeheartedly. If you look at Trump's track record and his talks about Iran in and of itself, before he was president, he had an opinion. He just happened to get into the presidency and actually go forth with his opinion and put it into action and practice. No, he didn't hold an office, but what he held, to your point, is influence. And not all politicians start. He's very unconventional, right? And so his unconventional nature doesn't diminish his thought processes prior to. And I would implore, and I'm actually going to do it, I'll come right back to you, with a track list of things he has said pertaining to politics that are now actually being enacted in his stint as president. So to try to separate, politician versus, the office, and everybody has an opinion on politics. That doesn't make everybody a politician. What makes him one prior to being president is the fact that he had an audience in which he could sway, and that audience followed him and actually got a name when he became president. So I can't really go based off of this, he didn't hold an official position that would make him a politician. Nah, he was doing the work even before he got the highest official position he could get.
So he's run multiple times, and this is where when people say he's not a politician, it's completely bullshit, right? Put together political campaigns, multiple political campaigns, and then you're not a politician, then what the fuck are you? It just doesn't add up. He's put together multiple campaigns. He's, ran for office multiple times, even won a primary more than 25 years ago, right? So, this whole thing where everybody's, just looking at him in 2025, he's been active in the political space for years, right? Mind you, there are lots of people, who I would still, Arnie Duncan, right, spent years doing stuff, not even running campaigns. He's still a politician. When he got appointed to Secretary of Education, he definitely was a politician. He definitely did things, being CEO or whatever he was of Chicago Public School.
He was a CEO of Chicago Public School.
Yeah, I thought it was CEO. Yeah, I couldn't remember what each place has a slightly different title. But that was political, right? And I think that we try to have this very narrow way. There's so many ways. If you start looking at people who hold, high offices, there's so many routes and tracks into, these offices that they hold. And they're not all via election. And they're still politicians, right? There's a way in which college, many ambassadors are considered politicians. So I feel like there's a way in which people forget how politics actually work. And it's not just this one narrow track. Trump has been having political positions, been flip-flopping, moving around parties, reform, Democrat, Republican, until some shit actually stuck. Like, I can't get with this. He wasn't a politician until 2016. That's just
okay. Which in hindsight is fair because I did Google it like when he first ran for president, and I see like he mentioned running in like 1998. So I guess that would be the moment where I would say he became a politician. That's me personally, because outside of that, I'm not too privy, or such as I'm ignorant of like political stances other than the fact that he backed other candidates.
I mean, his position on the
I don't know, 5 young men in New York.
Yeah,
come on,
this is what I'm
man.
saying. Like,
I'm saying, like,
wait, why are you hollering? I don't understand what you're hollering
the reason
about.
The reason why I bring up the Central Park 5 is because actually this is where there's an overlap between influence and his political like activism, right? Or I don't know if activism is the right word, but whatever. So like Trump's been a politician for years, right? It's just a reality. His businesses haven't actually been super successful for years. Like, but and mind you, I actually think he overlaps with influence and politician quite well. I actually think it's almost hard to divorce the two for him. And I would be okay to say he's both an influencer and a politician. But to say he wasn't a politician till 2016, to me, is just inaccurate.
Right. I mean, even what I just did was I just tried to concede to the fact that he's been in politics. And that's why I'm kind of confused on why, like, the whole Central Park 5 thing was relevant, because I'm saying that I'm wrong.
Well, so here's the problem, Kirko, and mind you, maybe it's a misstep on my part, and I can apologize. Is that you said he's been in politics, but you've also been very clear that, in your opinion, being in politics is not being a politician. So you still haven't said he's been a politician.
No, I did. I said since he first talked about running in '98, and then he actually ran in 2000. That's back then is when I would have considered him to be a politician.
Okay. Said that. My apologies. We can move.
It's all good. People like me for I'm a very fucking boy.
Anybody else want to get up here?
Yes, I'd just like to say that I think Donald John Trump is, for my money, for a guy like me, I mean, he's just another B-movie actor, but his history stemming from Fred Trump, you have to spell that correctly, I think D-R-U-M-P-D-P-H, you'll find it if you're looking for it. Donald Trump and Fred Trump, they were bootleggers, see. Them, I mean, much like the Kennedys, they were bootleggers, see. That's why you see it's in the blood and in the family, because of their bootlegging and criminal activity long before office. I mean, the family is known as a crime family to those that are familiar with those situations northeast of New York City. But I think, the proof and evidence that he's made so much chaos because of mismanagement, lack of social political skills, lack of management skills, lack of ability to manage people well. And so all that have teamed up with him, noticeably, have either burned out or he's flipped on them. They have flipped on him. They have flipped on each other. Not just Omarosa, but again, him and Elon Musk went to a flipping contest. And see, once you flip-flop in Washington, D.C., I'm just been monitoring presidents for a while. It's a fact that you're done in D.C. When you flip-flop. Like John Francis Kennedy was what you would call a libertarian kind of guy. He went in office, no monosodium glutamate, don't take the shot, and so he relaxes his position to the point that he take the flu shot now and then. These things are approved, but stamped USDA approved. But are these things willing to give you cancer? Aren't they known cancer agents? And so all of these things are flipping and flopping. So they exhaust their usefulness. Just I alluded to the fact earlier, ask Vladimir Putin if you can find him on that bomb. He said, why don't we just go ahead and to Ukraine here and just take a few hostages, knock down a few buildings, and bomb a few aircraft, and I have the land, then it can go up the rest of the European nations over here, from Copenhagen and all in Czechoslovakia, all here roll up the French, up Spain, Italy, and to the UK. They said that was he couldn't get through to Ukraine. He's got more bombs, more ability to put men than he was underfeeding the men. Soldiers not ready for combat. Got a lot of his artillery taken out, and he's still trying to figure out how he can dominate Ukraine. And that was long before Netanyahu went on his campaign. So all the three major warmongers are proving that guns and bombs are not the superpower. So there's a conglomerate of evidence that bombs and guns are not the keys to the power. But if you know the volition of the people, and you begin to organize, say for an example, if you were to organize the righteous against the warmongers, that might be a foreseeable plan. And then use the volition skillfully and effectively, and maybe you have a network that can override the bad decision-making, horrible management procedures and horrible management resource procedure, and check them on some of the public deception is a criminal act. Derelict of duty. When you go to intrude upon justice, any of that derelict of duty and impediments on justice are jailable. Malfeasance. I got another laundry list somewhere. So just clearly, once you know your politics and start working it becomes a different thing. If you develop a well-lubricated machine based on your own family value system, you can win in America, Cuba, Greenland, Venezuela. You can win in Gambia, in Zimbabwe, or wherever you decide to go on the planet, if you know how to exercise your own volition. And if you can use your volition and somehow sync up with the Almighty God of the universe and get the sync right, that's what Muhammad Ali, my minister, taught me. The time, if you get the timing of your punch right, you can knock out anybody by saying, my. You don't have to be necessarily more powerful, even stronger. But if you're wise, then they'll recognize. They don't have to go and pick on somebody their own size. And I just say, my. Oh, my.
Welcome to Research Purposes Only. That's the house at the top. If you have a pink ticket, consider trading it in. I'll drop our Discord if you want to join our Discord. We're talking about are influencers more powerful than politicians? The mic is open.
Was that a sneeze?
Me, I coughed. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Wash your bread. If you were full-bred, know that since the beginning, the middle, and the end that I had my history on Club, I've been on Donald John Trump just like a blazing hot hemorrhoid on the backside of a shine from colon cancer.
We know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Damn.
Straight up, I've been on this behind.
We know, brother. We know.
Ambassador is okay. I've hated that motherfucker my whole life.
And he's giving you good reason to do so. All in your museum, your Job Corps, your Kool-Aid, what else he want? He wants every goddamn. He don't jump on no juice. It's like if I call him dumb, but he's ducking we the people. Trust me, he's ducking we the people. The real issues of the people, domestic and foreign policy, he has cleverly ducked that by using his attorneys to develop loopholes, and he ducks in a loophole, he ducks under that loophole. But But after this truth get full force, there won't be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Saying you won't be able to lie, mama.
Has this topic run its course? Are we done talking about it?
I think so, Miss Cleo.
Fro, are you here? Fro. Okay.
Did you just call me?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this topic is done.
Oh, I haven't been here the whole time, but to me it seems kind of worn. Like everybody said what they needed to say. There's no new people on the stage. My bad. I was watching Love on the Spectrum.
Is it good? I've been debating watching it.
Room's at about 8 hours too.
I'm enjoying it. It's really interesting to watch.
Yes, this topic is washed.
Yeah, I think the topic is done.
Okay, so let's pick a new one. If you joined our Discord, if you're in our Discord, we have topic ideas. So I'll go up from the bottom. Do Americans desire to read books slow lower after? I don't understand that one. Are coffee dates still a thing? Too prissy for punches? Is slapping someone a feminine act? Is getting rich hard work or luck? How soon is too soon to meet family? Is being busy a flex or a sign of imbalance? Is self-love culture creating stronger people or more narcissism? Are people using trauma as an excuse instead of a reason? Are situationships emotional avoidance? Stop me anytime you hear something. Avoidance disguised as freedom? Is capitalism evolving or collapsing? Are influencers more powerful than politicians today? Do billionaires help society or exploit it? Is therapy making people better or just more self-centered? I like that one. Is working hard still a real path to success in 2026? Are chain restaurants
Hard work, that catches my attention.
All right, so anybody else interested? Is hard work still a real path to success in 2026?
I like that one. Yeah, I do think that one caught my eye yesterday or last night, whenever it was.
Okay. I'll start building the new room.
Miss Cleo, I'm gonna send you an article I read. That would be a great topic. Also, I'm putting it in Discord.
Okay. Well, copy and paste this. Oh, there you go. Oh shoot, it's late over here.
$9:33.
Oh, not you doing my time. Okay.
I've known since you left.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody else be fucking on my time, so.
Also, it looks like the ceasefire got fucked up because Iran decided to bomb the shit out of something.
Don't sound like it got fucked up. It sounds like it wasn't followed. But anyways, I'm about to start the new room. Y'all come over when you're ready. Good day, black people.
Good day. All right, everyone. Miss Cleo has left, which means the new room is starting. You can click research purposes only at the very top between the picture and the little arrow. Go ahead and click that, and then you'll see the other room listed there. You can transition to that room. If you're not a member of the house, I'm not sure if it shows up that way for you. But that's how we'll migrate. And I'll be shutting this one down in just a minute.
I'll put the link in the chat for her.
Oh, thank you, Kirko. We've got concierge service. Kirko has put the link in the chat, so you all can just click it.
Can you put my balls to your jobs?
She's not here, so she didn't hear you just go fool of yourself. It's okay, though. You know, that's pretty common. That brother thought he was the first person to find out that balls and jowls sound similar. Wow. TVN, we're migrating, love. The link is in the chat. And I'm gonna shut this down in 10, 9. Not gonna do the rest of the numbers. Catch the link. Goodbye.
People use it for fucking energy. So obviously they're gonna still have access to rich uranium. So I don't know what the fuck we've negotiated other than a bad deal. And we're gonna have to now. Alright, let me go ahead and keep playing. I just wanted y'all to know what Iran is saying is in the plan, since you're not releasing what's actually in the plan.
Here's some of what Levitt told my colleague Gabe Gutierrez.
Mainstream media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that?
The president was made aware of those reports before it came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation, and it has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false. Additionally, it doesn't appear that the ceasefire has actually resulted in the cessation of firing. Qatar's defense ministry says it was targeted today by 7 missiles and drones launched from Iran, and Kuwait saying a number of petroleum facilities and its energy ministry were attacked by Iranian drones.
And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm putting on pause again. Israel's still attacking. Y'all think a ceasefire is, if there's actual paperwork on a ceasefire, we haven't been able to read it. There's certain things you have to hit in these ceasefires. That's why you see after a ceasefire, sometimes people shooting, going for it. Maybe they didn't receive the orders yet saying, hey, so they have to go down to the lowest level. Or they're not meeting what needs to be met. Israel continued to attack during the agreements. And I think that's them trying to keep the U.S. in this fight. I don't want anybody in here to think that we're not supporting our Jewish brothers and sisters, but this Israel as a whole, the government as a whole, not just the government, not the people. The government is making these decisions. The government is, I think, sabotaging the ceasefire agreement. Any comments? Because I'm going to play.
Pace of developments coming today as Pakistan is planning to host diplomatic talks in Islamabad later this week with the U.S. and Iranian negotiators. The White House saying today Vice President Vance will lead the U.S. delegation along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner. Joining me now is our team of reporters from all around the world. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Elba, NBC News Chief International Correspondent Tier Simmons is in Saudi Arabia. NBC News International Correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv. Also with me are NBC News Senior National Security Correspondent Courtney Kuby and NBC News Business and Economy reporter Ali Canal. Thank you all so much for joining us on take a bit of a pause to try to establish the possibility of diplomatic talks. But the actual fine points of what might be in this agreement, in these proposals, in this framework, is not being revealed. The United States side of it, and you saw the Vice President talk about this, is not putting out what the exact plan that is under discussion actually is. We only know that there are certain points in there from what has been floated publicly that the White House is pushing back on, including what it could mean for the potential presence of U.S. service members in the region, what it could mean for the potential of sanctions that could be eased against Iran, and really, in terms of some of the most critical areas of disagreement, what the actual future of how the Strait of Hormuz will be handled, how that is going to be addressed. And it is just simply unclear right now whether any of that has actually been agreed to. You did hear the Vice President sort of indicate that maybe on a couple of points there has been some indication there could be cooperation, but there is still a just very tenuous sense, even from the White House today, that these talks could fall apart, that there could be a real issue with trying to solidify or shape up some of the ones that, again, are just going to be extremely thorny, that either from the Iranian perspective they will not accept, or that the U.S. won't accept.
Well, speaking of things that are not clear, there's been so much back and forth over Iran's 10-point plan. President Trump called it workable, but apparently, according to Vance, there's been a couple different ones floating around. Is it clear to you, Monica, exactly what the points are that the U.S. and Iran are actually negotiating here?
And remember that back when Steve Witkoff was the one who did confirm that there was a multi-point plan that had been sent back and forth through intermediaries, that's basically what we know about it. We know that this plan exists, but we have never seen it from the U.S. side of things. What's on the screen right now has been publicized from Iran's Supreme National Security Council, and they point out some of these things that, again, they are likely non-starters for the U.S., including full compensation for damages in Iran, the removal of all sanctions. It does seem some will be eased, but probably not all of them, the release of all frozen Iranian assets, and again, that whole debate over the acceptance of nuclear enrichment, which President Trump has indicated and the White House has indicated, is not something that he's going to accept.
No. Yeah, such a key sticking point. Vice President Vance is leading the U.S. delegation for talks in Islamabad. The Vice President, though, notably was opposed to the U.S. strikes in Iran. So what do you make of his role in this diplomatic effort?
This has been such a fascinating dynamic to watch, exactly for those personal reasons that you just point out, where he has long been opposed to these kinds of extended foreign entanglements. Privately, we know that that is what he told the president. He was the one who was most against this potential action, but then ultimately said to him he would get on board with whatever the president decided. And now he is the one who, it seems, is going to be brought into the negotiations in a role that we haven't seen him play typically. Usually you would see Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner involved in these kind of nitty-gritty discussions about trying to see if there can be progress on the diplomatic path. But the fact that he is going to be going to Pakistan, that he is going to be the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit there in years, is a very, very significant one, because it also carries the risk of whether there isn't any progress that can be achieved there, of looking like he was involved in something that ultimately failed, which we know politically just raises all sorts of questions about what that could mean for his future as a potential 2028 presidential candidate. So just a lot of different layers and a complexity to all of this at home and overseas.
No doubt. Monica Alba, thank you. I want to turn now to Chief Simmons, who's overseas for us. Iran is saying that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and claiming that the causes of the ceasefire proposal were violated. But what are you hearing, and what is the status of the ceasefire?
Well, I think it's confusion. You heard the Vice President suggest that it's kind of understandable confusion, and that's probably right. Certainly, we spoke just in the past hour to a former IRGC commander in Tehran about
missiles passing through the strait.
They're not going to like it. I mean, just to be honest, it's frankly unacceptable to governments like Saudi Arabia, many of these Gulf governments. And I do think that there are signs that that's not the way that it will play out. And just as an example, it's worth remembering that Saudi Arabia, for example, has oil deals with China, and China has a lot of leverage over Iran. And so the idea that that oil for China might have to be paid for, to pay the Iranians in order to have that transported to Asia, that seems difficult to comprehend, honestly. But I think that just illustrates another point here, which is that we haven't talked very much about China's role, Beijing's role in all of this, but certainly it's been suggested in the last 24 hours that Beijing did have a role in putting pressure on Iran, and that I think is significant in terms of the balance of power in this region. Maybe just a small shift, but an important one.
Yeah, Pierre, thank you so much for all of that really important perspective. Matt, I want to turn to you, and I want to start by playing something that Vice President Vance said today about Israel's attacks on Lebanon. Let's play it, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. Now, that said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful.
Now, what is the mood like in Tel Aviv right now, and what more do we know about Israel's involvement in this ceasefire deal coming together?
Well, I would say the Tel Aviv mood is really great right now. We're starting to see everybody really going back out of the streets. I'm not going to lie to you. The streets have more or less been filled with people for the past month. I mean, this was a major disaster for Israelis, but there were people going about their business, and increasingly so in the last couple of weeks. But now we're hearing from the Israeli government that more and more security restrictions are going to start to lift. More and more planes are going to start going in and out of Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport. So things here really are starting to get back to normal, and there is quite a bit of optimism around what we're seeing here. Now, as far as this negotiations are concerned, as far as the diplomacy is concerned, the Israeli government is clearly very worried about the progress of this ceasefire, and the issue of Lebanon, as we've been discussing this whole time, is a very vexing one, and one that really does threaten to undermine everything that's been done so far in terms of securing some sort of region-wide peace. Now, the Israelis have said for weeks that they are determined to destroy Hezbollah once and for all. Hezbollah, of course, its main benefactor is Iran. Hezbollah is Iran's cat's paw against Israel, and as such, they are tethered together ideologically, politically, diplomatically. It's the Israelis who have been trying to say we are trying to decouple Lebanon and Hezbollah from Iran so that we can negotiate and make something like peace with Iran, while at the same time continuing our offensive against Hezbollah. That is about to cause major problems and already has for the progress and the future of this negotiating truce.
Matt, thank you so much. We appreciate all of your reporting and analysis. I want to turn to Courtney, who's here on set with me. Courtney, Secretary Hegseth declared victory today. So does the Pentagon view this war as over?
It sure sounded like it today. And I mean, the two biggest indicators were the comments that we were getting out of Secretary Hegseth today, talking about it being, over and talking about the tremendous victory here. But I was also really struck by the amount of detail that we got on the battle damage that the U.S. has inflicted on Iran's conventional military by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan King. For the last 5+ weeks, we've been asking for these kinds of stats, and the answer is always, we're not going to talk about it during the conflict. We don't want to let Iran know that we know what we've hit, and we have an idea of the battle damage. And today he rattled off a number of statistics. To me, that is one of the biggest indicators that that's where they think this is going, is potentially the end. But the reality is, even the statistics they gave prove that the number one objective, military objective, that President Trump spoke about the very first night this started, and that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs talked about today at that briefing, that is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities. What is very clear is they've not done that. And that is not because they haven't taken out a tremendous amount of their capability, but it's an almost impossible mission. They have also destroyed much of their ability to produce new missiles and produce new drones, but the idea that
remind us, what would it take for the U.S. to actually take Iran's enriched uranium? So, I mean, the reference to Midnight Hammer would indicate more big strikes, right? Trying to destroy the facilities with airstrikes. The idea of sending boots on the ground, though, I mean, the U.S. military has plans to go into all of those facilities and try to retrieve that uranium, but it is an enormous logistical undertaking. It would take potentially thousands of U.S. troops. If you're talking about these facilities that were struck during Midnight Hammer, many of them have to be dug out. It's not really clear the state of the uranium either. The IAEA believes that at least half, if not more, is at Isfahan, so it was badly damaged in those strikes. Is it possible that when the facility itself was collapsing down and these canisters were down 100 meters or whatever below, that they were punctured, that they may have been compromised? So you would need to have scientists there who would be able to ensure that there was not a leak of radiation. You would need to have people who would ensure that they're getting the right uranium and not the 20% enriched. And then getting out, over 400 kilograms of uranium, even in these canisters, which are about the size of a scuba tank, so very accessible to carry, but there's a lot of them. That's also a huge undertaking. And by the way, you're doing all of this while you're under fire, potentially by the Iranians, unless this is some kind of a coordinated thing. It does harken back to something that the U.S. military did in Kazakhstan. It must have been 30 years ago now, in the 1990s. In that case, it was with coordination of the government there, and it still took a month to do. I think the other big question that everyone has right now is, what happens if at the end of these 2 weeks there is no meaningful progress on these negotiations? Does that mean more military action? Yeah, and then I'll even add to that, what happens if the ceasefire is not holding? And if some of these earliest terms aren't holding? And the reality is, the Secretary of Defense and the Chair of the Joint Chiefs were very straightforward about how they are not moving any of the military at this point who have been sent into the region, tens of thousands of troops. They are still there. They're not going anywhere. I could see a possibility where they are all staying there for the next couple of weeks, maybe hopefully getting a little bit of rest because it's been a busy few weeks, but waiting to see what happens here. And then maintaining that possibility and that option to restart offensive operations. Courtney, thank you so much. I know you've been so busy, but we appreciate all the reporting and analysis. I want to turn to Allie because the business side of this has just been such an important storyline. So let's turn to the markets. How are the markets reacting to the ceasefire, and are they being overly optimistic given how fragile this deal seems to be? Well, if you take a look on your screen there, I mean, what a relief rally on Wall Street. The Dow surging over 1,300 points, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ, both up nearly 3%. A big driver there, oil prices, which plunged today, the largest single-day drop since 2020. Now, are markets getting ahead of themselves? Maybe, but I think investors are just reacting to the fact that this is the first positive piece of news that we've received around this war since it began 6 weeks ago. It was really important that the president focused on the Strait of Hormuz, that critical global choke point. You know that is really the focus here when we look ahead to the future of these negotiations. So that ultimately investors are reacting to, and we'll see if these levels can hold. Well, you mentioned oil prices plunged today, but why is that when it's still not entirely clear whether the Strait of Hormuz is actually open? Yeah, it's interesting here. Markets seem to be pricing out that worst case scenario. So there was this concern that we could see a sustained shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which would trigger this global supply shock. We've already seen hints of that already. And if that escalated, you're talking about a real hit to global growth. Now, the ceasefire signals that that may be avoided, or at least partially ease it, and that's enough to send oil prices lower. But the disconnect here is that for many of these shipping companies, for the insurance agencies, very little has changed from a practical standpoint. So ship traffic through the strait, if you take a look at some of that data, it's just a few ships, basically a trickle at this point. They're not resuming those normal operations. We heard from one major shipping company, Maersk, and they told us in a statement, quote, the ceasefire may create transit opportunities, but it does not yet provide full maritime certainty, and we need to understand all potential conditions attached. At this point, we take a cautious approach, and we are not making any changes to specific services. So markets are really moving on expectations. We don't have that reality matching just quite yet. And we'll see how long it takes for gas prices to actually come down. Allie Canal, thank you. Coming up, we're sticking with the breaking news in the Middle East and all the urgent questions still swirling as President Trump's ceasefire deal with Iran gets put to the meet the press now.
Any
Any comments, y'all? All right. So I guess we'll keep playing.
Welcome back. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is scheduled to be meeting with President Trump this hour as the war with Iran is pushing U.S. relations with its NATO allies into a crisis point. The president has repeatedly lashed out at European countries for not doing more to support the U.S. in the war. And the White House press secretary said today that NATO, quote, turned their backs on the American people over the last 6 weeks. But earlier today, Britain's Prime Minister expressing cautious optimism about the U.S. and Iran announcing a 2-week ceasefire. Take a listen.
We've just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome, I think, will be a sense of real relief, certainly across the region and for the United Kingdom. But there's work to do. It's very important we get the Strait of Hormuz open. There's a lot of work to do there.
Joining me now is NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs and Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell, and Ken Pollack, Vice President for Policy at the Middle East Institute and the former CIA military analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. But Andrea, I do want to start with you. Just give us a reality check in this moment, because the Iranians are throwing cold water on the idea that a ceasefire has actually held, saying it's been violated. So do you think that this is a ceasefire that can actually hold?
This ceasefire is not going to hold. It's going to hold probably for a few days till they all go to Islamabad and have those meetings that will now be led by the vice president. It's interesting to me that if they're talking about the nuclear stockpile, that they are again meeting without having a nuclear expert with them. They don't have Farsi translators. They don't have teams as they did have when we were all covering the negotiations with the Iranians for years. In Vienna, in Switzerland, and other areas, just those extensive, negotiations that led to the agreement, the nuclear agreement. It was a flawed agreement going in because it did not have missiles included, but it did cover for 15 years limiting the enrichment. And this does not typically, limit enrichment. The stockpile is supposed to be verified by satellite imagery. Well, it's buried, supposedly obliterated, under these mountains by the actions in last June. So how are they going to verify what's happening underground without having UN inspectors there, and they've not been there since June? I'm not sure how that's possible.
That is going to be such a key question going forward. Ken, what do we know about who's in control in Iran right now, and can a peace deal realistically be negotiated with them?
Sure. So I think this just adds to the kind of skepticism that you just heard from Andrea, which is that it's not entirely clear who's in charge. It does seem to be very much the case that the Revolutionary Guard is in charge enough to be controlling Iran's military forces. Who negotiated this deal, under what circumstances, how much they were actually speaking for a unified Iranian government is entirely unknown. We've heard reports that Mustafa Khamenei, the new supreme leader, is comatose or otherwise incapacitated. We just don't know about any of this. And again, to pick up on the points that Andrea just made, going into this, the Iranian regime is in a completely different place from the Trump administration. The way that the two sides are talking about this ceasefire, it's like they're talking about completely different agreements. The amount of overlap is minimal, and I think that it is going to make it that much harder to come to an agreement, A, because the positions are so fundamentally different, but B, because it's not entirely clear who's fully in control in Iran, or if anyone is.
There are just so many unknowns at this point. Ken, the White House press secretary did say today that Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region, and that Iran will not be able to acquire any more nuclear weapons. But is that how you see it? And have those threats from Iran actually been eliminated?
Well, personally, how I see it, I think is irrelevant. I think that all that matters is how the Iranians see it. I think it's very clear the Iranians don't see it that way at all. I don't think they would ever agree to that. I think that if they agreed to it, they'd never enforce it, which gets to a number of different problems that we're going to have with this. And again, at the end of the day, the Iranians believe that they have won a great victory. And I know the Trump administration believes it has won a great victory. And sometimes it's the case that the best peace deals are when both sides can claim a great victory. The problem that we've got right now is that both sides are so far apart in what decide to do. Right? And going into this, we know that the Iranians felt like they had the upper hand. Like President Trump was desperate. Like the pain that they were taking was less than the pain that they were inflicting on the United States, and particularly on President Trump. That doesn't make for a great agreement.
Andrew, I want to ask about Trump's threat to destroy Iran's civilization. The White House press secretary said today that this was a real threat and that the Pentagon was prepared to follow through with that 8 p.m. deadline. What do you make of the White House press secretary's comments today?
She can say that, but I don't think that the president was ever going to carry that out. Yet, I think it was another flaw in their strategy, because I'm not sure that that's what was persuasive with the Iranians. It certainly has a lot of fallout with diplomats around the world, not only among our allies, but also our adversaries. It just seemed, according to people I spoke to, unpresidential. The profanity that he used on Easter Sunday was shocking to a lot of people. It seemed desperate, and it didn't seem to show that he had a real command of the situation, that he was so eager to find a way out of it. And it's just the kind of threat to say that you're going to eliminate a civilization. Even the threat of that is a violation of Article 51 of the Geneva Conventions. You don't have to do it. Obviously, far worse if you do it. And you can argue that there are dual issues with railroads and other facilities that are civilian facilities, but it's still so far beyond the realm of the way people negotiate. And it just seemed to me that it was exposing the weakness of the American position, and the fact that the Iranians had so much leverage of the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz was open. It was international waters before the war. And now there's an enormous distance between the two sides as to who is monitoring it, who has control, and whether tolls are going to be exacted by one or both of the parties. So it's not an open waterway any longer.
Yeah, I also want to talk about the NATO chief, Mark Rutte. He's meeting with President Trump this afternoon. Ken, how much damage has this war done to the NATO alliance and the relationship with some of our allies like France and the UK?
Well, so I certainly think Milligan's done a tremendous amount of damage as long as Trump is president, right? Yeah, this has simply reinforced trends that they've been seeing going back to his first term in office, where he has been contemptuous of NATO. He has repeatedly made clear that he doesn't care about NATO, that he is not committed to NATO's defense. Obviously, none of that plays very well with NATO. This time around, I think that it has gotten worse, because, of course, he took the United States to war in a way that NATO didn't appreciate, that was very dangerous for the European members of NATO, and then turned around after he created all these problems with global energy, demanding that NATO suddenly respond, and be told NATO's ability to respond was always going to be limited. They just don't have the military capabilities that we do. He then reacted very badly to them. I think the biggest questions right now, though, Melanie, are first, what does President Trump do after this with regard to NATO? Does he, in a fit of pique, further distance the United States? Congress has made it so he can't actually pull us out of the alliance, but he can certainly do further damage to demonstrate his anger at the European members of NATO. And then how does NATO respond even after President Trump leaves office? Do they look at this as a sign of a bigger set of problems with American unreliability, or do they say, well, that was just Trump, and whoever comes next will go back to the old way things were?
Yeah, we'll certainly be watching very closely to see President Trump's tone when it comes to NATO. Andrew, I want to ask about the topic of Lebanon. We were talking about it earlier in the show. Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. What is Netanyahu's endgame here?
It's really unclear, because Netanyahu is going after Hezbollah. Hezbollah is part of the parliament, it's part of the system in Lebanon, but this government in Lebanon has been trying to control it and to limit their power. Israel had already done a lot to get rid of their weapons, and they are a threat to northern Israel. They have been firing against northern Israel. They are a proxy of Iran. But there's a way of doing it, even if they are taking land and creating a DMZ, if you will. They've been bombing Beirut. 1,000,002 people are displaced. And the Arab allies are saying, just stop bombing Beirut. We're going to have to, the Saudis and others, we're going to have to come in and rebuild that as well as Gaza. And what are you doing here? It's also destabilizing Syria next door, which is a fledgling country. So it is, but the U.S. and Israel both say that
Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire. Iran and Pakistan say it is. So here's another disagreement.
Andrea, Ken, thank you so much both for your important perspectives. Up next, Democrats, they're going to be tightening the margins in a big way, even as Republicans hold on to Georgia's deep red congressional district. Steve Kornacki is standing by at the big board to break it all down.
Any comments, y'all?
Can you turn the volume up at all? It's a little low.
Is it low to everybody else as well?
A little low.
Not really. No, it's fine.
Okay. Maybe it's your headphones, see, Cozy. You know, you can use the truck driver headphones and shit.
Yeah, my volume's all the way down and I can hear it. It's pretty loud. Yeah, so.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and clap.
Meet the press now. Welcome back. If it's Wednesday, we have election results. The Trump-endorsed Republican Clay Fuller defeated Democrat Sean Harris in Georgia's deep red 14th congressional district in a special election to replace former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fuller's victory gives Republicans a little more padding on their House majority, which is very narrow, but the results are also a potential warning sign for the GOP. Democrats cut into the Republican margin of victory by a massive amount compared to the 2024 presidential election. Joining me now to explain is an NBC chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki. So Steve, Democrats, they didn't win in Georgia, but still made some pretty significant gains. So walk us through the results from last night.
Yeah, that's right. The Republicans hold the seat, but I think the story here has to do with the margin. So you see here Fuller beating Harris, the Democrat, essentially a 12-point margin right there. This is what this same district, Georgia's 14th, looked like in the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump won this by 37 points. That's also what it looked like. It was 38 points in 2020. So in presidential races here, this has been almost 40 points for the Republicans last night. Only 12, so that's a massive shift away from the Republicans toward the Democrats, even though Fuller does win the seat. Notably, within the district, there were a couple places that it was extra pronounced. Whitfield County, I think, comes to mind. This county is a Republican county, but it has one of the highest concentrations of Hispanics of any county in Georgia. And look at the shift here. Trump won here by 44 points. You've done pretty well with Hispanic voters in Whitfield County, down to just a 15-point margin in this county for the Republican there. So you see a pretty big shift there within the district. There were a couple other places like that. So massive shift away from Republicans. And I think the thing is, it is not a one-off. Take a look at this. These are all of the special congressional elections since Donald Trump came back to the White House at the start of 2025. And the pattern is clear in all of it. Look, you go back to the first one. This is a year ago, April 2025, Florida's first district. Trump had won it by 37 points in the 2024 presidential election. The Republican in that special election won by 15. That was a shift away from the Republicans of 22 points. Look, another shift that same day in a different Florida district. Here's a blue district last September that Kamala Harris had won by 34 points. In the special congressional election, the Democrat won it by 50. It got more Democratic, right? Another blue district got bluer in the special election. We saw a Tennessee special election for Congress, right, in a district Trump had won by 22. The Republican won it, but the margin came all the way down to 9. And then what we saw in Georgia yesterday, that's the biggest shift we've seen in all of these, 25 points away from the Republicans towards the Democrats. But in all 6 of these elections, double-digit net shifts away from the Republicans towards the Democrats since 2024. Certainly a big factor in this is we're seeing a Democratic base that's more energized than the Republican base. In a special election, that can make a big difference. But the fear here for Republicans and the hope for Democrats is this isn't just turnout. This isn't just differential turnout. There's some voters in these districts, too, who are changing their minds.
Steve, thank you so much for breaking all of that down. After the break, though, seeing red. Inside the growing macro revolt over President Trump's foreign entanglements and his threat to end the Iranian civilization. Keep it here on Meet the Press now.
Any comments on the special election?
Nope.
All right.
Blue wave is coming, according to Luong.
Someone in China that's not voting.
Maybe this will get him to come back. I don't know.
He ain't coming back.
He might have to.
You gonna come back, Luan?
They're gonna force him back.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna play.
Welcome back. Joining me now is our panel, Shelby Talcott, White House correspondent at Semaphore, Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris and former senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi, and Mark Bednar, Republican strategist and former advisor to former Speaker McCarthy. Thank you guys so much for joining me on a busy news like today. There's just so much going on, so many unanswered questions. But Shelby, I want to start with you because there are still a lot of questions about the ceasefire. We've also heard conflicting things from the administration. Vance is saying this is a fragile truce, President Trump declaring victory. What do you make of that split coming from the administration?
I think the reality is when you're looking at all of these kind of mixed messages or kind of different variations of what's going on, it shows that it is a fragile ceasefire and there is a lot of questions unanswered. I think when I talk to administration officials and really the core kind of MAGA supporters, their huge focus is on this enriched uranium and Iran not obtaining a nuclear weapon, because remember, that was the president's sort of goal for, ever since he got into office here. And so if he can't achieve that, even the most, staunch Trump supporters are telling me that's not going to be a win. And you heard Caroline Levitt earlier today emphasize that that is a focus for this administration. The question is that something that Iran is going to agree to in writing? And are we going to see the outcome from that?
Well, speaking of the confusion over what Iran is going to agree to, Mark, there's been this 10-point plan. Vance said there's multiple versions of it floating around, but it's not actually what's being negotiated. But don't you think the United States should come out and say what is being negotiated, or else risk this void that Iran is apparently eager to fill?
Well, within the fog of war, you don't necessarily want to tip your hand of what you're interpreting, what you're bringing in. And multiple things can be true at the same time. On one hand, there could be a fragile truce that's going on right now, but also militarily that we're doing exceptionally well. So I think we're in very much a distrust, but make damn sure you verify where we're going next. Because obviously, Pete Hegseth very happy today, saying that militarily we're exceeding and that we're doing very well. But this is going to be a day-by-day experience, and Republicans that we're rooting for the president on this, and we're going to have to see where this goes. But today was a very big news. The world is safer, America's safer, the street is safer because of today.
Well, actually, I'm sure there's a huge sigh of relief among Democrats, but is the damage that is long-lasting here, especially in terms of gas prices and our relationship with some of our allies?
I don't think anyone's is experiencing a sigh of relief. There's still, to your point and everyone's point today, there's too many unanswered questions to have confidence in anything at this point. I think, I was just recently on the phone with Mr. Jeffries' team, and I made, a couple pieces of advice, and it looks like they're moving forward on many. One, they're introducing a war powers resolution that's actually during pro forma. My advice to them is introduce a suite of bills. Do one on violations of international law, these children that got killed, that's deplorable. Do one that would prevent funding for the Iran war. Do another one that really gets to this issue of whether or not we're so focused on nuclear weapons versus the strait. We've lost the main thing is no longer the main thing. But in addition to that, because I read the opposition for Pelosi, do an outside strategy, an inside-outside strategy. Get the outside groups activated on the ground in those districts that you need to win, those 40 districts. This isn't an independent voter play right now. These are going to be the people who you're going to be able to pick off going into November. Go into those districts right now, and where are the Republicans on this issue of whether or not they're going to sign the war powers resolution, whether or not they want to admonish the president on his own words. Put some pressure on these Republicans on this particular issue. You've got his back against the wall. Not only do the Iranians have the president's back against the wall, but the Democrats now are in an advantaged position. They've got to throw everything they've got at it.
Well, on that war powers vote, I was actually talking to a House leadership source, a Republican, who said they don't think they're going to be able to keep staving off these Iran war powers resolution. Mark, do you think it's going to put some Republicans in an uncomfortable spot if some of these do come to the floor?
Well, it's going to be really important throughout all this, between these next 2 weeks and beyond, for President Trump to be aren't clearly articulating where he wants to go with this. Because for better or for worse, they get criticized for it, but they should also get credit. The House and Senate conference Republicans, they are loyal followers of President Trump. If he leads them to water, they will drink. And so if he's able to demonstrate where the war is going, what's the strategy, they will follow. And so it's going to be very important for the administration as a whole, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and beyond, to be able to show these Republicans, hey, here's the North Star, here's how you need to think about this.
And Shelby, there's still going to be some economic consequences. It might take a while for things like gas prices to come down. What is the White House's view here? And do you get the sense that there is any effort to try to pivot to more of a midterm messaging strategy and try to put the war behind them? Well, it's an interesting question because I think that there are aides around the president who have been trying to pivot to a midterm message, right? We know that Susie Wiles and some of the president's top aides have been telling him for months, hey, you need to get out on the campaign trail more, you need to be talking more, we need to sort of have you front and center so that those Trump voters who only vote for you will also come out and vote for other Republicans. You've seen them try to do that, but really the president has been still really focused on foreign policy. So I think there are people around Trump who are aware of the gas prices, who are concerned about it. You've seen the public messaging of this is short term, it's going to come down, it's worth it in the long run. But there are top aides who are acutely aware that this is where voters' concerns are, and they're sort of trying to constantly shift the president's focus. So that's just not an answer for any of those issues that the American people are facing right now. I just went to the grocery store and bought my daughter some Lucky Charms. The box cost me $9.99. I mean, it's ridiculously expensive. I think they're completely out of touch, and what's happening and what we're seeing in Iran is only exacerbating the challenges of the American people. So he's got multiple different challenges, not just the economic, but the fact that everything you said you weren't going to do when you were campaigning, now you're doing. You have an expanding war across the entire Middle East with 40,000 troops in harm's way. And I think to your earlier point, the question is, are Democrats going to be able to capitalize on some of the kind of missteps or some of the issues that this administration is having? In the past, they've struggled with that, and they're clearly trying to kind of figure out an avenue forward to be able to take advantage of some of the economic troubles that the country finds itself in right now. I'm glad you said it, not me. I also wanted to ask you about this, Frank. We are seeing in MAGA world, my colleague John Allen, he reported on some of the backlash that the president has been getting over the war. I mean, what do you make of that list? Is it overblown? And could this be a problem heading into midterms?
I do think it's overblown because what the president says MAGA is, that's what MAGA is, right? But that's why, to my earlier point, he needs to be out there expressing where he's going to go. And because his followers, his voters in swing states, swing districts, and also members of Congress, they need that guiding light. In terms of where the energies are going to go, it's very important for the president to continue to lay out where, what is our Navy going to do in order to usher ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president's transparency, the president's activity, him being out on the campaign trail, that's going to be really important for the next several months going into the midterms.
Part of the problem, though, is what's complicating the president's position is that he's not aligned with Israel. Israel wants to continue this mission, and Trump is clearly trying to find an off-ramp, like desperately trying to find it. That's what's going to keep complicating this for the president right now. He can't go out and forcefully say where we're headed if he's not aligned with Israel.
The sooner that we can get a victory here, or the president can outline what victory looks like and to capitalize and put a stamp of approval on it, the better it will be for Republicans. The longer this lingers on, the more complicated that becomes.
Guys, thank you so much. That was such an insightful conversation. We'll be right back with more, and this is Meet the President.
Any comments, y'all? None from me. Alrighty. I think we only have two. Hey, Carlos.
This is a complete
The thing that comes to mind, my bad, y'all. I was in the goo on A9.
Janet, why are you on A9?
It keeps me safe. Like when I close the app out, I go in A9, and when I open the app up, I open it up in A9, and then I forget to take it off A9. So I was just listening to the clip the whole time, like this man is a dumbass. Now the cereal is up. I mean, people can't go get. The which they're going to use the money for to survive, are through the fucking roof. And he's so out of touch. This man probably don't even wipe his own ass. He's so out of touch to expect America to just hold on a little while longer. Oh, you gonna put us in another great goddamn depression just because you're dumb. Because you're a dumbass. And you know what? And to want more uneducated people, it makes perfect sense. He's the perfect villain. Of course he wants to keep people dumb. Because the dumber we are, guess what? Hey, Trump's good for America. He's gonna make America great again. We've gotta get Lucky Charms to $12 fucking and roll it $9.99. Damn it, we gotta do what's great for America. It's them motherfuckers, because you don't even know the value of a $10 bill versus a $1 bill, you dumb bitch. And I'm talking to all these trailer park fucking missing side two teeth just rotting out all in the front. You mother, it's just ridiculous. The state that we are in as Americans, I'm serious. It is scary, y'all. God damn, even I'm worried. Hell, I was doing good. I'm not poor. I'm in a strong working class. You know, I'm over there. Everybody wants to make $100,000. Okay, we're over that, but god damn, even when I got to the pump the other day, I looked at my bins and said, bitch, you might have to go. What's going on? Gas is $5 fucking for premium. The fuck? I looked at a bike and was like, you know what? We might have to look into some shit. A scooter in this bitch. This is what Trump has done. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna make Americans lose weight involuntarily. Yeah, we're gonna have to fucking walk. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he's doing. Wow. Those are my thoughts, Patty. That's what came to mind when I was listening to this fucking clip. Thank you.
You're crazy. Carl, if you had any comment.
Shit show. I mean, that's exactly what it is. And Iran is taking total control over the Strait of Hormuz. And that is basically the lifeblood of getting all out of the Middle East from what I'm hearing. This is a dangerous time for us. We're in a lot of trouble because this administration has a plan. And you got an idiot at the helm of the Department of War. And it would have been right for him to name it the Department of Peace since he won the Peace Prize. But basically by him naming the Department of War, he foretold exactly what it was going to become. So, I mean, just sitting back, get my popcorn, ready for the ride, because this is going to be a complete shit show. And it's going to be a complete exposing of the American system because we have also been asleep at the wheel. I'm talking about, the people on the stage or in the room. But for the majority, the Americans have been asleep. And now we're going to have to wake up.
Last thing I'll say is,
Jen, just real quick, I just want to say, Carlos, I 1000% agree. Name change, because I said that early on when people. I said, well, look, they're telling you right now, we're about to be in war. Who changes the name of defense? Defense means that you're on the defense to the Department of War. That means I'm on the offense. I'm ready to start war. That's just how I see it. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Miss Johnny.
And you know what, First Lady? Funny enough, the original name wasn't it Department of War, and then they changed it because they changed it because they said they didn't want Americans and other nationalities to have a mindset that we're gonna go around and start fucking with people because we only need to combat when needed. That was the whole point of changing it to the department. I think he's trying to get us back to the 1800s or the 1700s. He's got to be. I mean, he's working hard. I did want to say this because I like to try to be solution oriented. We are in the pits of hell, but we can do something. I think this would be a good time for everybody to look at the businesses that made it through the Great Depression, right? And see what it was that they did. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we are going to have to start exploring other avenues because nothing is guaranteed. We don't know how this shit is going to affect major businesses, what cuts they'll make to survive. We've seen this before. And so I don't know if we got to start selling plates. I don't know if we got to start making, diaper cakes, whatever the fuck. Figure it out. What is it that people will spend that will get, allow you to get the change from their pocket into yours and save your money? Because at this point, I personally don't know where the fuck we go from here, y'all. I really don't. I'm starting to look at like, damn, is Taiwan that bad? They say Japan has a low crime rate, and I don't want to have that mindset, but it's almost like I'm not paying $10 for a little kid box of goddamn Lucky Charms and and being in a society that's trying to kill me. They spraying shit everywhere and breathe clean air. It's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, alcohol and coke. Come on, cocaine.
That sounds good.
That's where we're gonna have to expand our businesses.
Oh, hell no. Y'all trying to go to jail.
Well, yesterday,
Coca-Cola made it through the Depression.
Child,
Yeah, Coke
I don't
and
know. That ain't a good look under this administration.
Alcohol is what makes it through the Depression.
I will be the partner for alcohol, first lady for cocaine. Or cocaine.
Yeah. Alcohol and coke, yeah.
Well, yesterday we did explore prostitution. So I'm just saying, we
that's
all on the
true,
table.
Money, sex, and drugs, yeah.
Wait, what's going on?
Prostitution as well will make it.
We expanded our business.
No,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Y'all talking about selling cat. This gotta stop.
Yeah.
And we haven't sold our cat.
We're not doing a cat.
I think all of us have been working long enough to know how to organize cat. Know what's good cat.
We talking about pet adoption?
Yeah. That's what you want to call it.
Yep. Y'all take that for a couple hours and return it back.
We actually have a CEO
Get
here.
through the depression, recession-proof. Anything that deals with a vice, whether it's like gambling, lotteries, bingo, or like alcohol or anything that people would go to if they're like depressed. Sadly, those things do well during recessions and
I'm gonna get me a Jeep joint.
But also, and this is also really sad, but those businesses that are in the recovery and acquisition, they do well, like repos, collections, things like that. They do well during times like this, or where we're headed.
James
So Lily's gonna open the juke joint. Me and Janet's gonna sling the crack and coke and
Y'all can't sling it out my
and
Jeep.
Jonice is gonna advertise it. You ain't gotta know. Just keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Just tell me.
Yes.
Yeah, there is so to First Lady's concern, I have a much cleaner way to do this. So how about we have a lottery for politically correct, and the winner gets a date with either Patty, First Lady, or Janet. I think you can raise a lot of funds that way.
I'm not selling cat. Like I said,
I just said a date. I didn't say cat. See how toxic you went? See how toxic you went? Just for dinner? Patty, you can't do a dinner?
No. I'm trying to figure out where we raising money for.
we're talking about depression.
Yeah, we're talking about in case of a recession.
Just stay in your Brandon Lakes, tell me.
I wasn't bringing
You'll brand the coke and alcohol out of the
It would work.
And Jody can go
I
around.
can brand a politically correct lottery. I can do that.
And then Igor.
See, Carlos, they don't want the ideas that can actually be implemented, Carlos. You see that?
And so you can find some good American handmaidens at Lady Jew Joint.
Yeah, you can put some slot machines back there in the Jeep joint. We put some slot machines.
Okay.
We're not selling crack though. We're not selling coke.
This is Jane from accounting. Can I work the parking lot?
Yes, and collect big fees because the coke and alcohol is what's going to bring them in.
So I was going to charge for the parking lot and also have the tow company that puts the boot on the car as well. So,
You kind of, if it don't pay part near the building, we put the boot on the car, and then they gotta slide us some cash to get the boot put off the car.
Hey, Jane from accounting, can you schedule at 10:15 with me, you, and Ben to continue our plan from yesterday? It's looking like the courthouse might get approved, and so we need to transfer this off the app. As you recall, you were the chief financial, your CFO. I'm the CPO, chief prostitution officer here, managing the people. And then we have Ben as CEO. I just think that if anybody would like to get on e-board, now's the time. We only have a 48-hour window before we close this thing out. Patty and I are also playing Coke. So two separate entities. But if you guys would like to get on board, this is where we've come to. This is what we have to do. This is where we are.
But now see, here's the thing, because
wait, accountant James. Because I just want to say, if you're gonna be helping me with the juke joint, you're not going to be able to be Attorney Barney and mixing my stuff with these cracks and crackheads.
We slinging ass out the juke joint, first lady.
No. So we got a Jewish lawyer. Her name is Tyra. We got a Jewish lawyer that can help us with the ins and outs. She is a Princeton graduate, so she'll help us make it work.
Janet, have you considered that Jane doesn't want to work inside because she might be the informant?
Well, so Jane is from accountant. She keeps our books together.
That's right. I'm trying to stay out of jail. You know that CFO is first to go. And she's worked with some shady characters, i.e. rappers. So she'll know how to work this shit. Thank you. So what I was saying was, for those that did not get in on yesterday, Janet, I think they might have to do a deck or a proposal or a pitch to get in today.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. Be overwhelmed as he is. We're gonna have to make some hard decisions today. Y'all, we have a fool in the office like y'all, and we just gonna log in and talk about it every day. What are we gonna do? I'm disappointed in the fucking thugs. Y'all run around here killing each other. Y'all, all I need to do is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Fuck. Fuck.
And Igor is what makes us international. So,
yeah. I've been in the Eastern European flair. So.
Y'all don't like. This last thing I'm saying before I get ready for this and make some lemonade. Y'all don't feel like we are in a pre-episode of the Hunger Games? Like, really do y'all? I'm so just sitting here just nervous as the fuck. Feel like someone saying, "May the odds be forever in your favor," you know, or what's that? What the Purge? I feel like this is the onset of the Purge. This needs to be a movie like we have like Purge 1, Purge 2. Like then we need a what they call it? Not a prelude.
Prequel.
A prequel. Thank you. A prequel of how it all got there, like the state of America, how it got so bad that we just needed 12 hours to just kill and rob from everybody. That's what we need. And then it's gonna star Donald J. Trump. See, like somebody, we need the playwriters on that. Thank you.
I have the playwriters that did the one movie with where she had to be blindfolded, go across the river.
Oh yeah.
The girl would her away from the
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
What was that? Bird Box.
Bird Box. Yeah, we need that Bird Box. Those Bird Box writers too, because the
this juke joint that First Lady's talking about is going to be where you're able to hide, do your drugs, get some big JJ, or even some ding-a-lang. Whatever it is you need. Be serviced.
No, the juice joint
Just
is for
down here.
everybody to get right when they're ready to get right. It's going to be a rehab. We can't have that there. The juice joint is the rehab spot.
You're not going to be successful talking about this rehab when people are depressed.
Yeah, they're going to be rehabbed into happiness.
Yeah, they were getting drunk and they were getting high, believe it or not.
Well, I got something else to sell them.
You can sell them some inspiration, First Lady. That's right. They'll do well.
And they don't even got to pay for it. I'm going to give it away.
She's giving
No,
it
don't
away.
give it
We
away.
trying to sell
Don't
it.
give it away.
We selling it. She trying to give shit away. This is what I'm talking
The
about.
seminar is not free.
Listen, I still believe in socialism in the middle of war, in the middle of depression. So, I want to just make
We
sure
do too.
that...
That's why we're doing. It's going to be Coke. We're going to have Coke, bitches, whether they're males or females, and some alcohol. Okay, any other comments?
Lord. But, yeah, so the Department of War versus the Department of Defense. We're no longer on the defense.
Oh, we on the defense right now, though.
What you mean? What you mean?
We ain't trying to fight right now. We on the defense.
Yeah.
How can the antagonist turn into being on the defense side? How does that work?
Very carefully.
You know what though? Even what Iran proposed, everything from what I've seen from the Iran wire is not any different than the JCPOA outside of the controlled Strait of Hormuz access and what was it? The lifting of all sanctions. And now we're gonna have to pay war reparations. So, yeah.
Well, can't you avoid the war reparations that they get to bill for the Strait of Hormuz?
So we could, but it doesn't say that's what they want. They actually, it says a financial mechanism must be created to compensate Iran for the damages of war.
Oh, financial mechanisms, Strait of Hormuz.
Right, it could have been that, but that was number 5, and then they added Strait of Hormuz, where they can freaking charge. It pretty much says shipping through the Strait of Hormuz will be restricted and regulated under Iranian secure passage protocols. They want to charge.
You know what kind of cracks me up about it though is that how do we actually seem to have the power to basically just be like, yeah, sure, y'all can bill for it, and it's not like a United Nations decision. Isn't that wild?
Well, they did add the United Nations piece in there as well.
What's the UN piece tied to it?
All terms will be formalized into an official UN Security Council resolution, and prior resolutions will be ended. So they're saying United Nations, so we can. That was number 10. United Nations will recognize everything agreed upon.
Why would the United Nations agree to that, though, it seems? Why would China and Russia agree to that?
I don't think Russia would, but I think China might.
I actually think China is a bigger problem there than Russia, because a lot of oil going from for China, around 20%. I'm saying from all of Gulf states, right? So, yeah, see, I'm making a good point here.
So wait. So why? Because China would have to pay?
Yes, 2 million per ship, right? So.
You don't think that China would be like, bro, we was the one fucking supplying you with fucking intel?
Yeah, but why would they pay? I mean, maybe they will make some deal.
There's not going to be a discount program, Patty.
Because it actually says, let me go back to.
Oh, it says there's going to be a discount program. Friends and family get half off.
No. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what it says.
I mean,
shipping to the Strait of Hormuz will be restricted and regulated under their own security passage protocols. So if they're regulating what they charge based on, they can regulate their payments. Panama Canal does it for the United States. Why they can't?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. They can say Chinese and Russian not paying or whatever.
Well, then why would the Europeans on the Security Council agree to it then?
Because they lost the war, you know.
Yeah, they don't really shit popping up.
Yeah, they will calculate it what is more beneficial for them, right? To be closed or to let their ships pass. So probably they will do the math and, you know.
Only problem I see, and that's why I say I think Russia might be an issue because they're still under sanctions for certain things. So, and I think they're the only ones that'll probably have pushback.
I read the statement.
And then we're not essentially paying because we're going to have a joint venture, right? I don't see how the Europeans could be okay with this.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if they can pull off a deal, okay.
It's too early. Even, Americans and the Iranians doesn't know what is actually their agreement. So I need to see and wait, I guess.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and play.
Before you play, I just want to tell you, yesterday room was so good with that guy.
Oh my God, it was.
Yeah, it was really good.
And Manfinity just insisted on when he come here, I'm a drag.
Oh, what did Manfinity do?
So, Jen, he basically, he's a Trump supporter, right? And so, given the excellent room we had, and motivated to, what we can do, we have the power, all the things, and just knowing that, Dick was not a fan of Trump. But Manfinity just really wants to stick to his guns about how, Trump is good for America and, he's on his own pathway with Christ and God is using Trump. And so Jen was like, look, we just had this great room, right? We're in the after party. Can you just not be an asswipe just for tonight? And he just refused. He insisted. I had to goo him. And then Jen was like, I'm just gonna go. And it just kind of fucked the whole thing up. It was like we were in there just chilling. I'm talking about the after party, not the actual room. And that man is just there, just has just loser tendencies. When I see him today, I'm gonna remind him. Because at some point, there's this thing called social awareness. My God, today, it is where you read the fucking room and you make a good choice not to insert stupidity that would fuck up the room. It is at this point should be common sense, but the name for it is called social awareness. You have self-awareness, awareness of self. You're mindful of your emotions, why you feel that way in that moment. How can you restore? That's self-awareness. How you can restore your emotions. Then you have social awareness, where you are mindful of where you are in the room and what your actions are that are contributing to the energy of the room. What the fuck he's lacking. Yeah, when I see him today, yeah. It was embarrassing. That's y'all.
Yeah, I heard. Because Jen
because before I left off the ad, I checked my messages and had a message from him. He said, "Who kicked me?" I said, "But I don't know. It wasn't even
It was me, y'all. It was me. It was just because she had given her first warning shot that she was getting ready, like she was kind of ready to go. And you would have thought that he would have stopped, like, we don't want people to leave. We want people to contribute to this great conversation, especially her, because she brought us, his son, to the app so that we could have this great. No, and he kept going. So when he insisted on continuing the conversation, as Van says, he went to New York. He had a first class one-way ticket to New York, and he could sit his stupid ass in timeout since he cannot handle having a amicable, civilized conversation. He wanted to make it so political. He wanted Trump's balls on his forehead, and he wanted everybody to suck them with him. That's what he was giving last night. Yeah, Manfinity did that.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to bring him on. That's why we didn't want to bring him on stage with this particular. Yes, and to be honest with y'all, we have to like control who comes up on stage now. Because there's certain things that may have happened. Shit, we had last guy, woman came on stage and she said, "I'm the long lost daughter of Kanye West." And she insisted on having the conversation, which the guest was nice. And he was like, "Oh, it's nice to meet you." Knowing good goddamn well this mug has been in fucking the industry so long that he's got to pretend that her conversation made sense. This shit was ridiculous. So now it's like sad that we have to control the stage and control who comes up and make sure that we don't think you're crazy.
Hope I'm okay, Patty. Spread the audio quality a bit.
Excuse me?
I just came in, I heard you say you on the stage. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, he said he wants to come on stage because it's better follow.
Better audio quality. Yeah.
In the audience.
No, we were talking about white special guests.
Yeah, he missed that part. But yeah, thank you, Patty, because I don't, when Elder, that's the reason why I turned to him with, you know? When I saw his thing, you scared, I was like, what? You letting us know you already make a claim. You were down one stage to talk about wrong. And Janet, that's the reason why I do not ask any questions, because I already know once you open the door for him to answer questions, he's going to do whatever he has to do to stay in the conversation and to be defended. So that's the reason why I personally try not to ask any questions. Just be kind to him and move on, and don't have the conversation because it started out well. And it was just, commending him and telling him how, he had a good question, and on top of the good question, how he respects older people. And then all of a sudden, it went to a different place. Talk about things.
You got some loud. Tell them they need to put some WD-40. Y'all don't hear that when I get my nails done, do y'all?
Yeah, they found the.
Y'all can hear the file like that?
Yeah.
They taking the college off.
Yeah, the gel or the if you get the dip, they got to take it with the little thing that's spinning.
I know, but when I hear the girl that's doing mine, it don't even sound that loud. Hers is really fine.
But I also have these beats on. So my beats.
Put the voice isolation on. It should not.
I just want. I just want to get you. Listen. I will not say anything else moving forward.
Well, I don't know how you're able to. Sound like you're getting the stain taken off the teeth. Just spit, man. Get that stain off. All that coffee you be drinking. Get all that, and you got plaque buildup, and them gums, what? 6, 7, 8 centimeters deep, recessive food in there from 1995. You got a Lunchable in your gums, don't you? What's that? Oh, it's just some turkey meat. I had a Lunchable in 95. I haven't flossed since then. Huh?
Now, Ben, this is see you starting off bad relations. We supposed to have the whorehouse is supposed to be running out of her juke joint, and look how you act. She ain't gonna never let us come in there now.
No, I'm not doing a whore. Y'all, see, this is why I don't go into business with blacks. Y'all have taken I said when I leave this Starbucks, there's a service provider 2-3 doors down. Now we're a whorehouse in a juke joint with no liquor license.
No. I'm gonna get the liquor license. My mom got restaurants, and then I got my name on some liquor license. I told you I'm okay. I can do the liquor license, but we do want to introduce some cocaine into.
Oh my God, I'm out of here.
No.
Don't ruin everything.
We were talking about during the Depression.
Because y'all need cocaine, we can bring in James Bowie. Y'all want some Bowie, and he's got cocaine. Y'all, you know who he is?
Is he an old school singer that's married to an East African woman?
Not at all.
James Bowie was a man on the app who was a lawyer in Canada, and turns out his clients who he couldn't pay, he just had them snort coke off his Johnson. You know the story about James Bowie? He was on the app heavy for a long time. Just Google James Bowie, Canada lawyer. You'll get all types of stuff.
Wow. Look, I knew of Bowie, but I'm thinking about East African festival.
I just looked it up, by the way. Oh my God. Y'all, James Bowie got 4 years in prison.
And he's disbarred. Yeah, it says he was a
Wait a minute.
Canada-based criminal defense lawyer who's been disbarred and sentenced to prison following severe misconduct, including threats, extortion, and sexual harassment of clients. In September 25, Bowie was sentenced to 4 years in prison for uttering death threats, extortion, and criminal harassment. The conviction stemmed from a desperate plot to clear his name after a former client, Leanne Aubin, reported he offered legal services in exchange for sexual favors. There goes the taking lines of coke off his dick thing that Ben was just talking about.
Yeah.
Wow, that was an incredible setup. Did you do that on purpose, man?
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it just happened in December. His disbarment happened in December, and then bail was denied in September. So while his case is pending, he was also disbarred. But then let me see, he went to jail. It says he's in prison now.
Damn, I was gonna say he'd be a great guy.
Wasn't James Bowie on Clubhouse talking about people being ethical? Sometimes he would accuse people of being unethical.
Yes, that's what Ben was talking about. That he used to be on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he would go on because he would tell the lawyers who disagreed with him that they were dumb, they didn't know what they were talking about. He was quite eloquent, I'll say that. So I can see why he was able to get a client and even, get them to pay.
This is Jane from accounting. I wouldn't advise that.
Oh, of course not. But I'm just saying that he was a character many years ago, and he was super conservative and hang out with the white supremacists, and I can say he would challenge lawyers who disagreed with him, accuse people of being unethical, even though he was the one engaging in unethical conduct of the act. He had a beard. I think he was tall, deep voice, quite resonant. Concrete, I'm on the treadmill working, doing something you should be doing but never do. Okay?
Yo, I'm gonna let y'all know now. When Hurricane lifts this table over and drags everybody by their scoop of ponytail, I'm not stopping it. I'm gonna make sure when we had big man titties and oversized nipples on the app, I became a fan. And I know some of y'all were begging for the mods to do something. The mods were present. I don't want you to think we were asleep. We were on mute laughing. Well, not First Lady. First Lady was singing hymnals. She was inviting Christ in. The rest of us were not. That was a great moment for me. And the reason why I'm mentioning this now is because I see us on the horizon. Concrete is up to bat. He wants to play. I'm not getting in the way. I'm going to listen wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to be nice this morning. I spoke to my mother earlier. She prayed over me, she got the spirit, she got the buoyancy. But now I'm calm, I'm at peace. And concrete cannot take my joy away. This joy that I had, concrete, you can't take it because you didn't give it to me.
Trying to give me kind of joy, concrete.
What'd you say, Patty? Sorry?
You trying to give him some of that joy because he's rejecting it.
Patty, please don't do that. What's up, Janet? How are you doing?
I'm swell. I really am.
I know y'all are in a content lull right now.
What?
You're in a content lull.
Oh.
So I know that you're trying to spark up some content.
Oh.
And I understand that. But please, not at my expense. Thank you.
No. Okay, so I have a notice and a wondering. And so I'm noticing that you are antagonizing Hurricane. And I'm wondering, why do you feel like you wouldn't be warranted a response in return because you are being antagonistic, right? Do you know you have escalators, right? So you're escalating a situation, right? That doesn't have to be a situation. He was walking on a treadmill. And then you passively felt the need to express that because you typed it even though you're on stage. It would have taken you less energy to hit the unmic and then direct with that insult, right? But you did it passively and you did it in the chat. So then he directly addressed you on stage because that's where both of you are. And then you went back again in the chat. And so what I see, right, what I noticed is that is the perfect storm for a motherfucker to get cussed out. And I'm here for it. He's choosing peace. We love that for him. It's not I'm searching for content. You're going to make yourself content with your behavior. This is called accountability. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that was a bunch of gaslighting. Is that your number one way of navigating these type of situations? Just to gaslight?
I gaslit you?
You attempted.
Well, let's go to the chat. No. Let's go to the chat. So
wait, what is the chat gonna do? How's the chat gonna help you?
I'm gonna show you. So Hurricane was talking, not to you. He didn't address you, and you went in the chat and you said, "Why is this nigga always out of breath?" Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Okay, heightening, right, your insertion there. Then he addresses you, and then you said, "No, the demon going to church." I think he meant to say not the demon going to church because he mentioned his mother's spirituality. See what I'm saying? You wrote that. I didn't write that. You see? Now you're saying I'm gaslighting you. What white woman are you sleeping with? She's rubbing off on you. This is nuts. Oh. Next.
All right, so all that gaslighting, and it got you nowhere. I would hope that you and the other professional gaslighters would choose a different mode of operation. Because gaslighting is definitely demonic from the pits of hell. It is not a proper way of navigating reality. But if you think that you should do the devil's work by consistently gaslighting, then go ahead. I think you have your reward in your gaslighting.
Are you in the restaurant? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Concrete. Are you talking to us without washing your hands first?
Ma'am, I'm not in a bathroom. You are mishearing things, ma'am. I'm in Starbucks at my desk, in front of my computer, doing my work. While I listen to you try to amateurishly gaslight.
Amateur, I don't know if that's a word.
Amateurishly is amateur.
I'm
verb form.
I'm pretty good at etymology. What I'm saying to you, Concrete, is we all heard that dryer in the background.
How did you hear a dryer in the background?
We definitely heard it. Okay.
Wait, are you hearing it now?
You know what, I'm done.
Are you hearing it now?
I love Israel and I hate radical Islam. Does anyone disagree with me?
Oh dear. What's so crazy, Janet, is I'm a huge fan. And I have been so for quite a long time, and yet you still want to gaslight me. Yet you want to content farm me. That shit, it breaks my heart more than anything.
Don't let it break your heart. Concrete.
I can't help it. What's up, Brooklyn? How you doing? I know who you learned the dark art from. Patty, you know how to get out of this content malaise that you're in. You just gotta play a video. Play a video of Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump saying something ridiculous, and that'll get the party going. You gotta use me.
I was on the phone. I wasn't thinking about you.
But yeah, let's play Trump. That's even.
What's up, Rambo? Thank you, Rambo.
What's up? A better joke.
Oh, I was so surprised Rambo didn't come on stage to ask a question.
No, I was just really in my element. I did have some questions, but if I'm to be honest with myself, I could have asked a question, but not what the picture meant. But anyway, that's another story. But no, you guys were doing such a good job. I enjoyed you guys. It was just cool just to let people cook when they cook, and that's all. But thank you guys. I was gonna come up, but thank you guys. Great job. I learned a lot.
I think I invited you up, didn't I, Rambo? No?
Yes. I was just like enjoying you guys. It was like I didn't want to take away from the conversation. Anyway, but good job to the Mod Squad. And but that picture never mind. I ain't gonna get back into that picture, but yeah, great job, guys. First Lady, what up? Janet, you had me crying yesterday, like literally crying out loud. Mom was like, "What are you laughing at?" I was on the floor, like I was just crazy. Oh, she on the phone now. What up, Hurricane?
What happened? What happened? I must have missed that.
Nah. She was. Who was she talking to? I think was she talking to Congress? She was talking. Oh no, when she was talking about the job that somebody was getting all them girls. Like the way she said that, it was just so funny. It was just so freaking funny. I was like, damn. I was like, I couldn't even say anything. But that was a couple of points, that I heard. She just had me laughing a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah, Janet funny as fuck.
Yeah, man. Yeah, she is. I ain't gonna never come to the stage when we have a guest and just talk and random it's just you don't do that when we have guests. It's like you don't play with guests. Get the value out of them. You respect them. And it's a protocol for that shit. And I hold myself to that standard.
That's good. I wish everybody else did, including Kanye's long lost daughter. But has anybody seen his long lost daughter? Or she just came on to release this?
I hear you. What you asked? You went out for a minute.
I said, I wish everybody would do that. Remember, I said, including Kanye's long lost daughter. Remember when she came into one room that we had a guest speaker? And she wanted to give thanks to the guy? Talking about, I'm Kanye West's long lost daughter. Yeah, she was. And she meant everything she said. She really believes this. Because she was in my back channels talking about her adventures with her father.
How old would she be? How old could she be if she's his daughter? 2019, something like that. That's funny. So, anyway, yeah, gotta keep me company today. I got a busy day today. My mother said something very disturbing yesterday, and I gotta process it. It's crazy. So, deal with that shit. But I'm gonna get.
All right, y'all. Let me see what's left on this Meet the Press. We done talked about our plan if we go into depression. Yeah.
I go to recession first.
Dude, we're talking about once we go into a depression. Like, we're going to be in the planning period. We're in the planning period right now. Gotta see what's going to work. Right? Let me go ahead and play this. Hopefully, I think this is the way I read it. Miami's not yet.
Welcome back. The Iraq War fallout continues, including a brewing revolt inside some corners of the MAGA movement in response to the president's handling of the war, including his threat yesterday to destroy the entire Iranian civilization. NBC News is reporting that there are significant signs of strain among Trump loyalists, including from prominent MAGA-aligned media figures. For more on this, I'm joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen, who's been tracking all of the MAGA pushback. John, thank you so much for joining us.
Just call me the MAGA tracker.
The MAGA tracker. I do want to ask, though, just give us an assessment here of how much damage the war in Iran has actually done to Stand within the MAGA base.
I mean, there is a significant fight going on about the policy, about the ideology. Now, a lot of these people are still aligned with Trump, but some of those big media figures that you've known from the past as advocates for everything he's done have flipped on this. Tucker Carlson, for example. Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously has a beef with the president. He pushed her out of Congress, but also somebody who's been very loud about this. We've seen some folks who are big online influencers like Mike Cernovich coming out talking about the president being in the wrong place on this, at least for the policy with MAGA. And I think you're also seeing it, though, importantly in corners of Congress. We've seen Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, talk about not wanting to destroy Iranian civilization. We've seen Curtis, the senator from Utah, also pushing back against this war. And the biggest tell, of course, is there aren't enough votes in Congress to authorize this war, to appropriate for this war, meaning spend money on it, or to stop this war. Right. And that indicates a split in MAGA. The president had said he wanted $200 billion for the war, or at least that was what was reported. That's being scaled back right now, and the big reason is that there was not an appetite to do that in Congress.
You mentioned Tucker Carlson. There was a fascinating New York Times piece from Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman about the pushback that Carlson was giving to Trump. I want to read part of the story. They wrote, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. So, John, do you think there is a way for the president to turn this all around before the midterms?
By the way, it's a wild conversation. It sounds like a parent talking to their child, like stroking their head at night, going, "It's going to be all right, honey." This relationship between Trump and Carlson. Look, I think that it is possible, of course, for the president to fix his problem with his own base, but I think if he is going to continue with a long-running war in the way if it costs hundreds of billions of dollars if Iran ends up controlling the Strait of Hormuz and basically getting tax money for ships going through. I think it's going to be a serious stain on his relationship with MAGA, and we'll find out in the midterms how enthusiastic some of those voters are. I've talked to voters in swing states who feel like they got fooled and are not excited to go out and help Trump continue to have majorities in the House and Senate.
Do you think it's a problem for Trump if there's not an enthusiasm among MAGA voters who, like the ones you talk to, don't feel like they're actually delivering on some of these promises?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge problem. For the independence movement is also a problem, but lack of enthusiasm among the MAGA base could kill the majorities for Republicans, not only in the House, but also potentially in the Senate.
We were talking about the House, but I think the Senate is seriously at risk for Republicans as well.
In play, as they say.
In play, as they say. John Allen, thank you so much for all of your reporting. That was such a great story. I urge everyone to go check it out. We are back tomorrow, though, with Meet the Press Now. And there's more ahead on NBC News Now.
That's it, y'all. Last 2 minutes. Any comments on Meet the Press? Anything that they talked about? Nope. Okay, so let me see what we got going on in the news as far as most recent from ABC, NBC, CBS, and Fox.
Oh, wait a minute. You thought I was finished? When I put the Astamani, you thought he was winning? Flexing on this niggas on the Popeye on the spinach? Yeah. What's up, Patty? How you doing?
Hey.
Are you a Shatty Patty?
Am I a who?
Shatty Patty?
No.
You're not a Shatty Patty? Do you know what a Shatty Patty is?
I'm not even a patty.
You're not even a patty?
Just for clubhouse purposes.
Are you a patty, though?
No.
You're not even a bad either.
No.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Oh my God.
You didn't expect that, did you? Yeah. No baddies over here. That's a fact.
Concrete speaking that shit.
That was a joke, by the way.
No, it wasn't.
That was a joke. Patty, you feel? Don't get upset, Patty.
No.
You know what? You are a baddie, Patty.
I'm okay with that.
You are a baddie, Patty.
I don't need your sign off.
It sounded like you did. Sounded like I need to give you some reassurance, and I'm here for that.
You sound like you took a little bit offense to what Concrete said.
No,
I felt the energy.
Okay.
You're right. The energy
Good
did
morning,
shift.
everybody. 12 o'clock yet.
What's up, T. Andrew?
Where's T. Andrew? Okay, I gotta make sure. You know, we did it. I'm cleaning my damn kitchen right now. Cause
You're supposed to do.
Yeah, I got a bunch of fucking paperwork I don't want to do.
Don't act like you got a job.
I'm self-employed.
Or did they promote you at Starbucks? Did they promote you at Starbucks time?
Why you wanna hate on my life and my accomplishments?
I mean, yeah, right.
Yeah, I am right. Of course I'm fucking right.
Yeah, but still,
Just because you a fake military person.
Whether they're
feel like you've been missing.
No, I've been here. I do the morning and then I go take care of my life. I got a job.
Wow.
Where you been, Concrete? Get them good morning, everybody. You ain't been around.
What's up, Devon? How you doing? Yeah, y'all niggas get on my nerves. I gotta go to more less hostile environments.
He actually got promoted at Starbucks. He now is a shift leader.
That's a fact.
Well, you
He is no longer running the damn cash register. He's actually checking whether or not he needs to keep all 5 employees during this time sale. Go ahead, great job.
You missed a great interview yesterday, Concrete. You should have. Were you here? Were you in the audience? No, oh man, you gotta check in, brother.
Concrete he's a manager at fucking Starbucks now. Stop. Let him do his job so he can maintain these promotions he's getting. Maybe one day he'll get a woman.
Yeah, preferably not a black woman. If the universe.
I believe it. He is not trolling.
Listen, I am done with y'all. I am divested.
Bro, it's been chill lately. I don't understand. Look, there's a line in the sand. And we know what's
Tell who?
There's a line in the sand, bro. I know what side you want. Hold on, Concrete. When shit hit the fan, I know what side you want. So that's all that matters.
Not with them niggas. Not at all. No, sir.
What are you talking about? Anyway. All right. You won't be wearing them.
Y'all gotta stop having faith.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You need to stop having faith in these clowns.
No.
That's all they are, clowns.
No, but Concrete will not have a red hat on. I know that.
It depends.
He would.
It depends. Oh, put him in the audience.
Concrete to sell his mama for a box of cookies.
Oh, damn, Concrete. Concrete, you gonna be on the red hat side? You on the red hat side, brother? No way.
Shit, I seen the rooms here, Tim. Ain't that right, Concrete? Shit.
Got a call, and now he lost. See, that's why they took your phone call. Cause you on some bullshit.
Okay. Let me see what's going on, y'all. So NBC is talking about Israel attacks, devastating Beirut, and threatening the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. I said this earlier in the interview. I feel like Israel is working against the U.S. to get what they want, to keep us in the fight. They don't have anybody else that's going to do this fight. Like the guys that Trump supposedly was going to do these damn negotiations with were killed by the Israelis. Like, what are they doing? It's like they sabotaging everything. You hear that, y'all? That's the frother. The frother at Starbucks when they're frothing the milk. I know a frother when I hear one.
Yeah, and I know jealousy when I hear one. You wish you could run your own Starbucks.
You're
Instead,
right.
you gotta play soldier.
You're right. You're right. You're so right. You see, I didn't even try to combat your argument.
Because you can't.
You're right. One day, I'll be able to froth your almond milk, or your 2% milk, or your oat milk.
Goat's milk.
No, they don't do goat milk. Stop.
Unicorn milk. They got that.
Okay, let me see. So, what else do they got? This from NBC News.
Iran warns of strong responses as Israel attacks Lebanon and killed more than 200.
Did you saw the videos in Lebanon?
Huh?
Did you saw videos in Lebanon?
No, I haven't.
It's insane. Like Beirut, it's like, it's insane. You should Google that. I think CNN and other here, it's insane.
You know what? I get it with man, the way Israel's moving, like I've been trying to defend that there's no expansionist thing going on, but bro, it's making it hard. It's making it hard to defend it. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick. It's a live update. Talking about new strikes in the Middle East, threatening a fragile U.S.-Iran ceasefire.
Tensions in the Middle East threatening a fragile ceasefire. As tensions play out across the region, the key sticking point is now Lebanon, which Israel has been repeatedly bombing, targeting the Iran-backed group Hezbollah.
There's just here explosions, like 3 to 5 explosions.
Yesterday, Israeli strikes killing at least 250 people, according to Lebanon's Ministry of Health, which says more than 1,500 have been killed since the latest fighting began. Hezbollah has launched hundreds of rockets into Israel in support of Iran. Iran says the new Israeli strikes are a violation of the ceasefire. But Israel's prime minister insisting, quote, temporary ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah, and we will continue to hit it hard. The U.S. agreed.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't.
Iran's foreign minister is saying, quote, the U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. With control of the Strait of Hormuz in the balance, Iran continuing to divert traffic there, which has been driving up global oil prices, saying it may have put anti-shipping mines in the strait, and recommending alternative routes as the world waits to see if the ceasefire lasts. And Israel's attacks on Lebanon are continuing this morning. Lebanese state media is saying that 10 people were killed in Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon.
Matt Bradley starting us off there and telling me Matt named you.
News prediction.
Yeah. They're going hard in the motherfucking thing.
When nothing become nothing, when you just lie, nobody know the truth anymore.
What you say, Jay Fresh?
America is good at lying. Everything is possible to understand what's going on around the world. Because media lie to you, you get lied to every time.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to disrespect anybody. I do lie to my girls, of course, making sure they're happy.
Okay. You want to make sure your girls are happy.
But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to listen, be quiet, and it's good to listen to you guys sometime. I'm learning from a lot of people. And
it's okay. Okay, you ain't never been problematic, and I know it. But I've been in the room after a certain time of the day. I'm about to leave in about 30 minutes. But, yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what else is going on. So, just play a quick Lebanon threat issue that comes. It should be in what Iranians think is part of the ceasefire agreement. The U.S. isn't tracking, and supposedly so is Israel not tracking.
I mean, Iran is a civilization, like they're 5,000 years old. They will never lose, regardless of what, you know. It just, I don't know. America is still a baby. America is diverse, still a baby. I don't know why they're picking old people that understand the game. And I wish Obama was still the president. Obama understands better than a lot of these leaders, whatever you call them. They're losing the money. They're losing their money. Everything's about money right now. Donald Trump is fucking panicking because of money. It's not. He don't give a fuck about human. He only care about his money, his kids.
I just seen an interesting thing to y'all, but it is for me. So, this is crazy. Former Army employee charged with leaking classified info to a journalist. You know what she gave as information to a journalist? Wait, I'm gonna make sure this is all she gave up, which I don't think. Maybe because it was an ongoing investigation, I'm not sure, but. Okay, so they must have told her beforehand she can't talk about it because supposedly, okay, so the young lady that is being investigated about leaking classified information, Williams texted her mother, "I might get arrested for disclosing classified info." She then cited a statutory provision of the Espionage Act. And then she said, "I might actually get arrested and I don't even get a free copy of the book."
They don't
so
care.
The article that Williams is talking about is her giving an interview to a writer describing being sexually harassed and belittled by the men in her unit, including the commander. She filed grievances with Army Special Operations, IG, and a discrimination claim with the EEOC, which resulted in retaliation and eventually her security clearance being stripped.
They don't care. They don't. They can bring somebody up and let them down, but losing respect as human when you have no morals, there's no point of living life, which is Donald Trump have no value of that. His America's great, 100%, but we have the worst leader ever in history.
So the writer said, unlike many of my sources, she was adamant that she be quoted by name and made no attempts to conceal her identity because her actions were entirely above board, legitimate, and admirable. He added that Williams was indicted not to protect classified information, but to retaliate against women who only sought to improve workplace conditions for female soldiers and civilian employees of the military.
Well, like his first term is ground by the yes, who talk like that? Obama was great. Obama looked out for the whole world. America runs the world.
What she's saying.
Trump too. Trump is good.
Like, are you paying attention?
Hey Peter, how you doing? I heard you got kicked out of the room the other day.
Hi, no worries. In the political atmosphere, this sounds like something normal for me. I am tolerant and it is not a big deal for me. I will
Show up whenever
I love it that you show up every day and you share with us out. So I appreciate you, Peter. You come, you ask crazy questions. Sometimes it doesn't make a damn bit of sense, but when we tell you go on mute, Peter go on mute.
Sometimes.
You say some crazy shit. No, he do. He go on mute. When I tell his ass to go on mute, I'll be like, Peter, go on mute. He go on mute. He might come out and I'll be like, Peter, what I told you, guess what happens? I don't even have to press mute. That goddamn microphone go off. Y'all need to take some goddamn tips. Especially masculinity and concrete. Y'all keep playing with Peter. He loud. We don't know what the fuck he's saying half the time. For all I know, he's saying death to America. But his ass go on mute when I tell him to go on goddamn mute.
Well, it's not death to America. It's just the world is tired. Please leave us alone. Like, why would support?
47 years on Peter J. Fresh.
My last name is Peter, too. So.
Yeah, but you're not our Peter. This is
Well, the world is getting weak because America is controlling a lot of this thing. But we have the dumbest. Anyway, I'm gonna talk too much. Be quiet.
You said you're gonna be quiet about 8 times. Just listen. We just starting out. We're gonna play some news clips. We're gonna listen to them. We're gonna comment. We're gonna stay on the topic.
So today, Mark Root. He's a Sec General of NATO.
What do you think? But Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about him. He just a Spanish dude. He's just talking crazy.
Bro. You said you was gonna stay quiet.
Shut up, man. I'm gonna be quiet. It's my time.
Okay, now we're gonna drop your ass. We got to go. CJ Fresh. You know, y'all stop kicking Peter out, because all you gotta do is tell him to stay.
Can I join the conversation?
This dude, yeah, do it from either you go in the goo, go ahead and drop yourself to the goo, or we're gonna kick you out and you do it in the chat. You're doing too much. Y'all stop kicking Peter out.
My mind.
Okay, you speak your mind in the chat. Stop kicking Peter out. When we tell him to be quiet, even when he does his outburst and forgets that we told him to be quiet, he goes back on mute. So stop kicking him out. Now, if he start acting like Jay Fresh, yeah, we're going to have to kick him out and throw him in the goo. Okay, so Mark Rutte, he's supposed to be giving an address. He is the NATO Secretary General. Trying to find out what time he's doing it. Well, anyway, hopefully, if I'm around, we'll be able to do that. Germany's Merz did do a live on the Iran and ceasefire deal that was made. Hold on, let me put it on real quick, because I don't want to play out loud. Let me.
And we never got to the name of the book. So I was looking up what Patty was talking about the soldier from Fort Bragg. The name of the book was titled The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces. So I'm just confused about how that relates to national security.
Because the soldiers involved, CID might be investigating it. There's a whole thing when it comes to like those type of investigations. And they probably, I don't know, if it's ongoing, then maybe she shouldn't, I'm gonna be honest with you, she shouldn't have said nothing if it's ongoing. I know it's not fair, but we fall under different rules. She's still subject to UCMJ.
But the crazy thing was they announced who she was, but didn't list the reporter in the court filings.
Because she identified who she was in that book. She made it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's something that the military got to get rid of. Like, if you're a victim of some type of violence or something like, because you're exposing someone that may be in the military, if they're fucking guilty,
like maybe they haven't been proven guilty yet, but she's talking about her fucking trauma. She was talking about her sexual abuse, being singled out by the commander because she made a complaint. Because it's an ongoing investigation, he hasn't been proven guilty yet. She's not allowed to speak on it because it puts a bad light on the military. Man, I don't even agree with that sometimes. Well, I don't agree with it at all, honestly.
Look, the president of state files.
They're gonna expose her ass if she's lying. If it comes out he's not guilty and she made up a whole story, she's gonna get exposed. But if this is her trauma and she wants to talk about it, maybe her trauma is something that'll touch somebody else to open up and not keep something. Like I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm really on the line when it comes to that type of shit. Cause I used to be the OIC for a brigade, for our brigade or division, not brigade, for our division when it came to sexual harassment and sexual assault, and to try to keep someone from speaking about their trauma to no one but the chaplain, medical professionals, not letting the press doing that shit. Like if she wants to advertise to like push a point because of to help other women, I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Well, when I read down more in the article, it also said that she was posting on social media, which it seems like if she was posting on social media, we would have something to really identify. Besides that.
Yeah. Yeah, but she'll end up being guilty. Whether I don't know. I think if we get prosecuted, they'll probably give her some.
What unit was she in? Was she in group? It sounded like some groups.
And she was in somebody group. She was in special force and stuff.
Yeah, so I had to kind of figure. Like, I don't think she should have said anything. To be honest with you, Trish. Because like you when you go out and you like when it's under investigation, like it's just keep your mouth closed until it's closed, until that investigation is closed. Because like you don't know what else they could be picking up outside of like the sexual assault and drug trafficking. Like how far down the line this goes, especially when it comes to group. Because like they be having some crazy shit going.
Yeah, but they got some crazy ass soldiers over there too.
Yeah, they do.
Like some of our scariest stories out of the military came from group soldiers. Whether it's sexual assault, murder, all kinds of shit come out of there. But people ain't allowed to talk at all about their trauma until it's over with. If she was a civilian, the only people be trying to stop her would be her lawyer. Because they can fuck her case, but I don't know. I'm on the line with that shit. But I'm a girl, so. Man, honestly, if it was me, I would never talk about it. I'd have to wait until it was over with and see what the government says I can speak on. But go ahead, Divine.
Chris said maybe we can play it later. Marjorie Taylor Greene is on CNN right now going in. There's a video of Megyn Kelly losing her shit, telling the president to just shut up. She's sick of it. So
yeah, Megyn Kelly's a grifter.
I agree with that. But people are starting to not fear this man, I guess, and just Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, she's not always, but lately been very vocal. To see her on CNN going in is like, oh shit.
Yeah, I like watching her go in. I still don't fuck with her. To me, she's an actual nasty woman. So.
Yeah.
But let me see if I can find. You said she's going. It's live.
She's on CNN right now.
Alright.
Who's
Blitzer.
From Wolf Blitzer, I remember one of the most famous sentences he was using. What about the issues that we were united about? He was saying to over party discussions.
What happened, Peter?
I just remembered the message about one of his most famous sentences about what are the issues that we were united about addressing the whole United States.
Who's famous?
Wolf Blitzer.
Oh, Wolf Blitzer. Oh, yeah. I don't know nothing about that, but yeah. Let me see. But thank you for your submission.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hey, Devon, was that you talking about CNN and Megyn Kelly and Wolf Blitzer? Yeah, I saw that early this morning too. Had no trip. I'm sure that wasn't a response in my mind too. Everybody was waiting till 8 o'clock p.m. Was that yesterday or the day before yesterday? And then turned into being like, oh, okay, no, it's a ceasefire thing now. And it was going to be Stonehenge, return to Stone Ages, I'm sorry.
That's impossible. Everybody knows. He was exaggerating and it was acceptable. For me, it is not a problem.
Well, see, here's the thing. In hindsight, it's one way to talk about it. But prior to that, I think people realize he might really do that. Like, most people seem to be like, he probably will do something crazy like that. And everybody was like, okay, this is going to cause a reaction. But then people were prepared for the reaction, and Israel did what it did. But the world was like, get ready. He probably is one that will do that. If not then, at whatever point, tomorrow or soon or something, he may need to get to a certain point. He's like, oh, well, just push all the buttons. What the hell? On my way out anyway.
However, it seems impossible, but if it's the point.
You say it defeats the point?
We need our country back. We need to put some order back. For this, Mullah needs to be out of politics. And for that, they can choose to give up if they want to not be like that. And Stone Ages was an example. It was just to scare them, to let them know that you have no future in the politics of Iran. You made your deadly mistakes. Now it's time to deal with the mistakes that you made. You were thinking that you are not going to be accountable because you were thinking that you are strong and untouched. Now you are touched.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow. You're talking about Donald Trump, or you're talking about, I'm trying to follow what you're saying. Donald Trump don't seem to have abide by no norms.
Donald Trump, he's talking about Iran.
Yes, about Mullah.
Now I know you're talking about Trump. I mean, I was saying that, his mindset, saying what he's not going to do after the fact, but nobody knows what he's going to do, I think is the main point, that he causes this uncertainty. Back to what Megan was like, bro, somebody need to really check you, because you're causing problems by threats and all this and that, and you do it or you don't do it, and then the world is like certainty, some kind of way.
The nature of the war is uncertainty. It is not possible to let everybody know what they want to move, how they want to move, because it's the nature of the war. They need to be surprised.
So you're arguing on on behalf of making it make sense what Donald Trump is doing. That's what part that confuses me about what you're saying.
Yes, I think that it makes total sense for me since mullahs are posing international danger and international risk for everybody who were dealing with them by now. During the last 47 years, nobody who were in front of the deals with mullahs came out satisfied. This is not a point that can be deniable. The most people affected by this is the people of Iran, who were trusting them before the Islamic Revolution, but after they took the power, they tried to boycott it, they tried to show themselves as the parents of the country. Can you believe? They say that we are the parents, and like that, they want to, for example, the parents who killed their own children. Unbelievable.
Okay, I gotta go to a meeting. Hey, y'all, please try not to kick out Peter. He's really easy to control on the stage. All you gotta tell him is go on mute, and he will go on mute. He's very good with going on mute, but he might try to interrupt, and then you tell him, go on mute, Peter. Didn't I tell you go on mute? He'll go on mute. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, please. Because he was like, I like to listen. Even though we know he fucking interrupts and talks. But he is pretty good about shutting the fuck up when you tell him to shut up. So I gotta go to a meeting and I'll be back in maybe an hour. So, bye. Bye.
Just raise your voice with Peter on the second round and he'll bow down. That's what I think I heard. So Peter, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Iranians are ultimately saying, thank you, Donald Trump? They're still in that spirit of, yes, double down. Please do more. Do more. Coming up in here.
Yes, I always say thank you, Donald Trump, and I always wish for him to win because now our interests are shared, and those people that you named, the people of Iran, I think there is a misunderstanding because you did not distinguish between Iran and the mullah. Mullah is different with us. We have proved that by now, didn't we?
So you saying, yes, the interests are shared now. Bring the whole world into the pain that Iran had. Everybody.
Sweet, shut your bitch ass up, bro. Don't give a fuck, nigga. You loud ass black monkey.
Yeah, Amara, good morning. Is that Chris Brown in your in your profile?
Get back in the cage, buddy. Get back in that cage.
Sorry about that. I got rid of Unhinged.
Y'all open rooms and y'all ain't got shit to say? What's going on?
Hey yo, bro, somebody should have recorded that. Where's the contact, man? That's some shit that people gotta play like over and over and over again, bro. Where is it? That shit was.
I mean, MJ, I appreciate it, but it's not that great of a line. I don't know.
It's the way you said it, bro. It would actually be good.
You know, I just, you'll appreciate this because unlike most of the Negroes in this room, you care about growing into an old man who still functions well. I just discovered that there's a type of magnesium you can take at night that helps you sleep better. It's called magnesium glycinate. Have you heard of it?
Really?
Yeah, they're about
I actually take magnesium.
What kinds
do I take?
Yeah, the type you take matters because there's some that are trash and there's some that are trash and there's some that are good but are intended to do things other than help a person sleep at night. So the type that you take matters.
I go to sleep. I take it before I go to sleep.
Which one do you take?
Oh man, I'll tell you in like 2 minutes.
Okay, well, magnesium glycinate is the one, and I started taking it a few nights ago because I'm trying to get my sleep hygiene. I'm trying to improve it, and it's amazing.
What the hell's going on in here? It's like a morgue.
Nothing. It's like the vibe's just squatting on stage with no content.
Take triple complex magnesium. Is that the so it's malate, glycinate, and citrate.
Okay.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So the thing with magnesium glycinate is that for it to be effective, you need to consume at least 300 milligrams at a time. My guess is the magnesium that you have contains magnesium glycinate, of course, but not at the desired concentration. So you probably are getting something closer to 50 milligrams to 100 milligrams of magnesium glycinate. That's not bad, but it's, if you're really trying to work on sleep, you want more. The malate is good for something. I can't remember. I have it in my notes, but that one's good. The citrate, I don't recall reading much positive stuff about it. It's not bad, but malates and glycinate are supposed to be good for stuff. Malate might be good for ATP. No, not ATP. ADP. You know what ADP is, right? Is it ADP or ATP?
ADP, like the payroll services?
No, it's probably, no, it's ATP. Adenosine triphosphate. I think that's what it is.
I know ChatGPT knows the answer to that.
Yeah, I got it.
No,
adenosine. Some of us took biology in college. Adenosine triphosphate is what it is.
I'm happy you remember.
So, yeah, exactly. I do remember. I just told you.
Oh, you said you weren't sure?
Yeah. I'm sure now. Adenosine triphosphate. It's an important chemical. Because it functions in the mitochondria in your body, and so you need it for energy or something. And I think magnesium malate helps your body do the ATP mitochondria thing better. So that's good too.
Got it. Do we want to dig in on how many milligrams
get 350 milligrams of magnesium glycinate when you take 3 pills. So it has 90 tablets, and each night I take 3 tablets a few hours before bed. It helps me sleep well. That's why. Well, if y'all don't give us confidence, we keep on talking about healthy eating discoveries, because that's what
please do.
right here.
No, please do. This is your moment. Let's go.
Well, let me think what else. I've already talked about replacing grits with quinoa. People don't like that very much, but the blacks need to be educated. They need to understand that traditional stuff is not always the best stuff. Sometimes we have to innovate. Sometimes we have to pivot.
What about bacon? What about bacon? Is that still approved or no?
BACON?
Yeah. That's the approved. Yeah.
If you want to have bad skin and bad guts, then yes, eat as much bacon as you want.
I'd like to follow up with that because you have said in the past that bacon is a spice, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. Like I said, if you want to have bad skin and bad guts, eat as much bacon as you want. If you simply want to enjoy the joys of eating bacon, then eat bacon occasionally.
Oh, sure. Update on the protein situation, Hurricane.
Yes.
The hydrolyzed protein is doing much better. I'm still pretty sensitive. I guess I never had a problem with consonants and shit.
You are sensitive.
So I'm very sensitive. My gut's sensitive. So it's still not, where how I wanted to be. But that vegan protein was killing me.
You know, you're such a straight man. It's like straight men are scared to poop, okay? If they poop too much, they feel as if they're turning gay. I don't understand.
Brother, it wasn't poop. It was violent, okay? It was terrible.
Okay. I mean, okay, that's different. I like being regular, so, and because I've always been that way. I know people who poop once a day. If that were me, I would be so miserable. So if I don't have at least 4 bowel movements in a day, something's wrong.
I want to tell you about my morning smoothie I just made. So today's morning smoothie. Mm-hmm. We have today blackberries. We have a couple blackberries, a couple blueberries. We added some, I believe it was almond milk. Almond milk. We also put in a prebiotic fiber. We also added some chia seeds. We added an oversized date. I don't know how to pronounce it. Majul date.
Yeah.
We added that. So if we're talking about fiber, this is where comes from. And we also added a little bit of yogurt with a dash of honey.
What kind of yogurt?
I believe it's Chobani. Let me just check real quick.
Is it yogurt?
It is, no, it's Chobani Greek yogurt.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Greek yogurt, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds really good. Congratulations to you.
Let me tell you, the date and the chia seed and the prebiotic fiber and all that, if you want to talk about regular, and I don't want to go back to that combo, but it's such a great morning smoothie. And what I like doing on the berry part, even though we're all supposed to do fresh, what's nice about, I do the frozen blueberries and sometimes frozen raspberries, is that it gets it without having to add any ice. It gets it to that little bit of a frozen consistency. So I like that. But I did add fresh blackberries today.
Oh, I always do frozen berries for that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want it to be cold, and the way to do that is...
Well, it's also a lot easier to keep because the berries can go bad pretty quickly.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but I of fresh blackberries because I was doing some, morning Greek yogurt, some fresh blackberries, and a little drizzle of grape nuts cereal for the crunch.
And so, believe it or not, to answer the question, let's see, Cyber's question. So, I don't know what the proportions for all of the ingredients in Spirituous's smoothie are, but when it comes to berries are really good for keeping calories low. For example, 1 cup of frozen raspberries, I believe, is around 70 calories. The same goes for 1 cup of wild blueberries, 70 calories. And my guess is that this wasn't putting a cup of any of berries of any kind in his smoothie, because he said a few blackberries and a few blueberries. So yeah, berries are a good way to get your fiber and get your vitamins and minerals without consuming a lot of calories.
Yeah, I don't think it was a lot. It was maybe like 4, pretty decent sized blackberries, maybe about 6 blueberries. The unsweetened almond milk, that's like almost, I don't know, 40 calories. 2 tablespoons of the Greek yogurt. I mean, how much is that? And then the fibers, the prebiotic fiber in the chia seeds and the date. I mean, it's not a lot of calories, but it's decent.
Yeah, Spirit, my wife follows your exact recipe every morning. So I'm one person who, I usually don't eat. My first meal of the day can be somewhere around 3 o'clock or something. I've always been like that. It's very weird. But she cannot, unfortunately. So what will happen is she'll make her smoothie and leave me some in the refrigerator, so I can start my day with that before I make proper food like an African man.
I love it.
But the only 2 things, exactly the same recipe, the only 2 things are different. So rather than the Chobani Greek yogurt, she uses Siggy's.
I like that. That's the Icelandic, right?
Yep.
I like that one, yeah.
And then instead of almond, we do coconut cashew milk. And it's been good. Now, I don't know if it's the date.
I'll try that. I'll try that because I mix like the types of yogurt, the types of milk, so maybe like an oat milk or unsweetened almond, unsweetened oat, something like that.
Yeah, listen, man, it was able to help me survive a whole month and 6 days of, not enjoying proper food. It's really good.
That's awesome. Yeah, the chia seeds have been a really nice touch. And, when I can get those good dates, man, sometimes I'll put 2 in, depending how regular I want to feel. But those dates are just delicious. Harder to just consume on my own out of the bag, but in the smoothie, it's perfect.
I do 3 dates at a time. I do chia seeds only once in a day, and I usually do them at nighttime when I take my second smoothie. And then I just wake up in the morning, drink a glass of water, walk to the bathroom, sit down, and boom. It's like clockwork. Yeah. See, that's the problem with y'all in this room. A lot of y'all are walking around with stuffed guts. That's why y'all are in such bad moods.
Wake it up.
I bet you Concrete probably has a bowel movement every 3 days. That's why that nigga is all stuffed guts is terrible. Yeah. Stuffed guts is wild.
You can tell when they come in here. They're backed up for 3 days and get out on the stage. Come on.
So, can we attribute the 2 of you backing out to bad guts?
Oh no, my guts are fine, but
I know your guts are fine.
I'm allergic. I'm allergic to niggas with bad guts because they come in and they sense how free I'm and how free I am.
What the fuck?
then they start hating on me. That's what it is. The devil pretended to be an angel again. Shut the fuck up. There we go. There we go. Go work on your gut. What was that holiness? Go ahead. There we go. I didn't even see you.
Not to be said for free in the gut and parasite handlings. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. Oh, is prebiotics the same as probiotics? I think it was
yeah, Spirit is meant to say probiotic. That's what he meant to say.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Hey, Concrete, free your guts and your ass will follow, bro.
Free your guts. I see the type of MJ. I see the type of imaginations and cocaine that you delve in, and I don't want no parts of that, brother. And I think if I were to talk to your big homies, they would not notice about you, and they would not want any parts of that or you. Unless you were to repent of your ways, I think you should do. You
know my style.
No, they don't.
I've been funny since the 90s.
Yeah, you talking about you funny. That's not even ha-ha funny. That's oldest funny. I gotta take this phone, bro.
I gotta take this call. Take the call, man.
You know, Concrete wants to talk about MJ. MJ got a whole wife and a whole family, okay? And he's exercising.
Black love.
And she's black, okay? And she lets him come on Clubhouse and get on our nerves, you know what I mean? So, and he's raising 2 black girls, you know?
Why don't you just out his whole story? Anything else about MJ? Like location, car?
He has shared it. My point is, MJ is doing much better than Concrete. I don't know why Concrete's coming for MJ. MJ's a real man. Concrete's a bitch. With nothing to show.
Okay, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you do parasite cleanses?
No.
Wake it up.
That's that American bullshit.
Oh, Sandra's been on the internet. Go ahead,
do
Sandra.
parasite cleansing if you
I've been doing parasite cleanses. I've been doing them my whole life. I just hadn't done any in a while, so I'm doing one right now.
I mean, nothing wrong with parasites. Listen,
What does that mean?
If you believe that parasites are living in you and you need to get rid of them, go ahead. But I'm a child of God. Ain't no parasite in me. Okay.
But I'm also a carnivore.
You got that Holy Ghost for the parasite.
Again.
I pray over my food, but I'm a carnivore. I eat everything that's meat.
Pray over that bacon.
Oh, okay. So see now that makes sense. See, I do not, as a general rule, I do not eat beef. Okay, like I don't cook it. Most of the time, every now and then, I'll order steak. But at home, I do fish and chicken. Once in a while, lamb. So I don't know. Maybe if I ate more beef, maybe I'd be concerned. I don't know. But
All 4. All.
mute. Right here. What is he doing? Anyway, so Sandra, what's in your parasite cleanse? Tell me.
Sorry, my bad.
What's in your parasite cleanse, Sandra?
Wormwood, black walnut, cloves, oregano oil, pumpkin seed oil, and garlic.
Hey, Sandra, did you sell your recipe? Do you sell that product?
Oh no.
Just make that one.
Cause I was doing black seed oil, oregano oil, and pumpkin seed oil anyway, and then I just added the wormwood and the black walnut shell. Cause I know that is, but I was just asking because I was wondering if I should do it 2 weeks or in 1 week off. Cause that's what I've been told.
Oh, I mean, I have no idea, but it sounds like it would be good anyway. That it's good for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and then I drink okra water every day. So, and that because I was like on the verge of being pre-diabetic, so I started
started drinking the okra water last year, so I reversed that. So it's just and that definitely makes you poop because it's it turns into mucilage from the okra.
What kind of water is this?
Okra.
Okra. Oh, okra. Okay, okra. Okay.
Hey, Sandra, you from the South?
No, I am not.
Oh, okay.
My family's from the South.
Oh, it's in the DNA. I got it. That okra. Yeah, everybody won't get up next to that okra. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I literally lowered my A1C like 3 points in 2 weeks.
Go ahead.
My blood work completely turned around. So I've been doing that since April of last year. So I just drink like 16 ounces every morning. And I grow my own okra, so that's cool too.
You know, Sandra, okra to hurricane is what pinto beans are to Mexicans, okay? I ate so much okra growing up because my mom made okra soup all the time in the 70s.
You don't want to hear this.
Yeah, because okra is from Africa, and okra soup is a staple in the part of Nigeria that I come from, and so and it was very easy for my mom to get it. So I got so sick of eating okra when I was in America that when we went to Nigeria, I refused to touch it. I was like, I'm sick of eating okra. So even now, when I see okra, I'm just like, ugh. I ate so much of it growing up, and I know Mexicans who refuse to eat beans. They're like, we're sick of beans.
Hey, so the question is, were black folks stronger when we ate okra?
I really wanted the recipe for okra soup. I have yet to make it. I've looked it up several times, but I don't know what's a good recipe and what's not.
I don't know. You know, I never learned how to make okra soup because for obvious reasons. My mom makes it, and
you know. Go home. Please ask your mom for me, please.
I will. I mean, she likes it.
Like I went to the African store just to buy, my okra and all of my garlic. Their garlic is so much better. I just love that store. So what do you think about the bananas?
Oh, I forgot. I had a banana to my smoothie. I forgot about that.
A whole banana, Scotty?
Yeah, a whole banana. Yeah.
I don't eat bananas. I know I'm gay. I'm supposed to, but I don't.
That's homophobic.
Well, they're high in sugar. They're high in sugar. So I was thinking about trying the little ones if I can find them again.
Yeah, the good potassium, fiber.
I don't like the smell of bananas. I find the smell repulsive.
I
You got to go to the before
store
they go
and buy
rot.
bananas.
Don't let them go rot.
I'm sorry, sweet. I'll buy bananas and take the peels off, and I'll throw the bananas in the trash because they're so high in sugar. Like my dad was diabetic. That's one of the reasons why I'm so adamant about this. I'd be diabetic, and he could not even eat a small banana. He only could have grapes at a time. That's how bad his diabetes was. So I don't want that in my life.
It sounds like you make your own compost. You get to make your own compost.
I sure do. I even have a vermiculture compost. So
How did I not know that?
I've been letting worms eat my garbage for the last 10 years.
That banana is where the banana comes in. The banana peel is good for that.
Yeah, I literally bring the worms in the wintertime in the basement. My son hates it, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
I can't have worms in my house.
Yeah, you
that sounds devilish.
Worms ain't jumping.
They're in a container. They're in like a triple layered container. Yeah, do you guys remember Birth? The top real country.
Yeah, I remember him.
He literally made his fortune selling worm poop.
Exactly. Oh, that's big business.
Oh my God, the marijuana growers would fight over that shit. When I was doing it, when I first started doing it, I was selling like 5 pounds of worm poop for $50.
Yeah, if you haven't learned about the worms and the value of worms and agriculture, then you're still a lot to learn yet as a human being on this planet. You got to learn the value of the good worms.
Okay, sweet.
I mean, since we're talking about guts and everything and parasites and health, definitely worms. Worms is a part of that conversation.
That's fair. Oh, God.
you want the complete education, right? You want the full, that's understood knowledge. That's out there. When you dig in, Will Allen and Worms. It's a lot to get on YouTube about that.
I will let you and Sandra do the worm thing.
Well, it's a share. It's a universal share. You know, you can't have good information and hold it to yourself. So shout out to Spiritus and the smoothie. Just not a good spiritual look to have divine information and keep it to yourself. You gotta share it.
Hurricane got me digging through here looking to see how much is in my potassium. My magnesium.
Yeah, there's a doctor I follow on Instagram. I almost unfollowed him last week because he posted some transphobic reel. But then I was like, you know what, Hurricane, you're doing too much. This man provides a lot of helpful information about, and you're just going to have to pretend that you didn't watch the transphobic video so that you can get this content. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to pretend that I didn't watch this transphobic video, and I'm going to keep on getting this content. So he talked about the different kinds of magnesium, and he posted sources, and I read through them, and everything legit, and I homed in on magnesium glycinate for better sleep, and it's been good.
Wait, so the
Magnesium glycinate. Mine is 500 milligrams, by the way. I just pulled it down to look at it.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
I knew it was only 300. But yeah, that's what I take.
Magnesium.
I take my potassium in the morning. I take my potassium in the morning because I don't know if y'all know, but I don't have feeling in one of my legs, and I have really bad neuropathy. So I take my potassium in the morning. I don't be playing around. I don't miss no vitamins.
Right,
I take my
Sandra just bought on one of those big websites that deliver overnight one of those like foot shiatsu massaging thingies.
Oh wow!
You know, and it wasn't that expensive. I think it was like $70 or $80. It's excellent. It's like getting a foot massage every day. So that's probably good for something like that. For like neuropathy.
Vibration plate. I just bought a vibration. This is because I was like, my black
more intense. This is more intense though. It's more intense.
Really?
It's really good. Yeah, it's excellent. I'll see if I can post a link to it. It's really good. I mean, it wasn't that expensive, and it was delivered overnight. But it's like somebody's giving you a foot massage, and it also has heat on it too.
Oh, that sounds good.
What in the Bed Bath & Beyond is going on here?
Well, I got really depressed after I retired, so I'm just sitting on my ass for like the last 8 months. So it's like I need to get up and get moving.
What about volunteer work?
It's spring though, Sandra. Spring is here, so you can
get outside. And I'm getting ready to get back in the garden because in fact, the garden I had last year, I'm doubling the space. They're giving me two whole plots this year. So I'll be working my ass off. But I just got depressed after I retired. It's weird because I was used to being around thousands of people every day.
Have you ever thought about being an amateur detective?
I always wanted to be a detective. I wanted to crack cheating husbands.
Yeah, go do it. Take the classes. Take a private investigator course. Learn surveillance and get your license. Man, that would be an awesome second career.
The kids need you. Be a literacy coach. These children.
Oh man, get them cheating husbands. That's what I'm talking about.
Friends trying to get me to go back to school so I could start doing substitute teaching. She just called me. She just left her classroom.
Substitutes make per diem. That's they make a lot of money. Not boring. The babies need you. They need to see.
I don't deal with them bad kids. Honest to God,
bad.
No, they're not all bad. I just,
Honey, she got her teeth knocked out. She literally had to get dentures.
So when you go on Sub Central, and you start to meet other subs, they'll let you know which schools you should go to, and that's it. I know a lot of subs. They go to schools that they want to go to. You don't want to take that job, you don't take that job. You go where you want to go. But I say, be a literacy coach. You float around, and these kids need help with literacy. I mean, just a suggestion.
I would love, because I love to read, and I try to get everybody to read.
Yeah, I've heard actually that stuff
is
really well financially, that it's pretty well paid. But I have to go back 10 minutes ago to Hurricane, because I was just going to be trying to start that same magnesium stuff you were talking about. So I was interested that you're finding it's helping you with sleep. And I just wondered if you know whether it also helped with like digestive stuff.
Don't take herbal advice from Hurricane.
No, but I'm taking the personal advice. I'm taking personal advice.
Hurricane is not a trusted source of
Concrete, don't do
dietary information. No, nigga. I have to warn the people.
Concrete, come on.
I'm trying to help her.
You said you were taking it for sleep, but what else were you asking about the magnesium?
Number one, I thought that was great that it's helping for sleep. I was interested. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I just wanted to know whether it had any effects in terms of digestion and stuff like that, because I was looking at it for that too.
So I don't know if that one does, but what I can do is, let me see if I can find the list of the magnesiums, the different ones, to see if he says anything about digestion. I don't have digestion issues, so I can't tell you whether it's helped with my digestion. Maybe, I don't know. I take it at nighttime, usually before I drink my last protein shake, which already contains a lot of fiber, so I can't say I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you. I was just curious.
I do have a question. You take it at night, this magnesium glycinate?
Yes. A couple of hours before I go to bed.
Couple of hours. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I'm going to get some. And Sandra, I sent you the thingy in your back channel. So it's also good for plantar fasciitis. There you go. Foot massager, shiatsu massage.
Oh, that thing is...
Yeah. Really good, and also heat. So there you go. She left. She doesn't care. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Hurricane on the magnesium. I don't take it all the time, but I have the liquid. I pour it in my water. Some people confuse the different magnesiums. There are some that will make you drop a deuce, but there's, I don't know, I know I have the kind that's not what it's for. It's, just a good sleep, focus, and energy, because there's foods that have magnesium, but you have to eat a lot of those foods to get it. So, this is not medical advice. Everybody's body is different. But that, you gotta, get that vitamin D. Sometimes I get the prescribed vitamin D from my doctor. I hit him up like, yo, I need that. And he'll send a prescription. You can't OD on vitamin D. And what else do I take? Oh, I do my...
your vitamin K2 with your vitamin D, or you will not absorb it.
Oh, okay.
Vitamin K2.
Hey, Sandra, you left, but I sent you your back.
I already put it in my cart, baby.
Okay.
It's in my cart. Thank you. But I swiped myself out. Yeah, it takes vitamin D. Vitamin D3 is necessary, but it doesn't absorb as well without the vitamin K2. So I take my vitamin K2, my vitamin D in the morning, along with my potassium and stuff, because that helps with the cramping and stuff and the tingling and the neuropathy in my butt. Can I tell you something? I'm really excited.
So this real quick. I also take I have the electrolyte powder that I use as well. I put that in 14 ounces of water, shake it up. Because I don't drink juice. I don't drink soda. My treat is probably like a sparkling water with a little flavor in it. And thanks to you guys, I've been, it's about, I don't know, maybe 2 months now, I've been doing the coffee with nothing. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I've been doing the coffee with nothing. Go me. Go ahead, son.
Or she says we need to keep our shift for dinner. I can't do black coffee. Well, I haven't tried it in years, but the last time I tried it made me very ill. So yesterday I was invited to this dinner party with, I call them the Golden Girls. We all met through mutual friends and all different races and, different jobs. Well, 4 of us came from GM. Let me take that back. But it was also 5 others that came from different areas. But we all became friends. And they all are retired. And so I'm going to the dinner and tell me why they turned the doggone dinner to my retirement party. I had no freaking idea.
Oh, that's so sweet.
She did not tell me nothing. It was so awesome. It was so much fun. Because I refused to let my kids give me a party. I was like, nope, because I got depressed.
I went to a very inspiring birthday party last night for my 96-year-old friend, Charlotte. And it was so wonderful to be able to celebrate her 96th birthday. It was just amazing. She's, definitely having memory issues. She had to ask me a couple times again what my name was, although I talked to her almost every day. But she was in a really good place, and there were about 12 of us there, and everybody celebrated her. That was like, wow. And she's in relatively good health, which is, that's the best part of it. She's not somebody who's suffering from any kind of serious illness. So that was really a hopeful, nice thing to do last night.
I just wanted to tell you, you can go on Instagram and look up Dr. Claymos. That's his name. Dr. Claymos. And if you go to a reel of his from 2 days ago, he talks about different sleep supplements. And there he describes the different kinds of magnesium supplements that people can take. You're not going to get your answer about magnesium and digestion, but you'll get more details about the different types of magnesium supplements out there, because while it's true that magnesium is needed, I think you'll appreciate learning about the different types of magnesium out there.
How do you spell his name? Hurricane?
It's a DrClayMoss. That's his.
Dr. Claymos.
That's his Instagram name. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I'm at my wit's end with my horrific digestive issues. I'm in severe pain 24 hours a day. So, it's awesome. It's like a life sentence. It's miserable. And we're doing everything, morphine to celery juice to, light therapy to probiotics to Butran patches. I mean, it's just insanity. And when I was at this party last night, a woman came over to me and she said, I feel so bad because I know how sick you are. She said, Edgar Casey, who is somebody who I respect enormously, always recommended castor oil packs, both for sleep and for severe digestive stuff and for liver things and for all sorts of maladies. And if you don't know who Edgar Casey is, briefly, he was a farm boy in the 1900s. Father was a minister, and he had some kind of a spiritual awakening as a child, sitting by the river. I think his first book is called I Sat by the River. And he came home that night, and his father was very strict, and he was sitting there with him at the kitchen table trying to get him to prepare for a test the next day. And Edgar was really tired and kept saying, I just need to sleep. Give me like 10 minutes to nap. And so he fell asleep for like 10 minutes, and he woke up and he had the entire book memorized. And so they discovered that they could put him into a trance state, and they could give him the most minimal amount of information, like woman in Canada, lake birds. I mean, like nothing, okay? Like so little information. And then he would come out with these, prescriptions. What was fascinating about it was that a lot of what he was talking about were indigenous kinds of treatments ones that he couldn't have known about. And get this, things that had not been discovered yet that were into the future, which for me was like one of those, oh my God moments where I kind of went, all right, maybe there's some way to tap into the collective unconscious. So his work was studied for years by doctors, by scientists all over the world. There's a whole library in Virginia Beach, which is the Edgar Cayce Library. And it's really interesting. He died poor because people were coming to him wanting, to use him for trading, for bets, for all sorts of things because he had some kind of obvious superpower. Refused to do any of it because he believed that all of his power came from God, and he refused to capitalize on that. But to this day, his work has held up. So I actually just got out of ordering, believe it or not, a castor oil pack from Amazon and spent another $37 on top of the $400 of, money spent on meds and supplements, none of which are helping. So I'll let you know how this goes. It looks like kind of a mess with castor oil on a pack and heating pad over it and plastic so it doesn't get all over everywhere. I don't know what to think about it, but I'm gonna try it. I'll let you know what happens.
Well, wishing you the best. That definitely sounds. I'm sorry. What's his name again?
Cereal pack can help in a lot of different ways. I don't know if it'll help with your digestion.
Yeah, it's Edgar Cayce.
What's wrong with your digestion?
Oh, they just keep saying it's extreme IBS. They don't know. They have no idea what's wrong. They can't figure it out.
We are a bit off topic, aren't we?
Sorry?
We are a bit off topic, aren't we?
No. Hold on. L, can you tell me the name of the guy again? Edgar what?
His name is Edgar, Edgar, and then it's Cayce, Cayce.
Cayce?
Yeah, Cayce, like a case.
Okay, thank you.
Cayce. Brilliant, amazing human being who changed a lot of stuff. So he's really worth looking into.
Hey everyone, Hurricane, I couldn't hear you. What kind of magnesium you said we should drink? Because I'm drinking magnesium citrate.
Oh no, that's not the one. It's magnesium glycinate. I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay, thank you, brother.
But so glycinate is for sleeping. Magnesium glycinate. So the guy that I talked about, his name is Dr. Clay Moss. He's on Instagram, and he says for sleeping, magnesium glycinate is rated 10 out of 10, but magnesium citrate is, let me see how much he rates that. Well, he doesn't even rate it. So, anyway.
I have some neck problem.
Okay. Oh, 1 second, hold on 1 second, so I'll tell you now, I found it. Magnesium glycinate for sleep. Magnesium L-threonate best for brain health and cognition. Magnesium citrate is good for constipation and general repletion. He says it's functional but not optimal for most. L, so I don't know if you've taken any magnesium, but I'm seeing here that magnesium citrate might be good for constipation and general repletion.
Yeah, I take a really high level magnesium supplement from my functional doctor.
Okay.
It's supposed to be kind of the highest level of it, but the stuff you're taking, I know, is really, really good for sleep from everything that I've seen.
So magnesium oxide doesn't really do it. It's not good for anything, and and the absorption rate is around 4%. So it's not good. It's trash according to him. Magnesium taurate is best for heart health and blood pressure. He says it's underrated for cardiovascular support. Magnesium malate, okay, best for energy and muscle pain. It binds to malic acid, which plays a key role in ATP production, adenosine triphosphate production. It's good for fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue, best taken in the mornings. And magnesium chloride chloride is good for topical use and skin absorption. Useful for muscle cramps and recovery. The evidence is, there's not a lot of strong evidence for it, so this is more anecdotal. Let's see what else. Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Let me share a little bit on magnesium glycinate, if I can.
Yeah, I was just going to say that my last word on this is that medicine is really changing, because I had an appointment with my pain doctor yesterday, and our conversation ended up being about microdosing shroom. And she was like totally open to trying that too. So, this is like an HMO doctor, and I was really pleased that she's always pushed weed. That's always been something she really believes in, is medicinal marijuana. But when I brought up microdosing, she was like, yeah, if you can get a hold of some shrooms and try that, I say go for it. So that's great, I think, that we have doctors in, quote, Western medicine who are that open.
Yeah, I'll share this on that note, El. I was blessed to go to, probably about a month and a half ago in Vegas. A friend of mine invited me out. Sharp guy, a little bit older than me. I'm 57. He's probably 68. Looks like he's, 24. Sharp dude, my man Ben. But he invited me out, learning about these telomeres, learning about the science of the blood. Nowadays, most of us, I guess, when we get blood at the hospital, we don't know what the hell the reports say about it. They don't give us the full report. But like you said, El, now the time we're living in, shout out to AI, and all that can be scrubbed about your particular blood and about your cellular level. Pretty amazing if you know the right people. Used to be probably, they tell me $19,000 or so you would have to pay if you knew the right labs to go to even get that as general public. But for probably more like $1,500 now, these guys, you can go in there and your DNA is well understood. So you can find out exactly where your cells are and what exactly you need on a cellular level. That really will fix a whole lot of things, because doctors tend to specialize in one particular area, but a comprehensive how it all relates together. Shout out again to AI. That's very accessible now if you know and are around the right people. So just for what it's worth, not a commercial, but hey, that cellular level understanding and getting into that telomere conversation and really understanding what's happening. Stem cells, and you got good stem cells in you, and you can freeze them and save them and have them for yourself later on.
Welcome back, First Lady. Good to see you.
Don't worry about what I was saying. Welcome back, First Lady.
Oh, please. Yeah, you're doing the tramp thing. Stop.
Thank you.
Not doing the tramp thing, but we have a little decorum. Damn, in the middle, I get it. I know the
She
First
just
Lady.
popped in. She's a mod.
Very important one.
I get it. Hey, First Lady, what's happening? Good morning.
That's all. One second.
Hey, Igor.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I don't know if you can hear me, Igor, but the drink that you're drinking, that's the stuff they give you before you get what is it?
Colonoscopy.
Colonoscopy. Yes, that's what you drink before you get a colonoscopy. So don't drink too much of that.
They give me to drink like what the hell? I have a neck problem, and they give me that for like, yeah, and I'm in my toilet most of the time, and I'm drinking like a double dose, like.
Drink a lot of water. You need to drink a lot of water when you use that. It will clean you out.
I don't think
Always hydration. This was my thing to be able to tolerate everything.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Hurricane. I will change this because I don't like this citrate.
Wait, so what are you drinking?
Magnesium citrate, because I have a neck problem and pain.
Oh, okay. Do you have a back problem too?
Yeah. So they give me that to relax my.
Do you have Okay, so your neck and your back. Okay, cool. I just didn't know if you had any other. Okay.
Yeah. So, but I
Yeah,
will change that.
it'll be better, and it won't make you poop all day, and it'll help you sleep.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Hurricane.
Well, what are you doing? You going to take the colonoscopy test, or are you trying to clean yourself out?
No, I don't.
Zdrowe, Igor. A? Kako si?
Dobro sam, I'm fine, thank you. Your Serbian is good, Lord. I'm impressed.
Ja sam dobro.
Well, the only thing I can say, Igor, is idemo.
Oh, you're good too. Yeah. Nice.
This motherfucker was asking about a goddamn kitty. This app is wild.
So the point and the conclusion of this talk that the Serbian doctors gave me something for colonoscopy and I have a neck problem. Great.
Chris Billy in the audience, my neck, my back. Yeah, I was thinking the same.
You really were sweet.
Bro, why would I lie to you, bro? Yeah.
Is it liquid form or not?
Say what?
Is it in liquid form? Is that what they're giving you? The medicine is it in liquid form?
No, it's like a magnesium tablets.
Oh, okay. And it's spelled C-Y or C-I?
C-I, citrate.
Citrate, yeah.
Or citrate, yeah.
Okay, just making sure that the difference. So, okay, yeah, you're right.
It's rhombus, child.
Come on, dude. Like, look, I look into a lot of interactions between things because
I
got my own
know,
health
like
issues.
between you and Sweet, it's like the submissions are never short. Like y'all just want to all the thoughts in your head, you want to put them out there, and they don't.
Just like your hurricane ass, put all your thoughts out there, and you all absolutely yes.
No, there are many things I think that I never utter.
Likewise, but sometimes we don't recognize that. But again, people share, just like you share as a human being, especially an American. Others do the same thing, believe it or not. That's all, bro.
I give brief descriptions, 2 to 3 sentences. You give synopses.
Oh, please, Robert.
Yeah, reports.
There's nothing about you that's brief.
Well, I'm learning, so.
Pick up your dirty underwear, nigga. That's what you need to do first before you come for me. Pick it up.
Here we go. I can't tell y'all nothing. I can't be sincere and honest about nothing with y'all.
Oh, we're
if you don't know, now you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I have no shame. Anyways.
We know you don't.
Oh. With the magnesium intake, when I was looking at interactions and trying to get an increased absorption rates, because that's very important, they say, again, proteins, fats, as well as vitamin D increase the absorption rates of those types of magnesium kind of products. So again, your doctor was right. Another person was saying D and K is good, but also you want to maximize your absorption rate. So that's it.
Yeah, actually selling vitamin D with vitamin K together because people didn't know. I take my vitamin D in liquid form, but I take a vitamin K pill right before I take the liquid form of vitamin D. I just put the drops under my tongue because my vitamin D was really low. And my neighbor, I forget what they call it in adults, but they used to call it rickets in kids. She literally broke her ankle 3 times because her vitamin D was so low.
Yeah, it's a vitamin D deficiency, and I don't know.
Mm-hmm. What's the other one called, Hurricane? They call it rickets in kids.
Yeah, rickets for kids. Yeah, I don't know what it is in adults, but yes.
And this is a whole white woman with a big ass backyard with kids, and she's outside in the sun all the time. I mean, I know it's difficult for darker skinned people to absorb vitamin D from the sun, which is why I've always taken it in liquid form. But I would have thought that she would have had plenty of vitamin D in her system, but it was super low.
When you're dealing with whole white women, that's a whole other issue. Partial white women, they got different set of situations.
Oh,
whole white women, they got their own issues.
Shut up. Not funny. Not needed.
was hilarious.
I thought it was funny too. Let's do a poll. I thought it was funny. It's all subjective.
I'm not surprised you thought it was funny.
I'm not surprised you didn't think it was funny with your self either.
It's like you are a professional room killer. We just gonna vibe. Like sometimes, like I just sit here on this MacBook. I'm just trying to, I'm really just trying to help get to lunch. And then it's like I feel like I gotta babysit you. And we never know what you're gonna say. It's gonna take you all day to say it. Can you just? We need to do a room on just social fucking awareness, bro. Like it's not that. Just talk, or don't talk. Just relax. Is that fair? Is that a fair thing? What action steps do we need to take so that we can do that? Right? I think Hurricane was alluding to maybe or leading to the fact that maybe we could be concise. What does concise look like? Get your thoughts out in 30 seconds or less. Right? Let's start there. That's number one.
Are you talking to me?
Sweet. But this could apply to you as well. This could also apply to you, Columbus.
Janet, you saying I'm talking in 30 seconds at home today?
One nigga at a time, please. That's
okay.
All I ask.
Well, I'll let the niggas go first then.
They have not opened more house.
On average, I use less than 20 words when I stop.
Yeah, I just the gang up thing is amazing, but it's a good clubhouse thing.
Okay. Well, thank you. The second thing we're going to do is practice social awareness and try not to be the contrarian in the room.
Well,
it's okay though.
But when the vibe is going, it's like just totally anti anybody that has a different view, and just going along just to try to get along.
People log on here, you all.
I don't rarely come in here. I don't know why people log on, but I do.
While we may not know the exact intent, I'm pretty sure that the people in this room don't come in to hear you argue.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's a fact.
To you. It's your fact.
Nobody comes in here to hear you talk. Nobody.
Well, bro, hey, I don't worry about who's here to hear me talk or breathe or anything like that, bro. As an American citizen, especially on a talking app. You gotta understand that the Hurricane wanted to single me out, and you want to co-sign on him. I wasn't thinking about dude. I was talking about magnesium.
know you hear my voice. We're having a good conversation, health tips, not medical advice. Come on, you know how we do it. Sometimes we talk about news, sometimes we talk about things that we do. Can we get back to that? We're having a good.
I agree.
Just having a good time.
I agree. Get back to that. We share this.
Back to the news. I mean, I'm really interested in where we are today with the war. I was just looking into it to see what's happening. We are not in any way out of danger here. And I was just kind of looking at the New York Times update on it, and just the real quick headlines are that at least 1,665 civilians, including 144 children, have been killed in Iran as of Monday. More than 1,500 people in Lebanon, so that's going on. The International Monetary Fund will be downgrading its global growth outlook because of the war in Iran. That's happening. Big issue, which is that Pakistan is scheduled to host Iranian U.S. officials for talks in Islamabad on Saturday. So that's going to be led by J.D. Vance and include, of course, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, big surprise. The Strait of Hormuz is not open. I think it said something like 2 ships have gone through it, so that is not settled. There is definitely a concern with the fact that messaging is that Israel and the United States are saying that Lebanon is not part of the deal, or Iran is saying that that's really part of the deal. So we're getting diametrically opposed messaging. And on top of which, Trump is, all over the NATO countries saying, you guys get in here and fix this. So, we're talking about a 2-day ceasefire where nobody has been fired. Actually, there's been a lot of fire that's going on between Trump's mouth and missiles. So I'd be interested in hearing kind of where we are.
And with that long pause, I'll break the silence. Now, let me ask you a question. You think Trump is making America great or a detriment?
Is that a serious question for me?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm on here almost every single day carrying on about.
I'm not, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, of course, I'll take it at face value. No, I think he's destroying the world. I think it's horrible. So no, I do not support anything of what he's doing. It's an illegal war. It is creating death and destruction and all sorts of horrific ramifications down the road, from food prices to farmers to shipping to losing losing our currency. It's so bad. I mean, they're just propping up the Middle East, and those Gulf countries are now getting more and more involved, which is understandable because they're getting shot at. It wasn't their war. This was our war. We started this war. I'm sorry. And yeah, we started it with BB's pressure, but in the end, we still have to take responsibility for it. So no, I'm completely opposed to it.
Do you think as Americans there's anything that we can do, 350 million, or we just have to just kind of let this play out like it's going? What do you think?
I think the two things that we have to do are, I think we do have to take to the street in mass. The worse this gets, I think we're going to see more people on the streets. I hope so. Whoever is, relatively safe to be out there. I'm not even sure what that word means anymore. But between there's a May Day, King's Day, there's the Labor Day, economic boycott, but we need millions of people. I mean, look, I'm 72 years old. I lived through Vietnam War. I lived through all of that. And we need people just storming into Washington, D.C. So I think that's it. And then the other piece of got to absolutely insist that our Congress come back, that they pass the War Act resolution or don't pass it. And that they do their job. Those are the only two things I can come up with. I mean, if I was king, I would, pull out the 25th, but I'm told it's not pragmatic. It won't work. But going into the midterms, I think we're getting closer to the possibility of those kinds of things working. And I'm still for the idea of impeachment, just to go on the record as Democrats. I mean, on a meta level, I think we need a revolution.
I think it's trying to from a financial perspective.
Sorry?
I was saying
revolution has not happened yet. Revolution has not happened yet.
I'm talking about revolution in the United States. I mean, we need something to come to us.
So I was saying that I think it needs to be financial. I think that's going to be the most impactful thing. That's because no matter how upset we get, it's the other side that needs to be enraged. It's the other side that needs to have enough. We need a portion of that group to say no more. I honestly think this is one, and I'm an outside activist type person, but I almost think this might not be that situation. I really think it needs to be financial. We need to pick out certain companies. We need to attack them because they have the ear to the Republicans. They have the ear to this machine, and say no more. And we need to find a way to really attack those movers, decision makers. Maybe it's the pharmaceutical company. I don't know, but it needs to be something major. It needs to be a concerted effort. But I really think financial is one way to do it without us losing lives, without them being able to spin it into, this is why we're doing it, because it's chaos. I think that might be a strong piece.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, there's no question about that. It has to be everything everywhere at once because it's affecting everything right now. And I don't think it's a fine way to see what's going to develop here. So no, I mean the economic blackout is a really strong strategy because they need it. I mean, corporations can't run if we're not buying from Amazon and buying from Target and buying from here and buying from there. This is this is what they call late day capitalism. We're watching systems just fall apart. Our social safety nets are gone. I think, we're in a constitutional crisis for sure. And for me, just his vile, vulgar Easter message was enough to say, we got to get rid of this guy. And there are Republicans, there are people on the right who are saying, we got to get Congress back in and we got to get this guy out. He is a sick motherfucker, and he is. And when I say sick, I mean, I think he actually is sick.
Two strong submissions before Brian came off mic. I'm sorry, Brian. I was ready to be like, yeah, Al, because I've been screaming that, for the longest. We need to go down to DC. But then Brian came off mic, and he's right too. It's both. I resonate with both of those statements. When people's purses start to be affected by the policies of this administration, that's when phone calls start being made and change to happen. And I don't know.
Well,
I feel like we're right there, right? Because the viral was, we're looking at Brent and WTI, and it's going up, and then it's coming back down, and it's going back up, and then it's coming back down. So those just that alone, affects the prices of everything else. So again, we the people, I've been saying, let me know when y'all ready. We do need work. And not just in our cities, like swarm on DC, like our forefathers, set the podium up, take over the Lincoln Memorial, and really, really, make some noise and let them know that we don't like what's going on. Go ahead.
I was just going to say my little bit of hope is that if you listen to historians, if you listen to Tim Snyder, if you listen to Ann Applebaum, you listen to people on tyranny who know what they're talking about, they will say that the tipping point is the war. So, maybe we are approaching a tipping point where the electorate will rise up. That's my hope.
I asked you to come up. I like what you put in the chat. I don't know if you want, not everybody reads the chat. If you could elaborate on what you were saying, the negotiations with Obama, and can you give the people the truth about, because people are like, it's Obama's fault. He gave them all that money. I heard someone speaking about that, and even Patty spoke about that. Can you give us the real to real, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is well. Obama took a long, I'm going through my memory here, but Obama was going through a long negotiation process. My understanding, John Kerry and his team, the State Department, it took 2.5 years to get all this uranium that they had out of the country and make this deal. Not only make this deal, made it a deal with the cooperation with many countries. I'm not saying anything new. You guys probably know most of that. Japan, China, the European Union, England, France, U.S. Basically, there was a huge amount of people partying to this deal. What I'm trying to say in this negotiation that is happening, that is going to be led by the vice president, I think the Iranians, what we know so far, they are not fast negotiators. They are very difficult negotiators, and this might take some time, and we should really adjust our expectation that we might get a deal, because the 10-point plan and the U.S. 15-point plan, there is no reconciliation between these two plans at all. So my personal opinion to say, hey, maybe we should stop fighting, stop the war, and just go back to February 27th, back again to the negotiating table where we were the day before the war started.
Let's go 50 years, not 2 months. We should begin now. Let him finish.
Yeah. So let's go back either 50 years ago, as Pierre said, back or whatever, but let's go back to the negotiating table, because at this pace right now, it's not going anywhere. And the U.S. has to accept for a time being, while it's getting negotiation, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be under control of the Iranians. There is nothing you can do about that. You have to accept that. And hopefully through the negotiation, you'll find a mechanism to work through and work through the freedom of navigation. But the Iranians at this moment been through free negotiation basically with the U.S. in recent years. Obama negotiation, and then Trump ripped that up. Then the negotiation last year, and Trump bombed the shit out of them again. And then negotiation on February 27th. So how many times do you need to go back to the negotiation table and you get bombed again and again and again? You are not showing goodwill and through your negotiation. It's like, hey, if I don't get the right answers, I'm going to bomb you. And I don't think so this is the right way to go through it. That's my personal opinion. Divine, so I think. Okay, that's my personal opinion. That's all I gotta say.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Sirius. Well, I'm seeing now breaking news. Netanyahu says Israel will begin talks with Lebanon, and these were one of the talking points. Hopefully this happens. We've gone over the 10 points that Iran has put forth. Of course, one of them is to end these wars between Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Iran, the U.S. and the region. So hopefully something comes out of it. Okay, they have J.D. Vance now. Confusion over Lebanon, a reasonable misunderstanding, but excluded from the ceasefire. So I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, and he blamed it, Devon, sorry to interrupt him. He blamed it on the Pakistani negotiator, and he said he might not understand English. Like, this guy is crazy.
Nasty word. I want to welcome Ed to the stage. I know Ed comes up when he has something to say. I think he's on the phone.
All there are 10 million Iranians outside. They cannot even English, the diplomats. Don't buy.
Peter, hey, Peter. Now let's be kind. You should not be judging anybody's English. You gotta humble yourself. Now make space.
They don't own those seats. We will
right here. Nice in the sandbox, Peter. That's my last fucking time.
Take your time, Peter. Take your time. And you came up. I don't know if you wanna, if you had something to say. We'd love for you to come off mic. If not, welcome to the stage. Welcome DJ Precious to the stage. Jay Russo, Jarasu, welcome to the stage. Elder, shout out to you. Hey, thank you, First Lady. And yeah, let's keep the conversation going. So it says Trump's ceasefire plan collides with chaos on the ground. Iran still restricting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, while Israel is still bombarding Lebanon. All right, so we said it yesterday. It looks like Donald Trump is negotiating with himself. He's standing in front of the mirror saying, yeah, we're going to have a ceasefire, self. Yes, self. We're going to, and, and no fire is ceasing since this announcement. Where's Trent when you need him? We need some guidance. Joking, of course. But the mic is open, guys. Whoever wants to go.
So I want to go back to what Sirius said, because you made a comment, but then you went into some other things. Because I think you're taking two different things and putting them together about the money for Obama. But there was also money that was owed to the Iranians for weapons they were trying to buy, and we never gave them the weapons.
No, I didn't even talk about the weapons. I'm talking about just the negotiation for this uranium that they got it out of the country. right? I'm not even talking about the money they got, which is they already owned. They already had that money. That's their money, which is an agreement with you, Brian. But I'm just talking about the uranium that existed in Iran during the negotiation with Obama and Secretary John Kerry. So Obama was able to get all the uranium out of the country, which is what we are dealing with at this moment. We're looking for this 460 kilogram of uranium, and it's buried deep, and nobody knows how to get it out. That's the number one objective for the U.S. was. So that's what I'm referring to, Brian.
Got it.
So now Lindsey Graham chiming in that, they're all repeating Trump's talking points like we won. It's pretty much over. Now let's make a deal. Just it's sad to see our elected officials just trying. They're not trying. They're just lying. They're lying. They're lying to Trump. Trump's lying to us. They're lying to each other. They're lying to the media, and then the media is pretty much blowing up the spot. When they show someone like Lindsey Graham make a statement like that, it's just face because, we can look at news around the world and it's a huge contradictory story to what they're telling us here in the United States. It's very frustrating. But again, the mic is open, guys. Let's keep the conversation going. Anybody have any updates? Anybody in the chat that would like to come up on stage? The mic is open.
I think they're lying to themselves too, Divine.
As I said before, I emphasize that Mullah is too dumb for that seat. They IQ low level and they are being played with always, and they cannot even communicate clearly. They cannot understand the information firsthand in the international language. Not for the 91 million people country. They should go and, for example, have a village first. First have a home, grow chicken and think, then come to this level. This is not your place. You demolished your country during half a century. Go to your village. If they find time, they would try to orchestrate new kind of conspiracies. The president cannot have an international backup. He is president. Terrorist.
take time. But, you know, if we don't have enough fertilizer to travel globally, it's going to result in, you know, mass starvation for a lot of people. And I think that something needs to be done, you know, not 2 weeks from now and not even 1 week from now, but something needs to happen now before, you know, that sort of spirals out of control and, you know, we see, you know, mass panic. And a lot of people talk about the 25th Amendment, but I haven't really heard anybody mention anything about the Second Amendment, which we do still have at this point. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is there are other nations that produce fertilizer. The demand will go up, the price will go up, but as far as mass starvation, I don't know. I don't have a magic ball. You said 30%. I believe it's 20% comes out of the region. I could be wrong, but again, they're not the only region that produces the things that are needed for farmers to grow food. That's my response.
So I might be a little confused. You know, sometimes TT gets a little confused. But isn't the Second Amendment about protecting the right to bear arms? I'm just asking. Somebody please just enlighten me.
Yeah, I missed that part.
I mean, we do have like a process of trying to get, you know, our Congress to operate and to get our president to work for us. And right now, I think that process isn't working as far as like the 25th Amendment goes with, you know, having him be removed from office. So the reason why I mentioned the Second Amendment is because it needs to be a point where we have to take back our government and make our government work for us. And
what you talking about? You talking about?
You know what? We're gonna pause it because I don't want the Secret Service knocking on my door.
Right.
Yeah. We're gonna pause that.
That's not the context of this. Just so everybody knows, that's not the context of the Second Amendment. It's for protection, not for aggressive act.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the 25th or with Richmond. That's a whole different.
Why they gotta keep grabbing it? We gotta let it go.
Divine and everyone, I'm not quite sure, maybe you guys covered this or not. 2 days ago, there was a vote in the UN. We all know the UN a little bit useless, not a little bit useless, it is useless. But in the Security Council, they voted to unblock the waterways. And majority of the countries, France was a co-sponsor to this resolution. Bahrain was the co-sponsor. And everybody voted. But there's 2 countries vetoed that, even though against their interests, China and Russia. So China and Russia vetoed this, and they said they called the measure biased against Iran, arguing that it ignored the root cause of the conflict, namely military action by U.S. and Israel. So even though China, most of that oil goes to China is blocking that resolution to open the waterways. So I find it a little bit strange, but that's the dysfunction at the UN and the Security Council. I get back.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, the concern from China and Russia, although not my favorite actors, but I agree with them, the wording of the resolution from Bahrain was, in their opinion, was give carte blanche for continued aggression against Iran. And obviously it also excluded condemnation of US and Israel attack on Iran, which, according to basically everyone except the United States and Iran, is a violation of UN Charter.
Hey, Sunshine.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Pumpkin.
I really like the
see First Lady and Soviet are in love again. That's great. I'm so proud of you.
It's amazing. I mean, he tried to divorce me after all these months. It's crazy.
That's too much drama.
He have a soul.
Exactly.
First Lady, you need to understand.
It's harder to divorce me, sir. So, just better off keeping me. Thank you.
It's cheaper to keep them.
On the resolution, I believe that China showing that they will kind of suffer a little bit to go against the America in this case. So that's why they veto.
It's an extremely sad state of affairs for sure.
I just want to go through quickly, if you don't mind, First Lady and Divine on the mods, on the 10-point negotiation, the 10-point proposal that the UN submitted to the US. So, and this is a quick summary. US non-aggression, basically the fundamental commitment from the United States to stop all future aggression against Europe. All right, that could be possible. Control Strait of Hormuz, continue, so the Iranians going to control that for the time being. The U.S. has to accept that for a limited time being. Say maybe you can negotiate, you can control this for the next 90 days. And hopefully within the next 90 days or whatever, we have a deal. And then you have to give up that control. Nuclear enrichment. Acceptance by the U.S. of Iran's right to enrich uranium and nuclear weapon, the nuclear program. Well, in the original Obama deal, they were allowed to enrich up to 3.6% of the uranium, far out from the 60% that they have right now. So the original deal was, you can enrich it to up to 3%, which is used for electricity generations and power generations. Primary sanction relief, we can lift that up. Secondary sanction relief, we can lift that up. UN Security Council resolution combination and all the United Nations Security Council resolution against Iran. And what else? War reparations. Basically, I think the U.S. would not go with that point at all and withdraw from the military. So these are the two sticking points. Withdraw from U.S. military from the region. Regional cessation of hostility, basically from Iran, Lebanon, and Yemen. So these are probably the 3 out of the 10 biggest ones that the U.S. might have a problem with. Reparations, withdraw from the military troops, and basically, I would say just these 2. The rest are workable. But, and I think you can cut your losses and move on. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know, and anybody else.
I actually think that even the reparation is workable in a sense. At least I heard that they were charging the tool, and that would be kind of a way of reparation for the war.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whether you put it in a time limit to say you're gonna charge, you have to accept this is the new Iran.
Right, but if Lebanon is a real problem point here, I think it's completely unrealistic to have any confidence that we have control over what Israel does. So, this is another country, a sovereign country. So whatever they said that they signed on to, Iran is saying no. So we're a little stuck there right now.
I think this is one of the major problems. Pretending to have, pretending to have intelligence they didn't have, and making decisions based on miscommunications and ego and causes world problems. It's unnecessary chaos because that's the whole thing of having the super power, that you show the utmost restraints and discipline, and not find a goddamn weapon. That's the whole thing. Iran not having a weapon, then all they're gonna shoot it, they're gonna shoot it. And what does fool do? He goes and fires a fucking bomb. So, the fake news is the fake news. But at least most of my network had at least that part of it correct. We knew that that maniac was going to do something drastic. And my whole way of reading his politics is to reverse the polarity on what he says, and then you can figure out exactly what's going on. He say no wars, he's going to start a goddamn war. He's going to give us jobs. I mean, we ain't getting no goddamn jobs. And if he said go down and make a left, then it's best you go down and make a right and say my.
In other news, South Korea to send a special envoy to Iran, and Spain to open an embassy in Iran.
Oh. Well, who said that?
Spain had an embassy.
Wait a minute. Who said that? They gonna send a special envoy?
South Korea.
Spain.
Oh. Wow.
They both had embassy.
Well,
they were lobbying during the sanctions to take their own kind of deals, always to sell Samsung without being under the sanctions, while iPhone was not in the access. In these kind of economical things, all the world were some kind of cooperating with mullahs during the last years based on their interests. They mind just about their own interests. The story of Spain is different.
Yes, you're right. Spain to reopen the embassy. It had an embassy, and now they're reopening it. So you're right.
Spain doesn't have an embassy in Israel anymore. They pulled back from Israel.
Spain is part of the EU.
So, Neil, I'm assuming
the position is defined by EU for this international.
That's not true.
It's fine.
So, Neil, I'm assuming the South Koreans going to send out, what you just said, send an envoy. Probably they're trying to make a deal, side deal with Iran. While this ceasefire or while this negotiation is happening with the U.S., and probably Iranians going to get paid for that.
Yeah, Iranians are cashing in, both politically and not necessarily politically. I'm doubtful that like the toll thing is going to materialize because Oman is against it, and I don't think. Well, we'll see. But the toll thing might be overblown. They might impose a toll temporarily while this is going on, but as a long-term solution, there is just too much opposition to it's illegal under international law, all of that stuff, right? Like the Gulf countries will never stand for it. I don't think as much leverage as Iran has gained. I don't think it has, unless they are truly radical at this point, right? They're gonna go for it as a long-term solution.
So what's the alternatives then? I mean, do you want one of these big super tankers to be hit by drones all the time?
No, I mean, if the ceasefire, depending on what happens with the Pakistan negotiations, right? Hopefully, the Strait of Hormuz will be unblocked, right? This is China's. If you notice, both China and Russia pay no attention to the toll whatsoever in Chinese, I think, 5-point solution plan, right? It explicitly says that free maritime navigation, all of that stuff, right? Like it's a toll in Chinese vision of how this is resolved, there is no toll.
Yeah, I don't think China will accept this because too much oil passes to them, right? And they have
to prove that Spain and EU is not different, I might give you an example. During the whole discussions between Iran and 5+1, Joseph Borrell was the proxy. Joseph Borrell is for the EU. And no Spanish diplomat were directly involved. Their positions were by EU and like some other countries in the EU.
Yeah, we understand that, but there are still differences on foreign policy with different countries. Spain is clearly ahead of the curve on all of those things, right?
But it is a new thing to make a position different than the EU. And by you, the position of Spain should be defined by themselves and the EU, not by you. You are not a Spain.
I don't understand shit what he's saying. Can somebody translate that? I'm not being mean now.
You don't need to. You are wrong.
What?
You're wrong, Igor. That's it.
Okay, yeah, I'm wrong. Not serious, sorry.
Not wrong. Wrong. You are wrong.
I'm wrong. What?
He said you won, I guess.
I won.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. Go on, serious. It's okay. Go on, serious.
It means very small.
Okay, sorry about that. Neil, so and Igor and everybody. I was trying to explore the alternatives, right? So, I mean, in terms of this freedom of navigation and closing the Strait of Hormuz, right now there's no solution, but there is an interim solution for Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz, and everybody gotta pay $2 million per ship. Most of these super tankers, or most of the oil tankers, are $2 million, 2 million barrels of oil in them. So you add in $1 extra to the barrel, whatever the barrel costs. Do you think adding $1 to whatever the barrel costs, $80 or $90 now, that's gonna be feasible for the interim solution at this moment? We know this is not going to continue for a long time, but this is the best interim solution, or do you want to go for all in, open the Strait of Hormuz all the way in, or close it? Like, what the strategy that you think you should do? Like, I mean, if you were Donald Trump or the administration.
Well, Donald Trump basically conceded that they can't open Strait of Hormuz using military means, right? There has been reporting that then Donald Trump was the one that was pushing for negotiation, right? At this point, we know military solution doesn't work. While the ceasefire talks are going on, that possibly is an interim solution because, again, who's going to stop Iran from charging those extra $1 per barrel, right? But as a long-term solution, I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this diet, you see people are in their mosaic defense. It's better to. I'm leaning toward one bird in the hand better than 10 birds in the tree. Go for the interim solution, negotiate, pay that extra $1, and hopefully you can get resolution. Let every other ships to go by, let them control that, because you cannot stop them anyway. And the shipping insurance would not allow the ships, as you said yesterday, most of London insurance companies, they would not allow the ships to go in or out and getting blown up. And there's approximately so far 16, 17 ships been blown up. So I would say take the deal, take the $1 extra per barrel, and it gives you a little bit more time to negotiate. There you go.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
But long as Israel is bombing Lebanon, isn't the deal kind of off at the moment?
Well, yeah, but they have to agree with you. I mean, they have to restrain Israel from Lebanon. 1%.
Right, that's the part I don't get how that's going to happen, because right now there is no deal as long as Iran is saying that that's got to be part of the ceasefire, which I understand. So it seems to me like we're at a checkmate here.
Well, kind of, from what I'm reading in Iranian media, they're not saying ceasefire is over and they are exiting the ceasefire agreement. They are saying we are in the ceasefire agreement, but Israel is violating the existing ceasefire agreement that we have agreed to, right? And we're going to punish Israel for doing that. And the United States, as a party to agreement, should do the same. At least for now, that's what seems to be that they are saying. So they are working within the framework of the ceasefire.
So on Hillary, I think the U.S. can tell Israel to stop, and Israel should stop. Yes, they are a sovereign country. Yes,
there's nothing the issue of neighborhood.
Peter, just 1 second. It is a sovereign country. I understand that. It is an ally. I understand that. But U.S. has a huge, massive influence on Israel. So when the whole entire world market is about to collapse, and you just have to say to Israel, stop. I mean, you've been doing this. You've been attacking Hezbollah and Hamas for 70, 80 years?
Instead of that, Hezbollah to stop.
Peter, mute up.
Peter, we'll hear from you, but after, not in the middle of somebody speaking. Let them finish the conversation, then you can talk.
Yeah, so I just want to summarize and say, hey, U.S. has a massive influence in Israel. They can tell Israel to stop, period. And then the negotiation can happen and sit down. But right now, there is no negotiation at all because the U.S. and Israel as one, and they consider them, they violated the negotiation that they accepted it the day before. So you back.
Well, there is some movement. A senior Israeli official says that direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon will begin next week. Doesn't mean the strikes are stopping, right? So I'm a little bit cautious saying that the ceasefire has broken down because that's certainly not what Iranians are doing. Now, it may collapse in a few minutes, but currently they are working within the framework of the ceasefire.
Well, and if Israel is committing to having direct negotiations with Lebanon, that's a potentially positive thing that could break this, quagmire we're in right now.
So they also stated that the U.S. didn't negotiate anything on Lebanon's behalf. Patty in another room played that earlier, that there was a whole thing talking about Lebanon, and they said Lebanon was not part of that's outside because it's the Houthis and it's not Iran. So there's a complete and everything. There's a complete breakdown on that the Lebanon and the Houthis are outside the whole thing with the ceasefire.
The Houthis are not Lebanon. They are Hezbollah is what you're talking about.
Whatever's in, I thought it was the Houthis, but I might be wrong at Hezbollah. Whatever's in Lebanon, there was no ceasefire deal worked out with Lebanon.
Well, people disagree, right? And it's not on their...
No, it was what the U.S. said.
You're wrong.
The U.S. changed their mind. They changed what they said.
No.
It's okay, I can explain.
It's from the beginning, and technically...
I thought you were finished and I was responding. Can I respond or not?
No, I'm not done.
Finish.
Also, if you looked at the Ukraine war in Russia...
So you gotta mute up. Mute up. Leah wasn't finished.
It's okay,
I wasn't finished. They were allowed to fire up to 12 hours afterwards. So the ceasefire doesn't end immediately. Usually there's some persistence till the end of the thing. So like they did Ukraine, they were allowed 12 hours afterwards for the commitment to ceasefire.
Okay, so I agree with you that overall it's kind of a mess and ceasefire timing is weird. There might be munitions in the air. Some of the missiles fly for up to 10 hours before they reach their targets. All of that stuff considered, it's a mess. But on the whether Lebanon was included or not included, it seems that actors disagree, and excluding the United States and Iran as actors that have an interest in one way of interpreting the agreement and another way of interpreting the agreement, let's exclude them. The problem is that Pakistan thought that Lebanon was included. Egypt and Turkey also thought it was included. So I'm going to go with the mediators that thought that Lebanon was included.
Where were they by now, these mediators? Out of the school? Where were they during the massacre? Why didn't they even condemn? Why are they now?
I don't know.
Just say out of what they were out for now. Where were you? Just you were wanting to sacrifice Iran for Islam. All of you. Stay out of it. It's none of your business. This is our revenge from Mullah, not from Islam. Islam is on your side.
IRGC bitch. Shut the fuck up.
You are.
You're an IRGC bitch.
You are a spy of the IRGC.
Peter.
Oh, be nice.
What's going on? We have a conversation. Okay.
IRGC
We'll see about that now.
Hello, disengage, or you'll be moved to the audience. Just disengage. It isn't a topic conversation. Don't do personal attacks. We're talking about whether Lebanon was included in the deal and not included in the deal. I was responding to Kosi on that point.
According to the government and what they released and what the reporters are reporting on with CNN and everything, they were not included.
I agree with you that according to the United States says that they were not included, Kosi, but can you also acknowledge that Pakistan disagrees, Turkey disagrees, and Egypt disagrees?
Where are they going now?
But it's
Peter, we don't care where they are. We're having a topic of conversation.
They weren't in the. Israel wasn't there. It was a U.S.-led thing. So Israel and Hezbollah are two different things with Lebanon.
Kosi, did you hear what I said? I said mediators, Indy, who have a first-hand account of how the deal has made, disagree on whether Lebanon was included or not. I appreciate that the United States
But U.S.
now
says Lebanon. No? Is the U.S. in Lebanon or is it Turkey?
Turkey. Why would Turkey be?
I mean, Israel. Sorry. Is it Israel hitting Lebanon or is it
Yes,
the U.S.?
it is Israel hitting Lebanon.
So Israel wasn't in the talks, though, even though they were.
Maybe the United States overpromised, according to Pakistan and Egypt and Turkey. Now,
well, they don't have the permission of Israel to talk on anything outside of Iran.
First, learn the name Iran.
Peter.
Iran.
What are you doing?
If you Iran, you Iran. If you Iran, you Iran.
Also the hostilities between northern Israel and southern Lebanon way predate this war that Trump has started. This goes back a long time. Israel's been at war with Lebanon. This has been going on all through the hostilities and the damages of 10/7 and going forward. So, this is not something new that just came up in the context of this war. They have their own thing going on with Lebanon.
Well, partially, yes, okay, but not really. The current hostilities, I understand there is history, but there is history with every actor, right? The current hostilities started when Hezbollah joined the war against Iran, attacked Israel.
So Neil, so it seems to me a lot of confusion there, right?
My point
One of the causes.
My point is,
You are confused. You are honestly confused.
We can't do this.
My point in bringing it up, which is to say for us to think that we have the capacity to get Israel to do our bidding, I think is unreasonable and unrealistic. That's all I'm trying to say.
Many presidents have done it before. Why is it unreasonable for Donald Trump? Many presidents have been able. The last, actually, when Israel was accused of committing genocide in Lebanon, they were accused by U.S. president. And U.S. president, who was it? Somebody remind me. Yeah, I think Reagan, right? And Reagan successfully blocked Israel further engagement in Lebanon. This has happened many times. The United States has tremendous leverage over Israel, especially at the moment where Israeli interceptors for Law, the magazine, is emptied and they need response. The idea that
the first man in the world decided to assert
Peter,
this.
I'm still speaking.
So, Neo, we were given instructions to yell, "Mute up, Peter!" So you.
Yeah. I don't see that. Okay, it's a sovereign country, but we all understand politics, right, and influence, etc. If Israel truly wants, it's an open question whether would Israel sacrifice its relationship with the United States if the United States decided to pressure Israel. Now, that's a different question, but I don't think we've reached there. And again, United States presidents have successfully demonstrated their leverage over Israel historically, especially in Lebanon.
In Lebanon, in Yom Kippur War, in 56, so it's kind of like you have many examples where the American president was actually, say stop it, and you need to do like we are doing.
Just wanna go quickly through a quick timeline. One of the 10 points that it was, as you said, it was submitted. Regional cessation of hostility, basically end the war in all fronts, including conflict in Lebanon and including conflict in Lebanon, Hezbollah. So when this has been received, so I have to do a little bit of Googling here. The plan was delivered through Pakistani intermediaries as a counter-proposal after Iran rejected the US-led 15-point plan sent late March. The key detail regarding the timeline include on Monday, April 6th, Iran conveyed the proposal to the US via Pakistan. Tuesday, this is the bridge infrastructure day, the President Donald Trump announced he had received the plan, calling it workable basis on which to negotiate shortly before his midnight deadline for a new attack was set to expire. Wednesday, which is yesterday, Iranian state media publicly released the specific details of the 10 points. And basically that's where we are. And now we are disputing what he agreed on Tuesday, basically, as everybody in the room here said. So it seemed to me either Donald Trump didn't read the proposal or he didn't care about the contract or the proposal as he'd done in his entire life. And he just said yes, yes, yes. And then when it comes to an agreement itself, he disputed the terms and the conditions of the agreement. Are you back?
I mean, the only plausible explanation that I could come up with all of this happening, right, is that Donald Trump did through social post on the whole civilization will die, knowing that he will need to take an off-ramp, right? So to create a narrative where he could sell to the American people that basically the Iranians caved due to pressure of civilization will die, nuclear strike, whatever it is, right? The 52 bombers were in the air, the whole circus, people could watching as it was happening, right? And all of that was done for the narrative to sell when he would accept something that they accepted, right? Specifically, and in the negotiations, I guess he had to demonstrate seriousness, so he had to tweet that thing or truth that thing, probably by the request of the Pakistanis and with some convincing, he had to put out something publicly that he agrees on the basis of framework of negotiation with Iranians, which is the 10 points, which is the language that you get in his Truth Social post, right? And once he posted it, he started immediately backtracking on all of it, right? He backtracked at least on 3 points on nuclear, right to enrich stuff on the Lebanon and on Strait of Hormuz. Anyway, right? So I think he thought that he could sell it to American people as Iranians caved and conceded to immediate, enormous pressure of his civilization will die threat. And it didn't work out, right? Fox News dragged him, everybody dragged him as a capitulation of U.S. interest, etc., 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 and now here we are.
That's right, and a clear demonstration on the part of the Israelis, they had no interest whatsoever in peace or negotiations, only in bombing or eliminating Iran or bombing the people out in Palestine and Iran and anywhere else that someone does not agree. They feel they can over-militarize, threaten or bully their way through, much like Netanyahu, sort of kind of like Trump. Is a clear demonstration of arrogance and disregard for the peace negotiations, and I think it's a form of insanity. It's modern. How can you frown on Hitler and pull action as they did the last month? So it's very sick mentality.
What did you just say?
It's just an extremely sick mentality to continue when there's an opportunity for peace to not grab that opportunity or seize the opportunity for peace. I think it's an action of a madman or a mad woman that would do something like that. Would you agree?
Don't try to.
Yeah, Netanyahu is a fucking madman.
So now you have two madmen together. Where does that leave the people who maybe want to negotiate for peace? So this giving too much power to a madman, in other words.
Madman is the mullah who is executing everyone on the morning sound of azan. Every day of the week until they are.
Some people love marriage. Everybody doesn't agree with the madness. Therefore, we should have, again, it makes a lot more sense now when you look at a people's court and a people's tribunal to override the madman in the case of Donald Trump or any person seizing power that will get out of hand, that the people would have a system to override madness.
Exactly. We want to put some order back. We want our country back, then we need to put some order. Mullah is destroying each and every order until they have time. They have been practicing this for the whole 47 years ago. Now we are losing the borders, water of the self everything. The country won't exist if they stay there.
So, you know what, Neil, that's really good analysis on that. I've never thought about it, so thank you very much on that. Yeah, he just wanted to get out of that end of civilization trap by agreeing on something that he didn't believe in was possible. I just want to read down quickly and maybe run down how many deadlines we had so far.
Sorry, before you do that, I just want to thank Peter for he teach me something today. Go on, serious apology.
Yeah. The deadline, the first deadline, well, there's many deadlines, but this is the latest. March 22nd, the 48-hour ultimatum. Trump threatened to destroy Iranian power plant if the Strait of Hormuz was not open within 48 hours. That's the first one, March 22nd. March 23rd, 5-day pause. A 5-day pause extension was granted until March 28th, citing productive conversation. March 26th, 10-day extension. A threat of energy plant destruction was paused for 10 more days with a new deadline of April 6th, right? And then April 4th, the renewed 48-hour warning. Basically, this is the warning 2 days before April 6th. A new 48-hour window was established as the previous deadline approaches. April 5th, Tuesday, the deadline was shifted to Tuesday, April 7th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, following the rescue of the U.S. airmen. April 7th, the final deadline, 2 weeks ceasefire was finalized just before the final deadline expired. Outside this period, 60-day deadline was set in April 2025 regarding the nuclear process. So he keeps setting, basically, so far I just read like 6 deadlines. And every deadline he extension hence the word talk. And
down the road.
I'm sorry, Ellie?
He's just kicking the can down.
Yes, absolutely. So when you think of yourself as like the Iranian negotiators for a second, and you're thinking like, hold on a second, I'm sitting across a guy who keeps postponing the deadlines all the time. There's no consequences, and we can't really believe what he says. We can't take his word or his action to the bank. How difficult this negotiation would be moving forward. So that's why I'm saying this negotiation might take a long, long time, just because of Donald Trump and his deadlines and his negotiation tactics is really not good at all. Are you back?
I think he is one of the best since he was in the other city.
So Neil, did you hear about maybe he was sending more Marines into the Gulf area?
Yes.
You guys both talk about that, or broke the news on that?
I think that was yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. So he's still reinforcing troops in the region, but he's talking about ceasefire and peace, which is another, problem there.
Anything else new and exciting? In war talk, neoliberal? Anything?
Nope.
All right, cool. So, do you know that BYD in China is partnering with KFC to launch 9-minute flash charging drive-through so you can eat your fried chicken and charge your BYD EV? There you go. Look at China on that.
I actually drove the BYD. It's actually amazing car.
Is it good?
It's incredible.
Good, very good, yes. It's a very
Very good. That's great to hear. The rest of the world can enjoy and experience it. But here in America, well, at least we get KFC.
Chinese
Here there is Benz. That is very good, but Benz is the perfect.
Chinese actually have tons of the different types of the brands of and they drove few, and they're actually very good.
But I think it's actually really smart. I don't, are they doing that here at all? Any kind of like drive-through EV charging? I mean, we haven't really built the infrastructure for EVs here, but Jesus Christ, we have so many fucking drive-throughs. Somebody needs to get on it.
Sonic should do that.
Yeah, wherever. Yeah, like like anywhere, like it totally makes sense.
Well, they have that double stack battery. You know, when one battery runs out, there's another battery. Just plug and play, basically, type of thing.
But like, you know, you go to a, I don't know, whatever fucking drive-through, and oftentimes there's a, you know, long-ass line, so why not pull up, charge, you know, and have, you know, get your fucking food. Like, I don't know.
That could be the rebirth of drive-throughs, drive-in movies.
Yeah, exactly. You have them come out. Don't they do that at, like, Chick-fil-A or something, where they come out and they take your order if you're in line?
Yeah, that's what Sonic does.
Okay, that's why. Oh, that's why you were saying it. Got it.
Yeah.
I never did Sonic. That makes so much sense.
Jane, from accounting, that's a business I can get behind. Thank you. I'll be working on it. I'll send you projections by close of business on Friday.
Thank you. I would like to line up my investors for this. So, TT, if you could send me an email, post haste.
I'll get right on the deliverables. Would you like also a PESC analysis as well?
Yes, that will work. Thank you.
Yes, Tim.
Greetings. I didn't want to take, I was going to comment on the Iran situation, but we seem to have moved on, so.
Oh, no, Steve, you can totally do it. I was just throwing out a new news article, but go for it.
Thanks. Just piggybacking on what Neil Woodrow said, I would want to say that there's no military strategy or negotiating strategy. There's fragments of both of those things. But I do think, and this is not an original idea, I think it's most useful to think of Trump and Vance and Hegseth and some of the other sort of most visible members of the Trump regime as really more than anything else, they're just in the business of content creation. I mean, they really are just creating content for an audience, whether it's the actual military actions, whether it's the press conferences, whether it's the tweets. Most of it is really just content creation. He's a reality television star with a seriously damaged ego, and he's got a bunch of people around him who have similar personality disorders, and they're really just in the content creation business. The real effects they have on the world aren't even secondary, they're tertiary. They think about them a little, but mostly they're just content creators.
That totally tracks for me.
Well, certainly they have no sensitivity at all for the people, and no sensitivity for the vision or the will of the people to look for possibilities of coexistence. They had bullied their way here, bullied their way there, and bullied their way damn near everywhere. But now the news is reaching them that you can't bully your way everywhere. That has to end. The bullies die in their shoes. My auntie told me the bullies die in their shoes. Not just for the playground anymore, but in world affairs, there's no room in a peaceful world for bullies that bully their way. Have disregard for the aspirations, the sensitivity of other people, and totally disregarding everybody except your way. Get you some green land. Take to goddamn Venezuela. Do what you will.